The author of this fanfiction name is Fanatic06. He works on fanfiction.net and the link is in the description to the stories.
Chapter 51, Mutuo Strikes Back Part 3. He was sliding. That was the first thought that hit Ash once he entered through the trapdoor. As soon as he made it in, there was a sharp turn downward. In order to keep from crashing into the side of the narrow passageway, Ash had to let go of the dark pokeball that contained Pikachu. As soon as he let go, he dropped a short distance and began sliding down the passageway quickly. Just because he let go of the black pokeball, though, didn't mean he let it leave his sight. Ash kept his eyes on it the whole time on the way down. Ash slid out of the narrow tunnel and landed on his back with a thud. It wasn't painful, so he was able to quickly recover. Ash saw the dark pokeball soar over his head and over to a very large machine. It rivaled even the resurrection machine Ash had seen on Cinnabar Island. Ash leaped to his feet and sprang after the pokeball as several mechanical hands came out of the machine and grabbed it. Ash made another dive and managed to grab hold of the pokeball as the hands were trying to pull it away. It then became a tugging battle between Ash and the hands as they tried to fight over the pokeball which held Pikachu. "You're not taking Pikachu," Ash said through clenched teeth. Ash heard a skidding noise behind him as someone else apparently made it into the room, as well. He then heard an audible gasp that he knew all too well to be Serena's. He turned around and saw her running towards him as fast as she could. No words needed to be said as she grabbed onto Ash's back and began to pull along with him to get back. Pikachu. In reaction to this, the machine let loose even more mechanical hands to grab the pokeball, but Ash and Serena held fast. They didn't even notice an image that had appeared on giant computer screen next to them that looked like DNA strands. After what could have been a couple of minutes of tugging and pulling, the wires connected to the mechanical hands started sparking, and their pulls became clumsier. Ash and Serena's eyes lit up when they realized they were starting to win. The interruption of the machine's natural functions must be causing it to short-circuit. The wires began to spark more and more as Ash and Serena tugged even harder. Ash gave a loud scream of defiance before the pokeball was finally ripped from the mechanical arm's grasps. He and Serena toppled backwards onto the floor and let out a painful groan from the impact. The dark pokeball rolled to a stop next to them. Once it did, it opened up to finally reveal Pikachu. The yellow rodent was shivering once it came out of the pokeball. The last time it was in one was before it met Ash, and thought it would never have to be in one again. Truth be told, it was quite a frightening experience. Pikachu. Ash spoke up. Upon hearing its trainer's voice, Pikachu gave a quick shake before turning to Ash. Upon seeing Pikachu was released, Ash put an overjoyed expression on his face. He quickly sat up and opened up his arms for the Pikachu to jump into. The rodent Pokemon complied and happily leaped into Ash's arms, and they embraced. Pikachu. I'm so glad you're okay. Ash exclaimed as he hugged the rodent. Pika-Pie. The rodent replied happily. Serena watched the two with a smile on her face until she took a good look at their surroundings. She and Ash had been so caught up in trying to free Pikachu that they didn't even notice what was around them or where they were. It was a very large room with very few lights on to illuminate it, making it rather dark. There were several empty glass tubes filled with liquid, too. The main feature, however, was the extremely large machine that had tried to take Pikachu. She noticed many of the other dark pokeballs entering too. The machine. She wanted to rescue her Pokemon and the others, but they were completely unreachable. It was then she noticed a large computer and raised her eyebrows at the DNA symbol. Ash, what's going on over there? She asked while pointing to the computer. Ash stopped hugging Pikachu and looked up to where Serena was pointing. He also gave a confused look at the DNA strands. They continued to stare until the DNA symbol began to transform into a silhouette of a Pokemon. Then another DNA strand appeared until it took on the shape of a Pokemon, also. Then the process repeated itself. I don't know, but... Ash replied with a bewildered expression. He was cut off by Serena letting out a loud cry of surprise. He quickly turned in her direction and saw her pointing in the direction of the glass tubes. He quickly followed her gaze and let out a gasp of surprise himself at what was happening. Several different types of beings were shooting out of the machine and into the glass tubes that connected them. As Serena and Ash took a closer look, they could see they were Pokemon. More and more Pokemon continued to pour from the machine. They looked just like a lot of the Pokemon that were taken. Wait. Were their Pokemon all taken just to be put in glass tubes? This was really strange. Cubone. Serena cried as she saw the lonely Pokemon come out of the machine and slide down the glass tube. Serena ran over to it and placed her hands on the glass. Cubone appeared to be unconscious as it wasn't responding at all to the distressed calls of Serena. As Ash continued to look around, he saw all of his other Pokemon in glass tubes, too. Pidgeotto, Dratini, Wartortle, and Bulbasaur were unconscious as they continued to float lifelessly. There had to be a way to free them. I don't get it, Ash muttered. What was Mewtwo's purpose for capturing our Pokemon like this? Ash! Look up there! Serena shouted as she pointed. Ash looked to the machine again, and his eyes widened. Coming down one of the glass tubes this time appeared to be none other than a Pikachu. How was that possible? He had rescued Pikachu before the machine to get it? Ash ran over with Pikachu by his side as they stared at the Pikachu in the glass tubes. It did look sort of like his Pikachu, but appeared a little rougher in some spots. No one else in the group had a Pikachu except him. He then turned around and stared at all of the Pokemon across the room, and his eyes lit up in understanding. Serena, I think I know what's going on, he uttered. What? Serena asked as she turned away from the glass tube Cubone was in. They're clones, Ash stated. Clones. Serena echoed. That's right, Ash confirmed. Mewtwo must have captured our Pokemon so he could make clones out of them. It's just like he did with that Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise. No one else in our group has a Pikachu. If these really were our Pokemon, a Pikachu shouldn't be in the glass tubes, also. It all fits. Chuyuo, Pikachu mumbled as it looked at its clone in the tube. Serena turned back and looked at the Cubone in the glass tube. It looked so much like the one she was used to, down to the last detail. Was Pikachu's clone different because it wasn't able to fully scan it because of them pulling it away in time? But why would Mewtwo want to create an army of cloned Pokemon? Serena asked as she backed away from the clone Cubone. That one I don't know. What exactly is Mewtwo trying to do? Ash wondered aloud. His eyes then lingered around the room until he noticed a small computer in one of the corners of the room. Deciding if he could find any answers on that, Ash made his way over to it with Serena and Pikachu following him. Behind them, they didn't notice Mew had entered the room through a small opening in the ceiling. Its eyes scanned the room, and it looked in wonder at the machine as it continued to spark and the clones in the glass tubes. It then spotted the raven-haired boy and honey blonde-haired girl. It followed them over to the computer and hid behind one of the tubes so it wouldn't be seen. It would wait a few moments before revealing itself. Pikachu questioned as it turned around. It thought it heard a noise. What's up, Pikachu? Ash asked it. Pikachu, Pikachu replied in confusion as it scratched its head. It really thought something or someone was behind it? Maybe it was just its imagination. Well, if you think you hear something, let us know. We can never be too careful right now, Ash told it. Chew, Pikachu nodded its head in response as it and the others turned their attention back to the small home computer. Is there a way to turn this on? Ash asked more to himself as he looked around for some sort of on button. He finally looked at the back of the monitor and spotted a button. Before pressing it, that sure is an odd place to put a button. The computer screen began to flicker after Ash pressed the button. However, nothing appeared to be coming up. All there were a bunch of messed up colors and what appeared to be static on the screen. There was no picture at all whatsoever. No good, Ash mumbled as he went to turn it back off until a voice came from the computer which made him stop. It was filled with static, but still very understandable. Our day has finally come, the voice on the computer said. In just a few short hours, our attempt at cloning a Pokemon from the Pokemon, Mew's, DNA will finally be completed. We have had many failed experiments in the past, but our constant funding of the project by Giovanni has allowed us to keep going. Ash and Serena narrowed their eyes at this as the voice cut off and went back to static. So this project was conducted by Team Rocket all along. It now made perfect sense how Giovanni was so informed of the project back in the Sylph Company. Their thoughts were interrupted by the same voice as before speaking again. This is it. The clone of Mew has finally awoken. This is the most success we've had in ages. It appears confused as to why it's here, but it will know its purpose soon enough. We shall call this new Pokemon Mewtwo. The voice continued. So Mewtwo wasn't lying when it said it was going to be used as nothing but an experiment. It must have felt terrible, Serena commented with a hint of sadness in her voice. The voice then spoke once more. Ash and Serena's eyes widened when they heard how panicked the voice sounded this time. This isn't happening. Mewtwo's anger is too immense. It is extremely unstable and destroying everything around it. It's already ruthlessly killed some of our workers in its rampage. I won't be last much longer myself. This power Mewtwo holds is too great for anyone to be able to try to control. We were fools to do this project without realizing the consequences. We wanted to create the world's strongest Pokemon, and we succeeded. With that, the voice stopped again, and the computer screen shut off. That must have been the last recording before the lab had been destroyed. So this whole time, Mewtwo wanted revenge on humans for not treating it like a living thing, only as a disposable experiment like all the failed ones before it. Ash and Serena suddenly felt sympathy for Mewtwo at the hard life it must have endured after being trying to be used by the scientists and Giovanni. Still, that didn't excuse Mewtwo for wanting to destroy all of mankind. So is this the original lab Mewtwo was created in, since this is where the recording is at? Serena asked curiously as she looked around. It would make sense, but Mewtwo destroyed it, Ash answered as he furrowed his eyebrows in concentration. I think Mewtwo was the one who created this castle, Serena said. It destroyed the lab, then must have built this castle from the ground up using the rubble. That sounds right, Ash agreed. This whole thing was planned all along by Mewtwo. Because of Team Rocket's mistreatment of it, all people and Pokemon are having to pay the price. Team Rocket may be gone, but the aftermath of them is still here. So what are we going to do? Serena asked worriedly. What else? Ash asked as he turned his hat backwards. We're going to stop Mewtwo. But how are going to do that? Mewtwo is too powerful. Serena cried. Before Ash could come up with a response, a noise once again interrupted them that seemed to be coming from the glass tubes. The group turned and rose their eyebrows in alarm at what was taking place. The liquid in the tubes appeared to be draining out and onto the floor below. The clone Pokemon themselves were quickly lowered, also. Before long, A small opening appeared in the tubes and the clone Pokemon emerged from the tubes, one by one. High above them, Mew was watching the proceedings with a curious look on its face. Pikachu! Pikachu yelled as it leaped on top of Ash's shoulder in case they attacked. That wasn't the case, however. The Pokemon that were in the tube stood in place for only a second before turning and walking deliberately towards the exit. It was like they knew exactly where to go despite just being born and not being told anything. It was really strange. Where are they going? Ash muttered rhetorically as they watched the Pokemon. The Pokemon continued to pass by the trio without even acknowledging they were in the room. As Serena saw the Cubone clone and the rest of her Pokemon pass by, she instinctively wanted to reach out and grab them but restrained herself. She had to keep letting herself know that these weren't her true Pokemon. The nearby exit slid up to reveal a long hallway. The Pokemon all entered the room before they were out of sight, and the door slid shut. Before the two humans and Pokemon could contemplate the matter further, there was a loud noise that was coming from the machine. They had completely forgotten about how they short-circuited in all the confusion of discovering the clones and Mewtwo's backstory. By the way the machine was starting to smoke, things didn't look good. Watch out! It's going to blow up! Ash cried as he threw himself in front of Serena and tackled her to the ground in order to shield her. Serena let out a gasp of pain once she hit the ground but didn't complain due to Ash trying to help her. Pikachu hit the floor, also. Mew continued to peer in curiosity from behind the glass tube. The machine sparked one last time before shaking violently and exploding, creating a loud noise as the room shook from the force. Bits of debris pelted Ash as he continued to shield Serena from the blast. He didn't care if he was hurt, but he had to protect her. Black Pokeballs flew in every direction because of the blast and landed on the ground. Despite this, the explosion was surprisingly small for such a big machine. It didn't take out the whole room and the people and Pokemon in it. Ash slowly lifted his head after the explosion took place and carefully looked around the room. The clone machine was nothing more than a pile of rubble while the black Pokeballs were unharmed and scattered across the room. All of the Pokeballs then began to open up to reveal all of the group's Pokemon. All of the Pokemon looked around in confusion for a moment before realizing they were finally out of the dark Pokeballs. Ash and Serena's Pokemon's eyes then landed on their trainers, and they immediately ran to them. The rest walked towards them, also. The Pokemon didn't know why, but they felt drawn to the two humans in the room. Mew continued to watch. Everyone! Ash exclaimed happily as all of his Pokemon collided with him in joy, Serena's doing the same. They all shared a group hug at being reunited once more. Serena had to be careful as the larger Charla came in for the hug, too. Cubone was practically choking Serena due to clinging her so tightly. It had never been captured in a Pokeball before, and to be captured in one against its will like that had made it very afraid. The only one who wasn't joining in the hug was Ash's Charizard. It just stood off to the side and watched the proceedings. As Ash looked up at Charizard, the fire lizard gave a smile and thumbs up to Ash too, which he returned. Even if Charizard wasn't exactly into the hug thing, it still showed it was happy to see Ash again. Once the reunions were out of the way, Ash decided it was time to take action. He then noticed that even the Pokemon that weren't his had surrounded him and Serena. Everyone, it's great to see you all again. I don't know if you're aware of this, but you all were captured by those dark Pokeballs so clones could be created from you, Ash revealed. At this, many of the Pokemon exchanged confused glances with each other while a few looked to become quite angry and unsettled. What was the meaning of this? I'm not sure what exactly it is that the clones are planning to do, but it can't be good. Most likely, they are going to be used by Mewtwo. We have to band together to stop them. Ash continued. How are we going to stop Mewtwo, though? It's so powerful, Serena pointed out. That doesn't matter anymore, Ash replied. What matters is that we have all overcome impossible odds in the past, and this time is no different. I'm not going to let Mewtwo's confusion about people destroy the world. Who's with me? All the Pokemon in the room gave a roar or a cry of acknowledgement towards Ash. They were going to help stop Mewtwo and save the world. It didn't matter if their clones were stronger in special abilities or not. They had a stronger will and wouldn't falter. Then let's go, Ash declared as he stood up from the ground and made his way to the exit. Pikachu, Serena, and Cubone were just behind him, followed by their Pokemon and then the others' Pokemon. It was then Mew finally decided to make itself known to the group. It flew out of its hiding space and flew down to where Ash and the others were. The legendary bird trio wasn't lying when they told it telepathically about these humans. Pokemon just seemed naturally drawn to them. It was quite interesting. Ash and Serena both widened their eyes at the new species Pokemon flying in front of them. Was this even possible? Could the mythical Pokemon Mew actually have come down and flew up to them so willingly? People had searched their entire lives for any trace of this Pokemon but never found anything. How long had it been here? Did it just arrive or was watching them for a while? Mew stared at Ash and Serena for a moment before doing playful flips in the air. Mew, it said in its high-pitched voice. Is that really Mew? Serena breathed. I don't know. Why is it here? Ash wondered in equal amazement. Mew stopped playfully twirling and fixed Ash and Serena with a stare of its own. It then closed its eyes and Ash and Serena suddenly felt their minds filled with a powerful presence. It was unlike anything they had ever experienced before and almost made them a little dizzy from the sudden appearance of it. They then heard a voice in their heads. It was very squeaky, but at the same time seemed to hold authority. It was hard to describe. I'm here to help, the voice said before the presence in their mind was shut off. Ash and Serena jolted from the shock before looking at Mew. It must have just communicated to them through their mind. It must have been able to do that because of Ash's aura and Serena's psychic abilities. It was a shock enough for Mew to appear before them, but now it just communicated with them on top of that. So you're aware of the situation with Mewtwo, and you know that it was cloned from your DNA? Ash asked. Mew, it replied while nodding its head before it put its thoughts in Ash and Serena's heads again. I'm going to fly ahead of you and talk to Mewtwo. Thank you, Ash responded. We're going to need all the help we can get. If anyone can get Mewtwo to listen, it would be you. Mew gave a light giggle before summoning a small bubble. Ash watched curiously as Mew brought the bubble over to Ash's face before popping it on his nose. It then let out another giggle while Ash gave it a questioning look. What was that for? Ash asked. Mew didn't respond. It instead did another midair flip before flying off into the same passageway it used to enter the room. It seems Mew is a pretty playful Pokemon, Serena commented. Yeah, Ash agreed. Playful or not, it's still going to help us stop Mewtwo. Back in the main room of the castle, Gary, Leaf, Brock, Misty, Paul, and Nurse Joy continued to eye Mewtwo warily. The clone Charizard, Venusaur, and Blastoise were still by its side. Ever since Ash and Serena had disappeared and their Pokemon were taken, Mewtwo hadn't said a word. It was almost as if he was waiting for something to happen. The group didn't have much to say either of the situation. They were either in too much of a shock at what had happened or at a complete loss at what to do. Mewtwo closed its eyes for a moment as if it was concentrating. The first sign of movement from the cloned Pokemon caused the others to snap their attention back to it. Mewtwo then opened its eyes and fixed the humans with a gaze of its own before speaking. The Pokemon clones are now complete, Mewtwo stated. What do you mean? There are more clones. Brock asked. They were copied from your own Pokemon. That is why I captured them, Mewtwo explained. The group let out a collective gasp upon hearing that. Now that it has been complete, you humans and your Pokemon have served their purpose, Mewtwo continued. So what are you going to do with us? Gary spat. I will spare your lives, for now, Mewtwo answered as it opened its arms once more. Several walls opened up to reveal the outside. The storm was still brewing all around them and looked even more menacing than it did when they first got there, if even possible. The clouds were completely black and frequent lightning flashed across the sky. But you cannot escape your fate. The hour of my vengeance draws near, Mewtwo finished. You're actually going to send us back out into that storm? Misty shrieked in horror. I am. You served your purpose and may go, Mewtwo confirmed. But we'll be walking straight into a death trap if we go back out there. You're essentially killing us. Leaf argued. I already told you. I plan to destroy all of humanity for betraying me. That includes you. We cannot live together in this world peacefully. Go and enjoy your final moments before the storm takes you, Mewtwo replied. If you are going to do that, you might as well kill us now. Gary snarled. It'll save us the swim back to land. There's no way I'm going through that again. Do not pretend to understand me, human, Mewtwo uttered dangerously. None of you will ever know what I went through. A couple of doors then opened up from behind the group, drawing their attention to them. Several Pokemon emerged from the doors in a single file line. Their movements were deliberate, almost as if they were all destined to come to this room. The group initially thought it was their own Pokemon coming into the room until Mewtwo spoke its next sentence. Behold! These are the clones of your Pokemon. A new age shall rise up where we shall rule this world. We will not be persecuted by you humans or your servant Pokemon anymore. Clones will inherit the world, it said. You can't, a voice spoke up. Everyone looked around in wonder at who could have said that. It was then the trapdoor where Ash and Serena vanished to opened once more. Ash was the first to step out of the trapdoor, followed by Pikachu, Cubone, and Serena. Their Pokemon were after them, and finally the other group's Pokemon. It's Ash and Serena. Leaf stated happily while the others looked on with a smile. Paul merely grunted in acknowledgement. We aren't going to let you get away with this, Ash spoke again as they continued to walk forward. Oh? What are you going to do about it, human? Mewtwo asked with disdain. Your Pokemon are hopeless against my clones. You cannot win. You have to listen to us, Mewtwo. Ash pleaded as he came to a stop. Humans aren't your enemies. It was Team Rocket that used you and betrayed you. They were bad humans to begin with, but they're gone now. You don't have to worry about being betrayed anymore. Pikachu. Pikachu added. You're right. I won't have to worry because I am destroying humanity, Mewtwo replied. I don't mean it like that. Ash said while shaking his head. There are good people in this world, too. Let us help you. Fool. I do not need help from anyone. Least of all from you humans. Mewtwo said with growing anger. Mewtwo's eyes glowed blue once more, and Ash found himself lifted off the ground. He then began causing Ash physical pain just like before. Ash realized this is what Pikachu must have felt like inside of Kadabra's confusion attack. Ash felt his limbs outstretched as far as they would go, and he began to scream in pain. Mewtwo then jerked its head, and Ash was flung backwards. Ash! Serena screamed as she saw him being thrown out through the open sky above them. As Ash continued to soar through the air, he saw the floor and everyone below getting further away. With as far away as he was being flung, he didn't know if he would fall on the ground or the ocean when he eventually stopped. Either way, Ash knew he wouldn't survive. Humanity was going to fall due to Mewtwo's horrible misunderstanding, and there was nothing he could do about it. Ash shut his eyes for what felt like the end, but something stopped him. It was something quite soft. Ash opened his eyes and looked around in confusion until he noticed he was in a pink bubble. He then looked to the side and saw Mew staring at him with a slight smile on its face. Mew then began to gently guide Ash back to the ground while it followed him. "Thanks a lot, Mew. You saved me," Ash said gratefully. "Mew," it squeaked in reply. Everyone on the floor below immediately got a surprised expression on their face, especially the ones who hadn't seen Mew yet. One of the rarest Pokemon in the world just appeared inside of the castle in front of their eyes and saved Ash from certain death. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Out of everyone, however, no one was more surprised than Mewtwo. "Can it be?" Mewtwo asked in wonder as it saw Mew approaching the ground with Ash. "What's Mew doing here?" Gary asked in amazement. "It's going to help us stop Mewtwo," Serena answered as she watched. "You mean you actually spoke to it?" Leaf exclaimed. "Yes. In the basement when we went to chase after our Pokemon," Serena replied. "That's amazing," Misty mumbled as they once more turned their attention back to Mew. Once Ash and Mew reached a suitable distance, Ash was carefully set on the ground while the bubble around him disappeared. Serena immediately went over to Ash and wrapped her arms around him in a hug, which he returned. Ash really had scared Serena when he was sent flying. He was really fortunate to have Mew there. Mew then went to float over to Mewtwo, but it was immediately attacked. Mewtwo didn't give Mew any leeway before charging up a Shadow Ball and launching it towards the new species Pokemon. It spun out of the way but didn't have long to recover as Mewtwo charged up another Shadow Ball and shot it towards Mew. However, Mew gracefully dodged each Shadow Ball that Mewtwo threw at it. It was even giggling while dodging the attacks, almost as if it thought the whole proceedings were a game. Naturally, Mewtwo wasn't exactly pleased by this and narrowed its eyes at Mew as the new species Pokemon came closer. Once Mew stopped a short distance away from it, Mewtwo spoke. "Mew. So finally we meet," Mewtwo uttered. "Mew," it replied. "That doesn't matter. I may have been cloned from your DNA, but I am going to prove to you that Mewtwo is better than the original and superior to Mew," Mewtwo continued. "Mew Mew?" it questioned. "This world isn't big enough for two of us," Mewtwo declared as it rose off of the ground and launched another Shadow Ball at Mew. The new species Pokemon twirled out of the way and turned around to fly off and get the fight away from the others. Taking the bait, Mewtwo flew after it, launching Shadow Ball after Shadow Ball but missing each time. It was beginning to grow slightly frustrated. "Why are you fleeing from me?" Mewtwo asked. "Are you afraid to find out which of us is greater?" "Mew Mew," it said. "You say that I'm letting my emotions get the best of me? That my anger is misdirected?" Mewtwo echoed. "Mew," it confirmed. "What would you know about my anger? You were not there when I was betrayed." Mewtwo hollered before sending another Shadow Ball at Mew. Mewtwo had made sure to put extra force and speed behind this Shadow Ball. It actually took Mew by surprise as it collided with Mew and sent it spiraling off into the sky and out of sight. Everyone stood in amazement at what had just happened. Mew was among the rarest and most powerful Pokemon in the world. Was it really taken out by only one attack? By Mewtwo? What would happen now? Mewtwo chuckled before turning back to everyone below it. "Do you see? This proves that the original is nothing compared to copies. Not even Mew can take down its clone." No sooner had Mewtwo said this that it felt a powerful force coming behind it, and very quickly at that. It turned around just in time to see a shadow ball right in its face before smashing into it. Mewtwo gasped in pain as it was sent sailing backwards and crashed into one of the walls, creating a cloud of dust from the impact. Impossible. Its shadow ball had been directed back at it. Mewtwo quickly recovered from the strike and glared as the culprit revealed itself to be Mew, looking no worse for the wear. It flew down rather casually as if it never redirected a powerful attack back at its adversary. The people and Pokémon below couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at this. For such a powerful and rare Pokémon, Mew sure was playful and rather carefree sometimes. Mewtwo noticed this too and grew angry. So you do have fight in you, but I have no time for your games. Destiny is at hand. It said angrily. Mew continued to float back down until it was once again in front of Mewtwo. It tilted its head in wonder at Mewtwo, almost with childlike curiosity. We are left with no choice and must fight each other to end this debate, Mewtwo stated. Who will rule? My super Pokémon, or your pathetic group of spineless, inferior Pokémon? Mew mew mew, Mew said. No. We are stronger. We were made with abilities far greater than the originals, Mewtwo replied. Mew 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 mew. Mew stated. It looked like it was having a serious discussion with Mewtwo at the moment. Mewtwo glared at Mew before closing its eyes and allowing Mew to communicate with it telepathically. The group stood and watched the proceedings with interest. They were wondering what Mew was saying to its clone. They hoped it would be able to reach Mewtwo with its own words in private. After a moment, Mewtwo opened its eyes and forcefully blew Mew back from breaking the connection. Despite Mew attempting to try again, Mewtwo blew it back a second time. Despite the playful nature of Mew, it seemed to almost give a sad look at the clone Pokémon. So you say that being enhanced with better abilities means nothing? Real strength comes from the heart? What a pathetic thing to say, Mewtwo uttered darkly. You act as though you understand me just because I am your copy, but though we share the same DNA, you will never know how I feel. Mewtwo then angrily shot a shadow ball at Mew, who spun out of the way. Mew then looked at Ash and Serena with no hint of playfulness or childishness on its face. It looked completely serious. It closed its eyes and Ash and Serena could hear Mew speaking to them once more, and it wasn't what they wanted to hear. I have failed to persuade Mewtwo. It seems inevitable. A fight is fixing to break out. You and your friends need to leave while you can to avoid being hurt, the voice squeaked. Both Ash and Serena tensed up at those words. So not even Mew could stop Mewtwo's rampage? Would nothing be able to convince Mewtwo that it was wrong? Sensing the urgency of the situation and Ash and Serena's alarmed looks, Brock went over to them. What did Mew say? He asked with growing dread. It said that it wasn't able to convince Mewtwo and that we need to get out of here to save ourselves before it's too late, Serena answered seriously. Everyone gasped at those words. It seemed that it had finally boiled down to what the group wanted to do the least. It appeared that Mewtwo was going to try to be taken down by force, and it wasn't going to be a good sight. They felt great pity for the hostile Pokémon. It had done such terrible things to them, but it truly was lonely and felt as though no one cared about it. Its feelings were damaged too badly. Paul was the first to speak up after that. He turned and addressed his Pokémon. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's get out of here before we're caught in it. His Pokémon nodded and began to make their way over to their trainer, but a shadow ball exploded in front of them to keep them from going any further. Paul and his Pokémon turned upward in anger to find the culprit was none other than Mewtwo. I'm afraid I can't let you and your Pokémon leave now, Mewtwo said. We are forced into an ultimatum. Your Pokémon shall fight their clones. This is the only way to prove who is stronger. Paul gritted his teeth and glared at Mewtwo but said nothing else. He had seen Mewtwo's powers enough on his Pokemon and Ash to know that it wasn't a good idea to give a nasty retort to the Pokemon. Mew mew mew. Mew said. My clones don't need their special powers to prove their worth, Mewtwo replied. I will block all of the Pokemon's special abilities with my psychic powers. Now we shall see who triumphs. Our Pokemon aren't going to get caught up in a fight against your clones. They don't need to fight to know they matter. Ash shouted. As Ash turned to his Pokemon for support, he saw they all had their heads down, ready to charge at the Pokemon who cloned them, except Dratini and Pikachu. They didn't exactly seem to want to go the peaceful route. Sadly, it didn't look they had the same views as Ash. Guys. Ash stuttered. Without warning, every other Pokemon in the room gave a battle cry and charged headfirst at each other. They crashed into each other full force and began to grapple with the other. Because they had their special abilities blocked, they were resorting to whatever they could to harm their opponent, from biting, headbutting, body slamming, or just punching the other across the face. Meanwhile, Mew and Mewtwo had formed a protective psychic barrier around each other, Mew's pink and Mewtwo's blue, and began to duel each other. They rose high into the air as they blasted various attacks at each other. A few attacks would manage to hit the barrier, but most of them ended in a draw. The group could do nothing but watch the brutality of all the attacks. Every attack by one Pokemon would result in a true cry of anguish from the opposing Pokemon. Ash saw the clone Charizard bite down on the neck of his own Charizard and couldn't help but gasp. To make matters worse, his own Charizard grabbed its clone around the neck in a choke hold before forcing it to the ground. He saw his Bulbasaur constantly butting heads with the clone Bulbasaur. They were getting massive bruises and bumps on their heads but didn't seem to care. The two Wartortle had each other in a headlock while the Pidgeotto were continuously stabbing each other with their beaks. It was a truly horrific sight. Pokemon aren't meant to fight like this, Nurse Joy muttered sadly. What could ever come out of this? Nothing, but pain, Leaf answered gravely. Paul was used to being harsh with his training, but even he wouldn't have gone this far. His training was solely used to toughen his Pokemon up, but even he could see that this was a hopeless situation. The Pokemon were evenly matched and would only wind up destroying the other before long. Hey! Listen to me. I order you to stop fighting. Paul shouted at his Pokemon, but it only fell on deaf ears. Brock went over to Paul in an attempt to console him, but Paul rudely shrugged him off and continued to yell in vain for his Pokemon to quit fighting. Cubone was clinging to Serena's leg the entire time in fear of meeting its clone. It didn't need to wait long, however. The clone Cubone had sneaked up behind it and whacked it on the head with its bone. Cubone's eyes welled up with tears at the painful blow while Serena glared down at the clone Cubone to tell it to stop. Before she could utter any words, Cubone had leaped at its clone in anger and tackled it to the ground. It then began mercilessly beating its clone with its bone until it was pushed off by the clone, and the process repeated itself. Stop, Cubone! Serena yelled as she ran forward to get it, but was held back by Misty. Don't, Serena. You could get seriously hurt trying to stop a battle like that, Misty warned. Serena pulled out of Misty's grasp and ran forward anyway, but that was until Gary grabbed her. She struggled as much as he could in his grasp, but he held firm. Serena finally slumped over in his arms before realizing he and Misty were right. She then cast a glance over at Ash from Gary's arms and saw him staring at her with a firm look. She was helpless to do anything to aid Cubone at the moment now that its mind was made up to fight, too. Dratini had leaped into Ash's arms in an attempt to shield itself away from the fighting, but that was until its clone showed up. Dratini peered over Ash's arms fearfully while Ash glared at the clone. Dratini doesn't want to fight? Leave it alone. Ash told it harshly. To his great surprise, the clone Dratini shook its head. It then motioned for Ash to set Dratini down. Ash gave it an inquisitive look and obeyed before waiting to see what would happen. Dratini shrunk away from its clone and darted behind Ash's leg before the clone shook its head once more and looked at the moon showing in the clear sky. The storm clouds were still swirling around it, but the sight itself was still beautiful. Dratini cautiously looked around Ash's leg and searched its clone's eyes for any sign of hostility, but found none. Dratini slowly slid out from behind Ash before looking up at the moon, as well, and nodded at its clone. The two then continued to watch the moon together despite all the violence that was happening around them. Ash smiled sadly at his Dratini and the other watching the moon together. Why couldn't all the other Pokemon get along this well? It was like all they knew was to fight and that would solve everything, but it was quite the opposite. Ash then looked around for any sign of Pikachu and saw it staring straight ahead with a surprised look on its face. Ash followed its gaze and gasped when he saw Pikachu's clone, too. The clone had its cheeks sparking and looked ready to fight, but Pikachu just shook its head. Angered by this, the Pikachu clone ran forward and slapped Pikachu across the face. It then looked at Pikachu for some sort of retaliation, but Pikachu just shook its head once more and ran off with the clone following it. Pikachu was refusing to fight. Pikachu! Ash called but felt a hand on his shoulder. Ash turned and saw Serena staring at him with a heartbroken look on her face. Her eyes welled up with tears as she watched all of the horrible fighting going on. She looked completely helpless after seeing all of her Pokemon fight. Ash, what do we do? She asked, hoping he had at least some sort of idea. I don't know, Ash admitted. He was always able to come up with some sort of solution, but now. I can't believe this, Gary mumbled as he came up beside Ash. No Pokemon should have to go through this. At this rate, they aren't going to stop until they or their opponent is dead. Dead? Serena asked, horrified at thought. Gary nodded grimly and pointed his index finger back to the fighting. As Ash and Serena looked again, they could see all of the Pokemon were clearly tiring out. All of them were panting constantly before throwing themselves at each other once more. Seeing that they weren't doing enough damage to their opponent, they were all becoming more lethal with their attacks. Charla, Charizard, and their clones had taken to raking their claws across their opponents' throats in an effort to suffocate the other. Blood poured from their wounds as they did whatever it took to win. Gary's Blastoise and its clone had taken to slamming their hard shells on the soft parts of their bodies. What disturbed the group the most was a sickening squelch every time the shells connected. The two Gyarados both had their teeth around each other's necks, violently thrashing back and forth. If that kept up, the group wouldn't be surprised if one of the Gyarados' heads were torn completely off of its body. This wasn't just a fight anymore. It had turned into a death match. Ash cast his eyes upward to see Mew and Mewtwo continue battling each other. Despite having great powers, it was clear they were tiring, as well. Just like the real Pokemon and their clones, Mew and Mewtwo were too evenly matched to gain any progress. They were getting nowhere. This is so horrible, Serena gasped as she felt tears come to her eyes. She felt Misty come up and rub her back in a consoling manner, but the truth was Misty was crying, too. Pikachu, meanwhile, had been backed into a corner and had nowhere else to go. The clone stood in front of Pikachu before glaring and slapping Pikachu across the face again. Pikachu looked back in pity at its clone and shook its head. The clone Pikachu then shouted at Pikachu to fight back, but the yellow rodent shook its head each time. It knew that this fighting was pointless and would only lead to more suffering. It refused to fight. The clone Pikachu got a little more aggressive in its attacks and began trying anything to get Pikachu to attack. It would tackle, bite, slap, choke, but nothing was working. It was soon wearing itself to exhaustion as Pikachu simply took any attack that was thrown at it. Pikachu couldn't give in to this. Why can't Mewtwo see that all of this fighting is wrong? How could its heart be so twisted to think that everything would be solved by this? Misty asked, teary-eyed. It's Team Rocket's fault, Ash mumbled in a dark tone. They are the ones who betrayed and used Mewtwo as nothing more than an experiment. Now everyone else is having to suffer for their crimes. Ash then cast another glance at the two Dratini who were simply staring at the moon together. This was proof that the real Pokemon and the clones could get along if they would stop fighting and seeing the other as inferior. He then looked at Pikachu once more. It looked pretty tired, but even then it refused to fight back. Its clone was working itself. Ragged and screaming at Pikachu to attack, also, but the yellow rodent sadly shook its head each time. Finally, unable to take it anymore, the clone fell over in Pikachu's arms in complete fatigue. Ash sighed in pity at this and looked back towards the other Pokemon. They seemed to be at their last bit of strength. They were weakly throwing light punches at the other in a desperate attempt to make the other fall first. Some of the rivalries had already ended in a draw. Both of them were just collapsed on the floor, too tired to go on. It wouldn't be long until every Pokemon would faint. Even Mew and Mewtwo were clearly getting exhausted. Their attacks were becoming more desperate, yet less accurate. This had to stop. No more, Ash muttered in a low tone. The group cast a look at Ash in confusion. Some of them didn't quite know what he meant by that while others simply hadn't heard him. No more of this, Ash said again. What are talking about, Ash? Gary asked him. No more of this fighting. It has to stop. Someone has to take a stand and refuse to fight. Just like Dratini and Pikachu, Ash stated and motioned towards the dragon and his yellow rodent partner who was still rubbing its fatigued clone's back comfortingly. But what can we do? Serena cried frantically. She didn't like seeing any of her Pokemon, particularly Cubone, fighting to the death like this, but until Mewtwo sees reason, it would continue. I know Mewtwo went through a lot since it was involved with Team Rocket, but that doesn't excuse any of this. Someone has to prove to it that this isn't the answer. I'm not going to let this go on any longer, Ash declared as he clenched his hands into fists. He looked up and saw Mew and Mewtwo descending closer to the ground. They both had exhausted looks on their faces. They then gave the other a look of determination and began summoning the largest amount of psychic energy anyone in the room had ever seen. The two Pokemon were clearly putting all of their energy into one attack. It looked like they were completely serious now. Ash narrowed his eyes as he saw the Pokemon began charging up. He knew what he had to do, and he was fearless to do it. He swore when he started this Pokemon journey that he would protect his friends and Pokemon no matter what, and he meant it. No matter what. Brock and Misty noticed the look in Ash's eyes and gave him a worried expression. They have seen that look before. It was when he was about to face Giovanni. His eyes had shown nothing but solid determination, and no matter what it took, he would do what needed to be done. Ash, Brock began, but Ash put up his hand to stop him. Don't, Brock. I'll do what it takes to stop this fighting. I'm not letting Mewtwo destroy all humans because of what Team Rocket did, Ash said. Gary and Leaf caught on next to what Ash was doing after he said that, and they stared fearfully at him. What are you saying, Ash? Leaf mumbled with wide eyes. Ash didn't answer as he turned his hat backwards once again. He knew all of his friends were watching him and becoming suspicious of what he was doing. He knew that if he told them, they would object to it, but there really was no other way. He never gave up until the end, and that included going extreme, also. There was no other way. Ash was going to sacrifice himself. He then stole a glance at the person he cared about most in his life, Serena. Her eyes were shining with tears as she looked back at him. Ash hadn't outright said what he was going to do, but by the way Serena was looking at him, she must have had a pretty good idea. She had such a pleading look in her eyes that Ash almost changed his mind, but this was going to be for humans worldwide. As long as all of the Pokemon, his friends, and Serena stayed safe, it was all the resolve he needed to follow through with it. Ash. Ash made an inward grimace at his name being called in no more than a whisper. It was more of a whimper, actually, and he didn't need to turn around to know who it was. Serena. He felt all the eyes of his friends boring holes into him with their gazes. Despite all this, that wasn't going to stop Ash. Ash, no. He heard Serena scream. Ash didn't listen, though. He took off at a full sprint towards Mew and Mewtwo. The two Pokemon didn't even seem to notice Ash coming. They were too worn out and busy charging up their attacks for another strike. Ash began hearing the desperate pleas and cries of his friends among all of the chaos around him. He heard Pikachu calling out to him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw his other exhausted Pokemon weakly raise their heads with a pleading look. He even heard Paul screaming at him to stop. Out of all the voices though, he heard Serena the most. Her voice had always been like music to his ears, but now, all he could hear was pain. His time of being together with her had been entirely too short. He would have liked nothing more than to be spending time with her. They could be training together, or even going on a date, but they never got to enjoy each other, and Ash was full of regret for doing this. Even still, this ensured she and everyone else would make it through this. If only he would be able to see them live on. Stoop! Ash screamed at the top of his lungs. Ash charged in the middle of Mew and Mewtwo as soon as they unleashed their attacks. He briefly saw the two Pokemon widen their eyes in surprise at the sudden appearance of Ash. They tried to redirect their attacks but to no avail. Ash saw the psychic energy coming towards him and braced himself. This was it. The attacks collided right into each other, causing a large explosion, and Ash was in the center of it. Everyone watched in horror as they waited for the smoke to clear and the dust to settle. It was taking far too long for anyone's liking. Serena couldn't bear it anymore with what just happened. She rushed forward herself to check on Ash, but Gary held her back once more. He hated doing this, but he couldn't let her rush into danger like that. "Let me go, Gary!" Serena screamed as she thrashed around wildly. "It's too dangerous," Gary argued. "We can't lose you, too." The smoke finally began to thin out, and the people and Pokemon could see a vague outline starting to take form in the cloud. Further thinning revealed the form to be Ash. He was hovering in midair and surrounded by a blue glow. One who had experienced it would think it was his aura activating once more, but this was a different glow. While Ash's aura glowed brightly and beautifully, this glow had a dark, dim, and depressing feel to it, like a candle that had just been blown out. Ash was suddenly lowered back to the floor and set down on his stomach. Ash gave a small twitch, and moved no more. "Fool," Mewtwo said, sounding very surprised. "Why would you try to stop our battle?" Unable to bear it anymore, Serena tore herself out of Gary's grip and sprinted straight towards Ash. Gary did nothing to stop her this time as he couldn't believe it himself. This wasn't really happening, was it? Out of the corner of her eye, Serena saw Pikachu tearing across the room as fast as it could, as well. They both didn't stop running until they reached Ash and knelt down next to him. "Ash, wake up," Serena whimpered as she shook him, but got no response. Growing more alarmed, Serena checked his pulse, and she gave an audible gasp when she didn't feel anything. It was completely still, and not to mention, Ash wasn't breathing either. Serena's frantic look sent the message across the room, confirming what everyone feared. "Please no," Misty whispered as she cupped her hand over her mouth. "Pika-Pi. Pikachu," Pikachu said as it shook Ash, as well. Starting to seriously worry, Pikachu took matters into its own hands and began shocking Ash with a thunder shock to jumpstart his organs, but still got no response. Not one to give up so easily, Pikachu tried shocking Ash again and again and again. Each time bore no results, however. "Ash, come on. Please don't do this. You can't leave me like this," Serena cried desperately. No matter how many screams Serena did or how many thunder shocks Pikachu used, it soon became quite clear that Ash wasn't coming back. He really did stop the fighting is all. The Pokémon had quit as soon as Ash stepped in. All eyes were now on him. They were in complete shock at his ultimate sacrifice. He paid with his life. Ash Ketchum was now dead. Serena's breathing became very rapid upon realizing this. She couldn't believe it. The boy whom she always loved was now gone. They had only just now become a couple and had absolutely no time to spend together. They had made a promise to stay together forever at the start of the journey and always be there when the other needed help, and now he was gone. How was she supposed to go on without Ash? "Ash," Serena sobbed, leaned over his body, and tears began to spill from her eyes, splashing onto the floor or on Ash. Pikachu watched in utter helplessness. All the good times it and Ash had spent together held true in its head. Ash was the one who showed it how to trust humans again. It had been Ash who showed it the way and allowed it reach its maximum potential. They had done everything together since they met. They ate together, battled together as a team, connected with each other through aura, and slept together. Now their adventures had come to an end just like that. "Pika-Pi," Pikachu mumbled as it began to cry, as well, over its fallen trainer. Gary, Leaf, Brock, and Misty watched from afar. It wasn't long before they joined Serena and Pikachu in crying as well, each with their own fond memories of Ash. Gary remembered how he and Ash fought so many times when they were younger over who was better, but they finally began to understand and respect each other. Ash was one of the few people, along with the other Pallet Town natives, who liked him for who he was. Leaf remembered all of the fun adventures she and Ash had when they were younger and how they were as close as any sibling most of the time. Brock recalled how it was Ash who caused his father to come out of hiding and reveal himself, allowing Brock to follow his dream of being a Pokémon breeder. Ash was his little buddy and just like a little brother. Misty remembered how she and Ash had really gotten off on the wrong foot when he stole and destroyed her bike. Over time, however, she and Ash had become good friends even though they would fight a lot. They really did like each other, and now Paul was watching the situation in complete shock. He couldn't believe that Moron had rushed into two psychic Pokémon's attacks like that. What was he thinking? Paul looked around at all of the Pokémon and people staring at Ash, and growled in annoyance when he felt his eyes water a little bit. "Idiot," Paul mumbled before turning away from everyone so they wouldn't see him like this. It wasn't long before Ash's Pokémon began joining in the crying, also. Even the tough Charizard was crying for its fallen trainer. After that, all of the Pokémon began to have tears of sorrow go down their faces because of Ash's sacrifice, even the clones. Every Pokémon and person in the room was now crying to some extent, except Mew and Mewtwo, who looked around in wonder at what was taking place. These Pokémon are crying for this human sacrifice, Mewtwo thought to itself. Why would this human do something like that? Are there actually good humans in this world? Did I make a mistake? It's true there are bad people in the world, and you seem to have experienced among the worst, Mewtwo heard Mew say. But as this boy Ash has shown, humans can also be Species who really does care about the well-being of others. I see, Mutuo muttered as it watched. Maybe it's time getting to know this boy was too short, but now, it may never know. Serena was now crying fiercely over Ash's body. She didn't think she would ever get over this. Ash was not only her best friend, but also the only boy she ever loved. Why did something like this have to happen? She remembered his raven hair, his dark brown eyes, his comforting words, his determination, his caring nature. Serena loved everything about Ash, even his flaws such as his eating habits. She'd never get to experience those things ever again. What was she supposed to do now? Serena was so caught up in her sorrow and misery that she didn't notice all the tears from the Pokémon beginning to sparkle. Indeed, all the tears were shining as all the Pokémon cried. What was even stranger is that they seemed to begin to float on their own accord. The tears then started to flow towards Ash and went from shining to glowing. Pikachu and the other humans took notice of these events and looked around in confusion as they watched the odd, yet strangely beautiful occurrence. What's going on? Leaf wondered as she watched the display. The tears of a Pokémon's sorrow, Brock trailed. I think I remember the harbor manager mentioning something like this. The others gasped upon hearing that as they turned back to all of the Pokémon and Ash. Sure enough, they weren't normal tears like they were used to seeing. They continued to flow and wrap themselves around Ash in a misty blanket. It wasn't until long that Ash began to glow himself. With Ash's glowing, the dark storm clouds surrounding New Island began to dissipate. Sunlight was beginning to show once more all around them. It wasn't long until the rumbling of thunder and flashes of lightning quit. All that was left were the beautiful sun's rays as it bathed the castle in a warm embrace. The terrible storm Mutuo created was finally gone. Pikachu asked hopefully as it saw what might be happening. It then let another lone tear fall on its eyes and onto Ash, and Ash stopped glowing. Serena was the only one who hadn't noticed what was taking place as she was too busy crying over Ash's body. She had her head resting on his body while she cried into his chest. Her movements came to a halt though when she felt a small twitch in Ash's body. She gasped when she could have sworn what she felt like breathing and a heartbeat. What? Serena mumbled as her tear-stained face looked up to see Ash was actually breathing. Pikachu! Pikachu exclaimed as Ash let out a groan. Everyone else in the room put on shocked expressions, but they all turned to pure joy when they actually saw Ash open his eyes. He was okay. He was alive. Ash. Serena breathed as Ash looked around until finally his eyes met hers. For a while, neither of them said anything. They were too stunned beyond words to speak. It was almost as if what was happening wasn't even real. Ash could have sworn he would be killed by that psychic attack, and Serena knew that Ash really had died just a moment ago. It wasn't until Ash spoke that finally broke everyone out of their trance. He. Hey, Serena, Ash grinned as he sat up. Ash! Serena exclaimed as she crashed into him with a massive hug. She threw her arms around him with incredible force which effectively knocked him back onto the ground. Pikachu! Pikachu cried as it leaped on top of Ash also and began hugging him as hard as its tiny arms could. Pikachu! Ash smiled as he gave the rodent a hug, as well. Ash! I thought, Serena stuttered, but found herself unable to finish. She was crying again, but this time through tears of joy. I don't quite get it, either, Ash replied as he continued to hug Serena and Pikachu. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't come back. Serena continued to cry. I made a promise, didn't I? Ash asked, causing Serena to look at him. We're staying together forever. Serena's lip quivered in when Ash said those words. He had never broken a promise yet to her. She thought this would have been his first one, but even that came through in the end. They would never be apart, and Ash promised her this. They would always be together forever, and nothing was going to change that. That's right. Together forever, Serena said contentedly as she leaned her head against Ash's chest. Cha Pikachu Kudit was snuggled into Ash's chest, too. It wasn't long before Ash felt a being slam into him with the force of a hurricane. Ash let out a grunt of surprise as he turned to see the force was Leaf. She had her arms wrapped around Ash's neck so tightly that he was almost choking him, but she didn't seem to care. Leaf, I can't breathe, Ash half choked, half laughed. Shut up, you jerk, Leaf mumbled playfully as she released him. Ash then looked to see all of his other friends and Pokémon approaching him, also. His Pokémon all tackled him to the floor, almost completely smothering him in affection. Ash laughed at all of his Pokémon's delight of him being okay. There was no other Pokémon he would rather have, and likewise when it came to his Pokémon and a trainer. Brock wasn't too far behind as he knelt down and gave his little buddy a nudge on the head, which Ash tried to unsuccessfully get away from due to his Pokémon still being on top of him. Misty also came by and gave Ash a hug before whacking him on the head for being so reckless. Ash rubbed his sore head, but then gave Misty a cheesy grin because he knew that she was just worried about him. The only ones not joining in the hug were Gary, Paul, and Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy had a small smile on her face at Ash's bravery while Gary and Paul merely watched the proceedings from the side before turning to look at each other and frowned. It wasn't long until the frown turned into a smirk, and they looked away from each other to continue watching the joyful reunion. It seemed even Paul and Gary could put away their mutual dislike for each other due to the circumstances. Everyone was so caught up with being together with Ash again that they didn't notice Mewtwo and Mew approaching them. Pikachu was the first to notice and prepared to spark its cheeks but relaxed when it saw no hostility coming from Mewtwo. This exchange drew the others' attention away from Ash as they also stared at Mewtwo. Upon realizing that Mewtwo was looking at him specifically, Ash stood up from the ground and locked eyes with the genetic Pokémon. Ash Ketchum, you selflessly sacrificed yourself to save the Pokémon. I was the one who pitted them against each other. That was wrong, Mewtwo told him. Mewtwo, Ash trailed. It wasn't until I set aside their differences did I see the power they all shared deep inside. You have my thanks, Mewtwo continued. Mew. Mew added while flying around Ash playfully in a circle. He. You're welcome, Ash replied embarrassedly after receiving such praise from powerful Pokémon. I see now that the origins of one's birth are irrelevant. It is what you do with the gift of life that determines who you are, Mewtwo said. So what are you going to do now? Ash asked it. Ash Ketchum, I now sense that you have a power unlike anything I have experienced before. It intrigues me. I sense that you will be a very important concept in making this land right again, Mewtwo told him. Me? Ash questioned. There someone goes again by saying how important or special he is. Mewtwo must be talking about his aura. Yes. This hatred I had for humanity only bred more hatred and almost destroyed the planet. I cannot let that happen again and would like to atone for the mistakes I've made. Mewtwo said. How are you going to do that? Ash asked. I would like to aid you in your quest, Ash. Should you ever have need of me, all you have to do is call me. I will be with you and provide you with any assistance necessary. Mewtwo offered. You really want to help me? Ash asked in bewilderment. Yes. I have set up a link between us. You may communicate with me anytime during your quest by using the special gift you possess. You have done much for me by showing me the error of my ways. This is the least I can do, Mewtwo said. Oh. Wow. Thanks, Ash muttered in surprise. Mew. Mew added as it went over to Ash before smiling and closing its eyes to communicate. I'll help, too. If you need of assistance, please call on us, rang the squeaky voice of Mew in Ash's head. Thank you. I will, Ash replied gratefully, still a bit amazed that two powerful Pokemon were willing to stay in touch with him. Mew gave a playful giggle before flying around Ash once more and joining Mewtwo by its side. Heh. Ashy boy making friends with two of the world's most powerful Pokemon. Who knew? Gary smirked to himself as he watched the proceedings. Suddenly, Mew and Mewtwo began to rise into the air away from the group. Everyone then noticed that the clone Pokemon were soon surrounded by a blue aura and began to rise into the air, too. Higher and higher they rose until they all began to fly away from the group. They all watched with a look of contentment on their face. Now they knew the threat from Mewtwo was finally over. Pikachu and Dratini waved goodbye to their clones while the others waved back. So where are you all going? Ash shouted up at Mew and Mewtwo. Somewhere where we can all live in peace, away from humanity. Though you and your friends understand us, not all humans do yet. We shall never forget any of you. We only ask that you not forget about us, as well. Remember who we are and that we exist in this world, too, Mewtwo answered. Goodbye, Mew and Mewtwo, Ash thought. And farewell to you as well, Ash Ketchum, Ash heard Mewtwo echo in his thoughts. Initially startled by this, Ash soon smiled to himself. It seemed his aura had activated for the briefest of moments with Mewtwo's psychic abilities. The link between them had worked, after all. Just then, a bright light began to flash around everyone and their Pokemon. Everyone looked around in curiosity at what could be happening. The room they were in seemed to melt away into the light as it got brighter and brighter. Soon, there was nothing but white, and Ash had to bring his arm up to shield himself. Ash then felt a jolt as he landed on something hard. The next thing he noticed was the sound of ocean waves. He brought his arm down from over his eyes and saw he was staring at an ocean. Closer inspection revealed he was back at the wharf they left off of to get to New Island. Ash then looked around and saw Serena and everyone were back with him. Even the nurse Joy that was missing. They were at the mainland again. Chuyu, Pikachu commented as it looked around. Are we back? Misty asked as she looked around. We are. Do you think it was Mewtwo who brought us back here? Brock inquired. It had to be, Gary mumbled an answer. He then looked down and saw all of his Pokeballs were back on his belt. It seems like Mewtwo transported our Pokemon back to our Pokeballs, too. Hey, guys, Ash spoke up, bringing their attention to him. I think it's best if we don't tell our parents or anyone else about what took place just a while ago. Something like this is just best kept a secret. Everyone nodded in agreement. If their parents knew what had happened, they would probably ground their kids for life for doing something so dangerous. If anyone else knew, the media would undoubtedly be all over the place trying to search for Mewtwo and the clones. If they ever found them, it would be a total disaster. Ketchum, one voice called out. The group turned and saw the voice belonged to none other than Paul. He had his hands in his pockets and was looking at Ash straight in the eye with an unreadable expression. Ash stared back in astonishment that Paul was actually the one to talk to him first in quite a while. They continued staring until Paul finally spoke again, and what he said next genuinely surprised the group. That wasn't bad. I'll see you at the Pokemon League, he muttered before turning around and started to walk away. The group stared after Paul with a dumbfounded expression. Did Paul actually almost compliment Ash? That was probably the closest thing to something nice Paul ever said to Ash, no, to anyone in all honesty. Maybe after seeing these events at Mewtwo's castle take place, even Paul couldn't remain stone cold forever. There might be hope for even him. After all. Thanks, Paul. I'll see you there, too. Ash hollered after him. Paul didn't answer but just kept walking away. He didn't need to acknowledge Ash for the group to know he heard what was said. Nothing more needed to be exchanged between the two at the moment. Paul showed the slightest bit of respect for Ash right there, and their actions would do the rest of the talking at the Pokemon League. They would just have to wait until then. The group stared after Paul until he rounded a corner and was soon out of sight. So what now? Leaf asked the group. Well, I don't know about you all, but I've got some training to do for the Pokemon League. Ash answered as he pumped his fist into the air. I'm right there with you, Ash. I don't know how long I'll be in Pallet Town, but we better be having plenty of battles when I stop by, Gary said. Count on it, Gary. Ash replied as he gave Gary a thumbs up, until he remembered Serena, who had been oddly quiet since the mention about what to do next. He turned to her and gave her a smile. And we can't forget you, either, Serena. You have a battle chateau to conquer. You're going to beat those chatelaines for sure. Sounds great, Ash. Serena answered with a forced smile. Nobody but Ash and Leaf seemed to pick up on this as Ash gave Serena a serious expression. It was then Serena knew that he would be wanting to talk to her later on. Serena nodded her head at Ash to signify she got the message before turning away. The Pokemon League was approaching soon and Ash would be wanting to go to a new region after this. Would he really be willing to wait for her in Kanto while she finished the battle chateau? Serena mentally kicked herself as of course he would wait, but at what cost? In the meantime, I say we head back to Pallet Town. We've all got a lot of training to do, Brock smiled. Yeah. Let's go for real this time, Ash agreed. He might be staying at Serena's and not in his house at the moment, but he had no doubt he would be tasting some of his mom's home cooking once he got back. It was calling his name. The group then turned to depart for Pallet Town with their adventure at New Island behind them. Everyone had their own thoughts about the experience and had learned a lot from the encounter. With Mewtwo's words, they believed they might be fortunate enough to see Mew and Mewtwo again. It was certainly an unforgettable part of all of their journeys. But for now, the return to Pallet Town was at hand. Ash had the Pokemon League approaching in a month, and Serena had the Battle Chateau to conquer. It would be a busy time for everybody. No matter what, though, they were determined to overcome the obstacles. It was part of the road to becoming a Pokemon master. As Ash walked along, he thought he saw a flash of movement along the corner of his eye. It almost looked like a pink bubble with a small being in it. He and Pikachu stopped and quickly jerked their head towards the sky to see if it was possible, but it was already gone. Ash? Serena questioned as she turned around once noticing he wasn't beside her anymore. Heh, it's nothing, Serena. Let's go, Ash smiled to himself as he continued on. He cast one more glance at the sky as he walked before facing Pikachu and nodding to it, which the rodent nodded back to. Maybe it was just Ash's imagination, but then again, maybe it wasn't. Time would tell. Chapter 52, Cubone and Tijipai. Morning sunlight peeked through the windows of Pallet Town. It was the morning after the group had encountered Mew, Mewtwo, and the other clone Pokemon. As agreed, they didn't tell their parents about any of those events. When asked about what took them so long to get home, the group merely responded that they waited for the storm to die down at the wharf before coming home. All of the adults seemed to accept that, with the exception of Red, Blue, and Rose, who smiled knowingly. The group wasn't sure if that was because they were on similar adventures growing up or because Red's aura detected a lie. Regardless, the group was glad they didn't tell the others. Now, the Gabina household was pretty packed with guests. Unfortunately, Ash's house would still have a few more days of repairing before he and his family could move back in. Serena and Grace stayed in their respective bedrooms while Delia and Red took the guest bedroom, leaving Ash with the couch in the living room. He didn't mind, of course. Having spent so many nights sleeping on the ground in a sleeping bag when he wasn't in a city gave Ash the ability to sleep anywhere and be comfortable. It was truthfully the best sleep Ash had in quite a while. He had no problems to deal with. Giovanni was gone, Mutuo was on the right side, the incident of his parents' past was behind him, and he had all 8 badges. Only the Pokémon League separated Ash from being a Pokémon League champion. Then he could face the Elite Four. Today would be his first full day of Pokémon training since coming back to Pallet Town. Unbeknownst to Ash, Serena Gabina was coming down the stairs of her house and into the living room. Despite the restless events the past few days, she had been the first one up on purpose this morning. She set her alarm clock for 6 in the morning so she could get up early. Why? As celebration for winning all 8 badges, Serena wanted to cook Ash a victory breakfast using the cookbook Brock had given her on her birthday. This would be her first attempt all by herself since Brock showed her how to cook. She even left Cubone asleep in her bed so she could be alone. As Serena padded across the carpeted living room, she spotted Ash sleeping on the couch across from her. It warmed Serena's heart to see him look so peaceful right now. She crept over to her boyfriend as quietly as she could, her slippered feet making little to no noise. Once Serena reached the couch, she leaned over the back of it, stared lovingly at Ash. He was lying on his back with Pikachu on his stomach. The yellow rodent was rising and falling slightly in tune with Ash's gentle breathing. She thought Ash looked so cute like that and felt herself blushing. Despite them being together now, Serena still couldn't resist that sometimes. She smiled to herself and continued to make her way over to the kitchen. The noises that were being made in the kitchen weren't what awoke Ash later that morning. It was the smell of delicious food. Ash's mouth was already watering as he cracked his eyes open and was greeted by the sun in his eyes. Ash turned away from the window, which shook Pikachu awake, too, before giving a stretch. He figured everyone else must already be up and Mrs. Gabina would be working on cooking a large breakfast for everyone. He slowly sat up on the couch and let out a big yawn before standing up and heading to the kitchen. Pikachu leaped onto his partner's shoulder, as usual. When Ash entered the kitchen, he was surprised to find it wasn't Grace who was cooking and causing the delicious smell. In fact, Serena was the only occupant in the kitchen at the moment. She appeared to be just finishing up and was pulling a very large pan of some sort of casserole out of the oven. She set the pan down on top of the stove before pulling off her oven mitts and turning to find Ash watching her. She gave slight jump at his sudden appearance but soon smiled. "Good morning, Ash," she greeted with smile before turning to the yellow rodent on his shoulder. "And you, too, Pikachu." "Pika-Pie." Pikachu responded happily. "So I see you're cooking." "It smells awesome," Ash said as he made his way over to her to see what it was. "Thank you," Serena replied. "It's a recipe I got from the cookbook Brock gave me. It's a breakfast casserole and consists of eggs, hash browns, sausage, milk, and even a few secret ingredients that Brock scribbled down to make it even better." "Heh. You can always count on the Brockster to have some good ideas," Ash said before adding, "You made this by yourself." "I sure did," Serena answered with a giggle. "I woke up really early this morning so I could make enough for everyone, but it was mainly for you getting all 8 badges." "Thanks a lot, Serena. If it tastes even half as good as it smells, it'll be great," Ash said. "Why don't you try it out first?" Serena suggested. "Sounds good to me," Ash said as he took the large spoon from Serena's outstretched and took a scoop from the casserole. He took a bite and his eyes lit up with how good it was. "This is amazing, Serena. The honey blonde-haired girl beamed upon hearing that. I'm so glad you think so, Ash. This is the first thing I made all by myself with no help from anyone. If I already hadn't known you, you could have fooled me. You're a natural. Ash stated as he reached down with his spoon to take more, but a light slap on the hand from Serena stopped him. Now, Ash. I let you have the first taste, but wait for everyone else to come in before we start eating. I tried to time it just right for when everyone gets up so we can all eat together, Serena scolded with her hands on her hips. Ash couldn't help but inwardly laugh at Serena's appearance. She was wearing a cooking apron around her pajamas with her hands on her hips and a stern expression on her face. In short, she looked and sounded like a mother just then. It was probably her time with Kibone that helped. Besides a mother, Serena probably make a good wife one day, too. Wait. What? So what are you going to do as far as training goes today? Serena asked him once, losing the stern expression on his face. Ash pushed the thought of Serena looking motherly out of his head before answering. I want to be able to spend time with each of my Pokemon today, particularly the ones I haven't gotten to train much yet, like Dratini and Aerodactyl. I want all of my Pokemon to be in tip-top form for the Pokemon League. That sounds like a plan. Serena smiled, until Ash asked her a question next. And are you going to be training to beat the Battle Chatelaines to conquer the Battle Chateau, too? Ash inquired. Serena cast a look towards the ground as she knew where Ash was going with this. Ash's journey through the Kanto region would be ending soon, and he wanted to know what she was going to do in the meantime about the Battle Chateau. She still had 4 Chatelaines to defeat and had no idea what to do in such a short amount of time. Would she leave it undefeated or not? I don't know, Serena replied with a sigh. I don't understand how I am going to beat them all in such a short amount of time. You shouldn't let that stop you, Serena. Haven't things always worked out in the end? Ash asked her. Yes, Serena answered. But what am I supposed to do this time? Ash stared at her with a sympathetic look. Maybe he was being too hard on her right now. He wasn't in the exact same situation right now and didn't feel pressed for time like Serena did. He would wait a million years before going to another region if that's what it took for Serena to conquer the Battle Chateau, but he also knew she would never do it. They were almost at a stalemate with the situation. He would wait for Serena to conquer the Battle Chateau and put his journey on hold, or they could travel to a new region together while putting Serena's journey on hold. It was a very difficult decision. Ash was always one to come up with a solution, but right now, he was at a loss. For Serena's sake. He hoped something would present itself soon. The breakfast that Serena cooked had been delicious. Grace, Red, and Delia had woken up about 15 minutes after Ash, and everyone sat down and enjoyed the great breakfast Serena had cooked. Grace complimented on how great her daughter had done, much to Serena's embarrassment. She was glad everyone enjoyed her food, but of course, was most happy Ash enjoyed it. After finishing the big breakfast of the casserole, Ash and Serena wasted no time in heading to Professor Oak's lab to see their Pokemon, with Pikachu and Cubone following them. Grace, Red, and Delia offered to clean up the kitchen so their kids could begin training as fast as possible, which they appreciated. Ash and Serena figured Brock and Misty were already up and could meet up with them there. Leaf and Gary would most likely be there, too. Once Ash and Serena reached the lab, they were about to knock when the door was flung open, and Brock was standing there with an excited look on his face. Ash was about to ask Brock what was up, but didn't have to when Brock spoke first. Guys. Great timing. I was just about to come get you both. The egg is going to hatch soon, he said quickly. Ash and Serena's eyes lit up in alarm at that news. The egg was fixing to hatch, and they almost missed it. They quickly followed Brock through lobby of the lab and into the Backroom where the egg was being kept. The last time Ash and Serena were in this room was when they were receiving their first Pokemon, but that was beside the point. Unbeknownst to them, Cubone had a look of wariness on its face. Professor Oak and Daisy were already in the lab, along with Misty and Leaf. It wasn't too surprising that Gary wasn't there, as watching someone else's egg hatch wasn't really his thing, or he could have already left to train somewhere. Upon seeing the arrival of Ash and Serena, Professor Oak gave them a smile. He carefully took the egg out of the incubator and set it gently down on the table so everyone could see. Ah! Ash! Serena! I was worried you two would miss the hatching of the egg. It's fortunate that you were already coming, Professor Oak commented. Thanks for taking care of the egg for us, Ash panted to Professor Oak and Daisy once he, Serena, and Brock came to a stop. It was our pleasure, Ash. It's always exciting to see the hatching of an egg. Grandpa and I have never seen this type of egg before, honestly, Daisy replied. Pikachu and Cubone jumped onto table while the humans crowded around in anticipation for what was to come. With the exception of Professor Oak and Daisy, the group had never seen a Pokemon egg hatch before. Ash and Serena had their heads closest to the egg, but Misty was trying to push them out of the way since she was the furthest back. The egg then began to crack slightly and gave off a dim glow. The egg continued to crack more and more, but for some reason, the middle part remained perfectly hard. The top and bottom of the egg finally broke open to reveal what looked like a faceless yellow oval. The group raised their eyebrows at this until the pale yellow oval unfurled into spikes of a crown of some sort. Short, stubby hands and feet sprouted from the side and bottom of the egg, respectively. Finally, the oval top turned upward to reveal a face with black eyes and small nose and mouth. The middle part of its body was still remained in its toy-designed shell. Tijpariaini. The newborn Pokemon chirped. It then gave a yawn and looked up at all who were surrounding it. Its face first saw a raven-haired boy to its left and a honey blonde-haired girl to its right. There were several others beside it, but these two were the closest to it. They must be the ones. Tijpariainith. It cried happily again. What Pokemon is that? I've never seen that before, Ash muttered. You're in luck, my boy. That is a Tijipai. It's an extremely rare Pokemon not found in the Kanto region. Professor Oak proclaimed. Really? Ash exclaimed as he looked back at the new Pokemon. He, Serena, and Leaf then took out their Pokédexes to scan the new Pokemon. Tijipai, the Spike Ball Pokemon. This Pokemon is considered a symbol of good luck and brings happiness to people who treat it kindly, informed the Pokédexes. Oh. It's so cute. Leaf squealed. It sure is. Misty agreed as she pushed past Ash and Serena and picked up the newborn Pokemon. She gave a giggle of delight and gave the Pokemon a warm smile. Hello there. Tijipai. Tijipai gave Misty a look of confusion and said nothing in return. It cocked its head to one side before doing something completely unexpected. It began to cry, and not just small sniffles, either. It was completely bawling in Misty's arms. Oh! Did I do something wrong? Misty cried, quite worried she did something to offend Tijipai. Hold on, Misty. Let the Pokemon breeder take care of this one, Brock interjected as he gently took Tijipai from Misty's arms and gave it a smile of its own. There. It's okay. The Brockster knows how to care for you. Much to Brock's surprise, Tijipai only seemed to cry even louder at Brock. He was as gentle and soothing as he could be with this Pokemon. There wasn't a Pokemon alive that he wasn't able to become friends with immediately, with the exception of his Rhyhorn. Was he possibly losing his touch? Maybe I should try it? I've taken care of plenty of baby Pokemon myself, so I know how to handle it, Professor Oak suggested as he took Tijipai next. Like Brock and Misty before. The spike ball Pokemon didn't let up on its crying. If anything, it was practically screaming and crying itself silly. Did this Pokemon like anyone? Pika-Pi. Pikachu. Pikachu commented as it tried to make funny faces at Tijipai to make it laugh, but to no avail. Tijipai then turned around in Professor Oak's arms before facing Ash and Serena. It stretched its stubby arms as far as they would reach in their direction. It was clear that it was trying to get to them. "Oh. I think this Tijipai wants to go to you too," Professor Oak translated. "Well, I guess I could give it a try, but I don't know what could make me so special compared to everyone," Serena said as she took Tijipai next. She then attempted a smile at the Pokemon in what she assumed to be a motherly smile. She hoped her experience with Cubone would pay off. As soon as Tijipai was in Serena's arms, it immediately stopped crying and put on a happy expression. It began laughing and waving its arms around joyfully like it never cried in the first place. It was just like Serena had that magical touch. "Wow. That's amazing, Serena. Are you just that good?" Misty wondered. Tijipai then saw Ash and motioned that it wanted him to hold it, too. Ash raised an eyebrow at this. Why on earth would a newborn baby Pokemon want him to hold it of all people? Sure, it was him that Tijipai's egg was given to, but he knew nothing about caring for babies. He attempted to try with Cubone, but it had mainly been Serena who cared for it, not him. Okay. I'll try it," Ash responded as Serena gave Tijipai to him. Like Serena before him, Tijipai once more gave a delighted expression to Ash and hugged his arm affectionately with its stubby arms. "Hey. I guess Tijipai likes me, too." "Who knew?" Ash said rhetorically. "I don't understand, though. Why does Tijipai like Ash and Serena but no one else?" Misty asked in a somewhat upset tone. Everyone seemed to think for a second until Daisy Oak spoke up. "I think I've got it." When Tijipai hatched, the first things it saw were Ash and Serena. Once that happened, it stared at them for a while, but when Misty took it, it started crying. The same happened with Brock and Grandpa until Serena and Ash took it back. "So what does that mean?" Ash asked. "It means Tijipai really thinks you and Serena are its parents," Daisy explained. "Huh?" The group gasped. "Me? A parent?" Ash questioned as he looked with wide eyes at the laughing Tijipai in his hands. Serena, on the other hand, beamed at this. "Oh wow! This is so cool. We get to act like parents to this Tijipai and raise it? Well, Ash. It looks like you and Serena can be closer than you think through this," Brock commented as he clapped his hand on Ash's back. Cubone, however, didn't seem too thrilled about this news. All this Tijipai seemed to do was scream and cry unless it was with its parents. It was so needy and clingy. Cubone. Eyes suddenly lit up with realization that it wasn't like this too long ago, either. It was entirely dependent on Serena ever since its real mommy was shot, and it really liked Serena. It wanted to start fighting alongside her other Pokemon to help her win, but a small part of it still wanted to be loved and taken care of. It was just a lonely Pokemon that wanted attention, but now this Pokemon had just been born, and everyone was fawning over it, even Serena. Would it be replaced now that a younger Pokemon was here? Would it have to grow up right now and not receive the attention it used to? It looked up at Serena beaming over the Tijipai, and she didn't even seem to notice it at the moment. With a heartbroken expression and a sigh, Cubone hopped off the table and quietly sneaked out of the room without anyone noticing, not even Pikachu. Now Ash. My research has shown me that Tijipai are very dependent their first stages of life. Unlike some Pokemon who are able to battle and be ready for training as soon as They hatch. That isn't the case for Tijipai. It must be loved and cared for like any human baby, Professor Oak said. Yeah, Ash muttered. It wasn't like he wasn't excited about the prospect of raising and having a rare Pokemon like this. It was just he didn't think he was cut out for the role of a father very well, yet. He didn't have a lot of experience with this since he grew up half of his life without a dad. Of course, he's forgiven Red since then, but Ash still had no idea how to act like a parent. Ash? Don't you think that's great we get to raise this Pokemon together? Serena asked unsurely once she and the others saw his expression. Do you guys really think I have what it takes to raise this Pokemon? Ash inquired as he looked around at the others. Ash, you are one of the kindest trainers I know. You will do great. Leaf answered, trying to boost his confidence. Trainer maybe, but parent? I'll probably screw up a lot, Ash countered. Serena got a serious expression as she placed a comforting hand on Ash's shoulder. Normally, he would be the one reassuring her, but this relationship worked both ways and she would help him out, too, when he needed it. Ash. No one is a perfect parent. We will all make mistakes at some point, but that is so we can learn from them in the future. How good a parent you are is judged by how much your child loves you, and I think this Digipi will completely adore you by the time it grows up. I know you will love this Digipi just as much as your other Pokemon, and it will love you in return. Plus, you won't be alone anyway. We are all here to help you, Serena said. Ash looked back down at the Digipi appraisingly. Could he really do this? Did he have what it takes to be a good parent? He was surprised to see Digipi give a huge yawn before hugging Ash's arms again. The Spike Ball Pokemon certainly seemed trusting of Ash and believed that he would be a good dad to it. Maybe he could try this parent thing out, after all. You're right, Ash agreed as he smiled at the Digipi and then everyone else. I may not be perfect, but this Digipi seems to like me, and I won't let it down. I'll do my best and raise this Digipi into a Pokemon to be proud of. That's the spirit, Ash. Brock approved. What do you think, Digipi? Ash asked it. Tijpriain. It chirped again. Hee hee. It looks like you're going to be a big brother again, Pikachu. Serena giggled. Pika-Pi. The rodent happily responded as it hopped on Ash's shoulder and grinned at the Digipi, who returned it. As long as Digipi was with one of its parents, it seemed to like everyone. It was on that note that Misty, Brock, and Professor Oak didn't take it personally. I bet you're excited to be a big brother, too, right Cubone? Serena asked as she turned to where the lonely Pokemon was, only to discover it wasn't there anymore. Cubone. Everyone then started to glance around to see where Cubone was, but it wasn't anywhere in the room. Only now did the group realize that they hadn't heard a word from Cubone since entering the room. Pikachu, did you see where Cubone went? It was closest to you, Ash questioned the rodent. Chuyo, Pikachu shook its head at the question. Serena then got a frantic look on her face. She made to dash out of the room in an attempt to go search for it, but Digipi's shrill cry reminded her of the new baby. She looked back and forth from Digipi to the doorway as if deciding who she should go to, but Ash saved the day. Go ahead and look for Cubone, Serena. I'll take care of Digipi. Now's a good a time as any to try this dad stuff, Ash said. Serena shot Ash a grateful look at that. Thank you, Ash. I know Digipi will be just fine with you. With that, Serena left the room, leaving Ash and the others to look after Digipi. Ash looked at the Digipi in his hands with bit of uncertainty. Despite this, the Digipi looked absolutely thrilled to being held in its daddy's hands. It continued to smile and laugh like nothing could ever bring it down. That is, of course, unless someone else was holding it. Well, don't just stare at it, Ash. Say something to it, Misty urged. Hi Tijipai. I'm your dad. Ash ended the last part in a question. Everyone face-palmed at this. Ash had a long way to go. As Serena left the room, she thought of which way she should go. She called for Cubone throughout the building but never received an answer. It was really unlike Cubone to not come running to her the first time she would call for it. The only conclusion could be was that Cubone wasn't inside of the lab. It must have gone outside, but why? Furthermore, how on earth would it have reached a door handle? Either way, Cubone couldn't have gone far. She doubted Cubone would leave the lab through the front way, so it must have gone to Professor Oak's reserve through the back door. Why would it leave the room in the first place? Serena knew that Cubone was a little apprehensive about the arrival of Tijipai lately, but she also thought that it would at least stay to meet it. Serena ran to the door that led to Professor Oak's field and stepped outside. She scanned the area for any sign of the lonely Pokémon, but saw no trace of it. No sooner had Serena taken 2 steps to look for Cubone that she felt a weight on her leg. Looking down, Serena saw the culprit was none other than Omenet clinging to her leg with its slimy tentacles, as usual. Letting out a sigh but trying not to be annoyed, Serena pried Omenet off her leg and brought it up to face level. Hey, Omenet. Would you have happened to see Cubone anywhere out here? She asked the prehistoric Pokémon, trying to sound casual and not panicked. Omenet rustled its slimy tentacles continuously in an effort to grab onto Serena again, but it ended in failure. Ultimately giving up, Omenet relaxed in Serena's outstretched arms before nodding. It then pointed several of its slimy tentacles to a small patch of small trees not too far to Serena's left. Thank you, Omenet, Serena replied with a quick hug before setting it down and running to the patch of trees. As soon as Serena moved, Omenet took that opportunity to attach itself to Serena's leg again. The honey blonde-haired girl looked down and saw the Pokémon staring up at her affectionately. Giving up on trying to get the prehistoric Pokémon off of her, Serena waddled as fast as she could to the trees. Once she reached them, she heard what sounded like continuous clunks against wood. Following the sound as best as she could, Serena entered the small clearing and took in her surroundings. Cubone was off to the right in the clearing. It was using its bone as a boomerang and trying to throw it at an apple hanging from a branch. However, its aim was off, and the bone kept hitting the tree instead, which explained the clunking. Serena breathed a sigh of relief at finding Cubone before breathing a puff of annoyance. She was going to scold Cubone for running off like that until she noticed something strange. Cubone was normally very accurate with throwing its bone despite its young age. It was missing every shot this time, though. Serena knew something must be seriously wrong with Cubone if its aim was this bad, or it may not even be trying. Either way, something was bothering it. Cubone, you had me really worried. You don't need to run off like that without telling me first, Serena called out to it as she stepped into the clearing. Cubone turned towards Serena with a slightly guilty expression before turning back to the opposing apple and throwing the bone again. It didn't really want to let Serena know about its feelings for growing up. It was hoping to let out its frustration on this darned apple, but its feelings were in the way and causing its aim to be off. Something must be bothering you if you are doing this, Serena brought on as she bent over next to it. Will you tell me what it is? Bone, Cubone said in slight distaste as it pointed to a certain figure on Serena's leg right now. Oh, right. You don't want Omenet to be here right now, Serena realized with a slight giggle before addressing the prehistoric Pokémon. Omenet, could you leave Cubone and me for a little bit? We would like to talk alone. Omenet muttered before jumping off Serena's leg and crawling off through the trees. Satisfied with the results, Serena once more turned to Cubone and finally was able to kneel down fully since Omenid was off her leg. "Now will you tell me what's bothering you?" she asked kindly. "Bone," Cubone replied in little more than a whisper as it threw the bone again and missed. "Does it have anything to do with Tijipai?" Serena asked, realizing Cubone probably wouldn't say anything unless asked directly. Cubone finally stopped throwing its bone at the offending apple and turned to face Serena fully for the first time. It supposed that it was pretty obvious that its situation would have something to do with the newborn Pokemon. Cubone didn't dislike Tijipai or angry that it was born, but when it heard that Serena would be its mommy, it couldn't help but be jealous. Serena was its mommy. Was it wrong for it to be selfish of Serena when its real mommy was killed by Team Rocket? Despite this, it nodded its head at Serena, confirming her suspicions. "What's wrong with Tijipai?" Serena questioned. Cubone looked away from Serena again towards the ground. It didn't really know how to respond to Serena without sounding selfish or childish. It knew that it was wrong, but it couldn't control how it felt. "Are you upset that I'm going to be Tijipai's mommy like I am to you?" Serena continued to press. Cubone whipped its head in Serena's direction. She hit the nail on the head. It didn't need to nod its head for Serena to know she was right this time. Cubone's expression said, "Enough. Cubone, I can't be your mommy forever. You know that, right?" Serena stated. "Bone?" Cubone questioned as it looked up at Serena with watering eyes. Was she going to abandon it? "No. I didn't mean it like that. We'll still be together, but I can't baby you forever. You will have to grow up eventually, and I think that time is now," Serena said. "See you," Cubone mumbled. Cubone didn't know why it wanted to be so attached to Serena. Was that just its nature to want to be taken care of by others for the rest of its life? Surely by now it was old enough to battle and possibly even live by itself out in the wild. Was it because it couldn't let go of the past? Was its past trauma haunting it from wanting to grow up? It just wanted to feel safe, and that was easy to do when it was being babied all of the time. "I know you feel safe and secure with me, Cubone. That's why I'm staying with you, but if I don't let you grow up, it will only hurt you," Serena reasoned. "Bone?" Cubone asked curiously. "If you stay the way you are now, you will never grow stronger. You will always be dependent on others and never be able to take care of yourself. There are times when I will not be around, and you will have to defend yourself," Serena continued. Cubone looked away to the side briefly. She did have a point. It couldn't stay this way forever. "I'm telling you this because I love you, Cubone. I want you to be the best you can be and stronger than anything I know," Serena finished. Cubone stared up strangely at Serena. She really didn't want to baby it anymore. Even if it wasn't for Tijipai, Serena had this thought for quite a while now. Tijipai being born just sped things up. Now a new Pokemon was going to need taking care of like a baby, and Serena and Ash would need to devote their time to it, but what could Cubone do to repay Serena for everything she did for it? As if reading Cubone's thoughts, Serena gave her answer. "The greatest thing you can do for me now is to show me how much stronger you've gotten since we first met. I want to see that I parented you properly and see that you have grown up just fine. It's what all mothers wish for." Cubone felt tears come to its face at Serena's words. She really did love it, and it loved her back. Knowing that things would be different from now on, Cubone ran forward and hugged Serena's right leg tightly as it started to cry fully. "Oh, Cubone," Serena smiled as she let a few drops escape her own eyes before embracing Cubone back. "Just because I can't be your mommy anymore doesn't mean I still don't love you. We will still have a lot of fun together and be great friends." She was right. Cubone was long overdue to stop acting so childish. It was time to be the baby no more. It's told itself over and over, and even had a few talks with Pikachu, about wanting to battle and fight for Serena. It was going to show her how much stronger it was gotten and help her win her Pokemon battles. It was going to show those Pokemon. What's what? It let go of Serena and wiped its eyes before staring up at her with determination. What is it, Cubone? Serena asked when she saw the look in its eyes. Bone, Cubone replied seriously as it pointed to an empty Pokeball on Serena's belt. You mean you actually want to travel in a Pokeball like my other Pokemon and fight for me? Serena questioned with wide eyes. Cubone. It replied. Cubone, that makes me so happy. Thank you. You'll be fantastic. I know it. Serena said as she hugged Cubone again. After staying that way for a few moments, Serena looked down at Cubone and gave it a warm smile. What do you say we get back to the others? I'm sure Tijipai can't wait to meet its big brother, she suggested. Cubone. The lonely Pokemon answered with a nod. Together, the two then walked out of the clearing back to where everyone was in Professor Oak's lab. They couldn't wait to let everyone know of Cubone's decision of wanting to grow up and battle like the other Pokemon. Before they left, Cubone glanced back at the apple it had been trying to hit since it got here. It then stopped and faced its target with a look of determination. What is it, Cubone? Serena asked curiously. Cubone didn't answer as it threw its bone one more time at the apple. The bone soared through the air and struck the stem with perfect precision. The apple fell to the ground with a clunk once it landed. Satisfied with itself, Cubone ran forward and plucked the apple from the ground and hurried back over to Serena before continuing on. Ah, so Cubone's finally going to start battling for you. Brock nodded in approval once the group heard the news. That's so cool. Congratulations, Cubone. Misty told it with a happy smile. Pika-Pie. Pikachu ran over to shake its little brother's hands and pat its back. Cubone rubbed the back of its head nervously before spotting Tijipai in Ash's arms. Instead of frowning like last time, Cubone did just the opposite. It smiled at the young Pokemon and motioned for Ash to set it down. Oh. Sure, Ash said as he set the baby Pokemon on the ground in front of Cubone. For a while, Cubone and Tijipai didn't do anything to each other. They simply stared. Cubone seemed to have a neutral expression on its face while Tijipai had a childlike wonder as it stared at the older Pokemon. Finally, Cubone walked forward and extended its hand for a handshake from the baby Pokemon, not knowing what else to do. Tijipai stared at the open gesture for a moment in curiosity before doing something else. It laughed and ran forward before knocking Cubone over on its backside. It then crawled on top of Cubone and laughed again. Cubone gave an annoyed look at Tijipai in response. Hee hee. I don't think Tijipai knows what a handshake is yet, Cubone, Serena said in an amused tone at the situation. I think that's just Tijipai's way of saying it likes you. I bet you will be a great big brother to it. You might even be then one to help it grow up on day. Serena then knelt down and hugged Tijipai and Cubone. Tijipai chirped happily at the affection from Serena while Cubone smiled despite itself before getting a mischievous glint in its eyes. It leaped away from Serena, which caused her to look at it with confusion. Cubone then began making fighting motions with its hands to indicate it wanted a battle and be caught like any other Pokemon. You really want to battle me first, Cubone? Serena asked with wide eyes. Cubone. It replied. It seems it's a Pokemon's natural instinct to want a battle no matter what the circumstances. I think it will be a good experience for both you, Professor Oak told Serena. Well, in that case, you're on, Cubone. Serena said as she looked down at it. The group was now standing outside in Professor Oak's field. Serena stood on one side while Cubone stood on the other. Serena had to admit that it felt kind of weird to be facing Cubone like this, but knew it was for the best. What better way for Cubone to get its first taste of battle than one in where it is officially caught? Serena went over in her head as to which Pokemon she could use against the lonely Pokemon. She certainly wasn't going to overdo it and use someone like Charla, Hitmonlee, Scyther, or Jigglypuff. She needed something that would be close to the same level as Cubone. She needed a Pokemon that would give a challenge for Cubone, but also not incredible hard. She needed something like Omantai muttered as it suddenly attached itself to Serena's leg again. Omenet? Serena questioned as she looked down at the Pokemon. Cubone mentally frowned at this but shook its head away from these thoughts. It didn't need to get jealous every single time another Pokemon was showing Serena affection. Even so, Cubone personally thought this Pokemon was a little annoying with its literal clingy nature. Why don't you use Omenet to battle Cubone, Serena? Ash asked her while he held Digipi. You haven't used it yet, so I bet this will be a great first battle for both Cubone and Omenet. I think that's a great idea, too, Brock chimed in. You would need to train Omenet one day, it might as well be now. Oh? Well, do you want to battle for me, Omenet? Serena asked it. Omenet said nothing as it continued to look up at Serena. The group was starting to wonder if Omenet suffered from slowness in a much similar fashion to Seduct or Slowpoke. It clearly didn't look like the sharpest tool in the shed. It was like all Omenet knew how to do so far was cling to Serena in some way, shape, or form. Finally, Omenet unstuck its tentacles from Serena's leg and leaped off of her onto the ground. It then crawled in front of her and faced Cubone with what looked like its first ever serious look. Maybe it was capable of battling after all when the situation called for it. It was quite a contrast. Cubone then held its bone to the side as it got ready. It had learned the basics of battling from Pikachu and watching Serena's other Pokemon. In the process, it had learned a few tricks of its own. It couldn't wait to show Serena what it had learned. Wait, did it just think of her as Serena and not its mommy? That felt so weird. Pushing those thoughts away, it focused once more on the shelled Pokemon which would soon be its opponent. Serena stared at the Pokemon that she once took care of like a baby. This was it. It was her time to finally attempt to capture Cubone. She almost had second thoughts about this. Despite what she said to it earlier, but as she looked at Cubone's eyes, she saw a hardness that showed nothing but its resolve to do this. It was what Cubone wanted now, as well. At last, Serena made her move. Omenet, use water gun, she called. Omenet spread out its tentacles to reveal a small opening and shot a burst of water straight at Cubone. Since it hadn't battled before, the attack was a little wobbly, but with more practice, Serena was sure the attack would be perfected. Just before the water gun reached Cubone, the lonely Pokemon extended its arm holding the bone and twirled it around like a baton. The water attack hit the bone and began to fan out in many directions due to its twirling. The jet of water soon stopped and Cubone was completely unharmed by the attack. It then let out a proud smile at Serena. Ah, Cubone used its bone to block the water gun. That was pretty clever, commented Brock. I wonder if a certain yellow rodent had anything to with that, Ash said as he gave a knowing smile at Pikachu on his shoulder. Pee-hee-hee, chuckled Pikachu as it rubbed the back of its head. Being an experienced battler, Pikachu was able to learn Cubone's strengths and weaknesses. It had taught Cubone to use its bone for not only offense, but defense, too. That was just one of the many tricks Pikachu taught to it. Serena couldn't help but smile back at Cubone for dodging the attack, but knew she had to focus on the task at hand. If Cubone was able to whisk away its water attack weakness like that, she doubted it would be able to do the same thing with mud due to how thick it was. She then called out her next attack. Use Mud Shot, Omenet. She said next. Omenet scraped up a large amount of mud with its tentacles and flung them towards the lonely Pokemon. As expected, Cubone didn't attempt to block the attack this time. It leaped out of the way of the mud and threw its bone at Omenet for a boomerang attack. Cubone had now gone on the offensive. Serena knew that Omenet was going to be too slow to dodge the incoming bone, but she had a reliable move to use in situations like these. Use Protect. She hollered. Omenet extended its tentacles and formed a shining barrier around it. The bone bounced harmlessly off the shield and flew back to its owner's hands, who caught it skillfully. Cubone then threw the bone once more for another boomerang. Since Omenet was unable to use Protect continuously, it was unable to form another shield and was smacked in its soft innards by the bone, causing it to stumble backwards in pain. Serena thought hard about what she could do. It definitely made the playing field rather difficult with how slow and immobile Omenet was. It couldn't just stay in one place forever and dodge attacks while Cubone was able to run all over the place. Protect certainly wasn't going to last forever, as what was just shown. There had to some type of move Omenet had that would increase its speed. Think Serena, she thought to herself. She remembered studying her Pokédex on all of her Pokémon in her spare time, but was only able to go over Omenet's known moves briefly. She racked her brain to think of anything, and there was one move that stuck out to her. It was a rather odd move that she read about, but it seemed to make sense. She could try that. Use Shell Smash, Omenet. She called. Shell Smash? What's that? Wondered Ash aloud. My Pokédex was able to tell me about that move when I was studying one of my Pokémon, Leaf answered beside him. It's supposed to weaken and lighten the shell on a Pokémon. This lowers their defense but raises their speed, attack, and special attack. Okay. So it's a trade-off. Ash concluded. Right. In this case, Omenet needs all the speed it can get since it's going against a hyper Pokémon like Cubone, Leaf confirmed. Ash had to give credit to Leaf and Serena. He had learned a lot of the attacks his Pokémon could learn by studying his Pokédex about them, but apparently nowhere near the level of those two. Serena was a studious person to begin with, and Leaf's desire was to fill up the Pokédex, which probably meant she spent a lot of time gathering as much information as she could about the attacks of Pokémon, too. He could learn a thing or two from them. It would probably help out when he entered the Pokémon League soon. As Ash turned back to Omenet, he indeed saw Omanti's shell glowing white. Once it was finished, its shell appeared little smaller and lighter. Had it shed a few layers of its shell somehow? Now use Rollout. Serena yelled. Omenet withdrew inside of its small shell and began rolling towards Cubone as fast as it could. The group was rather surprised at how fast it could roll. That shell smash must have really helped it. Cubone appeared to be surprised, too. It blinked in surprise before Omenet slammed into it. Before Cubone could fly away a good distance, Serena had already called out her next command. Grab onto to Cubone, and use Tickle, she said. Omenet jumped after Cubone before quickly coming out of its shell and grabbing Cubone with its slimy tentacles. It then began to wiggle them all over Cubone's body, causing it to laugh hysterically. Cubone was so busy laughing that left it wide open for another attack, which Serena took advantage of. Use Constrict, she yelled. Omenet then began to wrap its tentacles around parts of Cubone's body to bring it into submission. Cubone was giving a mighty struggle to try to break free, but Omenet's tentacles were many. Serena thought she about had the match, but Cubone managed to slither the arm holding its bone free and smacked Omenet for a bone club attack. The spiral Pokémon grimaced and released its hold on Cubone, but Serena managed to call out another attack as Cubone was still gasping from the constriction. Use Water Gun again, Serena called. Omenet once more shot a jet of water at Cubone. The lonely Pokemon was unable to bring up its bone this time and was sprayed by the current. It was pushed backwards before landing on the ground, moaning in pain from the super effective hit. Serena inwardly cringed at hurting Cubone like this. Her motherly instinct was telling her to run towards it and give it a hug, but she knew she couldn't do that. This was a match to catch Cubone, and that's what she was going to do. Pushing away her mother's side and summoning her trainer's side, Serena pulled out an empty Pokeball and took a deep breath at what she was about to do. Pokeball, go! She cried as she threw it forward towards Cubone. The Pokeball sailed through the air until it connected with Cubone. It was sucked inside and began shaking back and forth. As it was, Serena started to have a flood of memories of all she and Cubone had done together up until this point. She remembered their first meeting in Lavender Town at Mr. Fuji's house. It had been so cold and lonely at first from the emotional trauma of watching its mother die. After it got a chance to say goodbye to its mother through its ghost at Pokemon Tower, it had warmed up considerably. Cubone and Serena had really hit it off there, and it decided to come with her due to how motherly she could be, and that's where their true bond started. Serena was raising Cubone almost like a human. She had taught it how to eat and drink properly. She remembered when it was lost in the snowstorm and how she and Ash had to look for it and Pikachu. She remembered all the rude, yet funny awakenings she received from Cubone when she was asleep. Now here Cubone was. It had come such a long way since they first met and was now ready to officially be caught. Serena was snapped out of her thoughts by the imperative dinging noise. Knowing what that meant, Serena focused on the unmoving Pokeball in front of her. A lone tear managed to escape her eye at this, but she and Cubone knew that with this chapter of their lives closing, a whole new slew of exciting adventures could soon begin. She was very proud of Cubone. It was with that thought where she went over to the Pokeball containing Cubone and held it out in front of her. Well, I caught Cubone now, Serena said more to herself than anybody else. Now that it was in a Pokeball, Serena knew they wouldn't be able to spend every moment together like in the past. Cubone would have to be rotated just like any other Pokemon she had. It was quite saddening, but also for the best. Serena felt a hand on a shoulder and turned around to see Ash, Pikachu, and Tijipai smiling at her. She then felt a slight pressure on her leg and looked down to see Omenet. Hadn't wasted any time in clinging to Serena's leg again now that the battle was over. It had done surprisingly well its first battle, and so had Cubone, of course. Thank you, Omenet. That was a really great job you did, she told it with a smile. It replied slowly, but Serena could detect the slightest hint of appreciativeness in its tone. That was brave of both you and Cubone, Ash said to Serena before wrapping her in hug with Tijipai and Pikachu joining. I imagine that was a pretty difficult thing for both of you, but you held tough. Yeah. I know things are going to be different now, but Cubone and I will move forward together, she replied. Ash and Serena then released each other before Serena held out her new capture and released Cubone. The lonely Pokemon appeared and looked around before staring up at Serena. It didn't look hurt or scared from being inside of a Pokeball for the first time, with the exception of the black Pokeballs from Mewtwo. It took the situation really well. Serena then knelt down to be more eye level with Cubone despite Omenet on her leg. Hey there, Cubone. I'm really proud of you for that battle you gave me. Thank you. You can bet I'll be using you a lot from now on, so you better practice up. Cubone bone. It replied with determination before jumping into Serena's arms and embracing her. Now that it was captured, it would redouble its training so it could be a worthy Pokemon for its mommy, Serena. Oh, the heck with it. They would always have that special past bond. Cubone couldn't wait to see the exciting battles it would have now that It had grown up. It had been a few hours since Serena had caught Cubone. They were both now hard at work with their first real training session. Serena had all of her Pokemon sparring with each other, trying to cover each other's weakness. The only Pokemon of Serena's not participating was Slowpoke. Serena had tried to convince the dopey Pokemon that it would need to train if it hoped to get stronger, but all it did was stare blankly ahead like it hadn't heard her. Serena was worried that if this kept up, she may never get to use Slowpoke for anything. Cubone was currently dueling with Eevee. Cubone and Eevee were both very hyper Pokemon that would complement each other well while batting. Thought quite mobile, Cubone was still a tad slow, so having a quick and agile Pokemon like Eevee to train with would really help it out. As Serena saw how hard Cubone was working, she had no doubt that it would fit in just fine with the rest of her team. Serena then heard footsteps behind her and turned to see Ash was standing there, along with Digipi and Pikachu. "Hey, there, Ash. Did you get any training in?" she asked. "A little," he replied, before making a gesture to Digipi, "but this one wanted some attention, too. I think it's ready to see you now." "Is that so?" Serena asked with a grin as she took Digipi from Ash. "Did you miss me, Digipi?" "Tijpriath." It chirped happily. Serena gave a quick glance at Cubone from the corner of her eye, but it seemed to either not mind or not notice the interaction between her and Digipi. It continued to duel Eevee as if nothing happened. Yes. Cubone really would be just fine. "Anyway, besides Digipi, there's another reason I came to see you," Ash said, turning her attention back to him. "I have some great news." "Really? What is it?" Serena asked curiously. "Well, all of us know your problem with the Battle Chateau," Ash began, the "we" referring to him, Brock, Misty, and Leaf. "We made a call to the Battle Chateau in Viridian City a short while ago." "A call? What for?" Serena wondered as she arched an eyebrow. "We explained to Hennessy that it was important you finished the Battle Chateau as fast as possible because of personal reasons," Ash continued. "He told us we would have to speak to the Battle Chatelaine there for any ways to help." The chatelaine at the Viridian City Chateau today was none other than Nita. "Nita?" Serena echoed, remembering the quirky, bright, blonde-haired lady she lost to recently. "Yep. It turns out she was still impressed with that battle you gave her a while back. She told us she would be inviting all of her sisters to the Viridian City Battle Chateau tomorrow for you to meet and face them." Ash finished. "All of the Battle Chatelaines are going to be there tomorrow for me." Serena breathed with wide eyes. She must have really made an impression on Nita for her to do this for her. "Yeah. Nita said she couldn't wait to battle you again and really wanted to help you out with the situation, so that's why she's doing this," Ash said with a smile. "Wow," Serena murmured in amazement, until a thought occurred to her. "Wait. How am I going to face all 4 chatelaines in row? One was hard enough. It will be impossible for me to beat all of them without a break." "You won't be facing them back to back. Nita said it'll be a double battle," Ash explained. "A double battle?" Serena questioned. "Yep. They said you would face 2 of the chatelaines with 2 of your Pokemon while they would each use 1 of theirs. Then you would have a small break so you can face the other 2. If you beat them all in a double battle, they will still realize you as a great trainer and say you conquered the Battle Chateau." Ash exclaimed. "Oh," Serena said quietly. It truly was a kind thing that Nita was doing this for Serena, but she didn't know how she could beat all of the chatelaines in one day. "What's wrong?" Ash asked in confusion once he saw her expression. "Ash, I really appreciate this, but I don't know how I can beat them all. I've already lost my first match with them. Now I'm supposed to face them all at the time," Serena replied. "That was a really close match," though. You only lost to Nita by a few seconds, Ash countered. I know, but still, Serena trailed and looked to the ground. Why was she so unsure all of the sudden? She and Ash had been searching for a solution to the battle chateau for quite a while. Now that an opportunity has finally presented itself, she was wanting to back down. Was she just making excuses? Serena, you can do this. I know you can, Ash told her seriously. Remember what you told me during all of my previous battles, especially against Giovanni? Well, I'm telling you. The same thing now. Serena looked up at Ash and saw he was staring her straight in the eyes. Despite her unsureness, Serena found herself unable to look away. He was making a valid point. All of us are here for you, Serena, especially your Pokemon. Look at how hard they are all training for you right now. They aren't doing this so you cannot finish your goal, Ash said with a gesture to Serena's Pokemon. Serena spared a look to her Pokemon and saw they had all stopped their training to watch. They had overheard the conversation and were staring at Serena with determination. They were just as ready as the next Pokemon to take on any challenge, from Charla all the down to Cubone. Ash was right. She is always telling Ash that she and all of his Pokemon were there for him during his tough battles. Now, it was her turn. There was certainly no harm in attempting this. As many times as it would take, she would do this. Never give up until the end, Ash concluded with his mantra. Serena giggled lightly to herself at Ash using his famous line. The opportunity to conquer the battle chateau had come, and she was going to take it. They could do this. All right, Ash. I'll do it, she said with a nod. There you go. You'll do great tomorrow, Serena. Me, Pikachu, and everyone else will be right beside you, cheering you on, Ash replied. Serena nodded again before turning to her Pokemon. All of their attention was fixed solely on her now. They all eagerly awaited to hear what she had to say. All right, everyone, she began. We are going to be facing against all of the battle chatelaines tomorrow. It will probably be the hardest battles we've faced so far. We lost once before, but we're stronger now. Let's do it. All her Pokemon cried in agreement at Serena's motivational words. They would definitely be trying their hardest tomorrow. They were going to do their trainer proud. Let's put all our hands in then, Serena declared as she held her hand out. All of her Pokemon then crowded around her to join in. Charla was first, followed by Cubone, then one by one, her other Pokemon. Even Slowpoke had somehow gotten the message and was in the circle. You join us, too, Ash, Serena told him as she turned to look at him. Sure. Why not? Ash replied as he went over and placed his hand on top of all of the Pokemon's and Serena's hands or tentacles or anything they could use. Pikachu placed its paws on top of theirs, and finally, Tajipai leaped from Serena's free arm and landed on top everyone else's, laughing merrily. All right, everyone. On 3. Serena smiled. 1. This would be it. They didn't know why, but they felt this was going to be a great battle tomorrow. The Pokemon had never worked as teams in a double battle, but they weren't going to let Serena down. 2. Serena continued. Her Pokemon got in the ready. They were going to make sure all of Professor Oak's field, no, all of Pallet Town heard them. They were super pumped and ready for any challenge. In their way. Yes, they were aware that it would be the toughest battle for them so far, but they were so much stronger now. Here they go. 3. Serena finished. Everyone broke off and cheered as loud as they could for tomorrow. It was going to be a big day for Serena. Chapter 53, Serena's Chateau Finale. Are we set to go? Serena asked once she and the rest had gotten their things together. The group was standing outside of Serena's house and preparing to depart for Viridian City. Their destination had turned out to be an extremely mixed bag for the group, in particular for Ash and Serena. On one hand, Viridian City had been where they both were creamed at the Battle Chateau their first try. It had also been where they had their first encounter with Team Rocket, and where Ash had to face the leader of the criminal organization himself to get back his mom who was captured. There had been positives in that city, as well, however. Ash had earned his 8th badge. Team Rocket was disbanded, and of course, it's the place where Ash and Serena had finally become a couple. Now, their reasons were different. They were going for Serena's chance to finally conquer the Battle Chateau. Her current rank of Duchess was a testament to how hard she and her Pokémon had battled to make it. She had to defeat 4 very skilled sisters called Chatelaines to truly master it now. The prize for conquering the Battle Chateau was said to be your picture on the wall and a fabulous prize. The group couldn't help but wonder what it was since the staff and advertisements were pretty tight-lipped about it. Yeah. I think so. We'll meet up with Brock, Misty, and Leaf at Professor Oak's, Ash replied. So Gary isn't coming? Serena asked a little sadly. It would have been nice if he was there, too. Gary disappeared again this morning and didn't answer when I called his poke gear. He must be really hard at training somewhere, Ash answered. Ash, don't forget. You have to train hard, too. The Pokemon League is less than a month away, and it will be no good if you aren't in shape, Delia reminded. Tijpriath. Tijipai piped up in Ash's arms. See? Tijipai even thinks so, Delia pointed out. Right, Mom. I'll train as soon as we get back. I promise, Ash said as he smiled sheepishly. Let him relax, dear. Ash has proven to be a natural. He can afford to take a break every now and then, Red said as he placed his hand on Delia's shoulder. I know. I just want my baby to be his best, Delia stated. Ash blushed in embarrassment at his mom calling him her baby. This didn't go unnoticed by Pikachu, who was snickering quietly but just loud enough for Ash to hear. Despite all that has happened recently, she was still the same old mom. Feel free to make yourselves at home while we are gone. Our house is your house. Our Rehorn just had its breakfast, so you shouldn't need to worry about it, Grace told Ash's parents kindly. Grace had decided to accompany her daughter for her big day. It really thrilled Serena to know that her mom cared enough about her goal to come, too. Serena knew her mom was originally a little disappointed that she chose something else besides Rehorn racing, but she was still supportive of her goals, regardless of what they were. It would be the first time her mom would be watching her do a Pokemon battle, and Serena couldn't wait to show how far she had come. We really can't thank you enough for opening your home to us like this while our house is being fixed, Grace, Delia said. It's no trouble at all, really. Company is always welcome, Grace smiled. Come on, Mom. We need to hurry up and go. We aren't driving there. It will already take us a few hours. Serena urged as she tugged slightly on Grace's arm. All right. I'm coming, Grace answered as she followed her daughter and Ash down the driveway. It really did please Grace that Serena was so determined about her goal. Even if it wasn't Rehorn racing, she was doing something she wanted, if only for a short time. The trip to Viridian City had been fairly uneventful, much less interesting than Ash and Serena's last encounter through here. The big reason was there wasn't a huge flock of Spearow chasing them. The group simply left the wildlife alone this time. Despite this, Ash couldn't help but briefly wonder whatever happened to the Spearow he hit and the flock that chased him. They had arrived by the middle of the afternoon, so there was still plenty of time to participate in the Battle Chateau before it closed. The Pokemon Serena had taken along with Her to battle were Charla, Hitmonlee, Jigglypuff, Nidorina, Scyther, and Cubone. All of her Pokémon looked fine before they left Professor Oak's lab that morning, but still, it wouldn't hurt to make a quick stop by the Pokémon Center before trying the Battle Chateau. Serena needed to make sure all of her Pokémon were as healthy as possible before trying something so crucial. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, Ash, Misty, and Serena let out a gasp. The center had been heavily damaged the last time they were here and was under construction for many months. Now, the place looked just like new. It was a testament to how much time had passed since the group started their journeys. So I guess this place was finally repaired after so many months, Serena stated as they looked around. Why do you say that? Grace suddenly asked. I talked to you and Ash that night on the video phone, and everything seemed fine. Ash and Serena couldn't help but sweat drop at that. They had never told their parents this was the place they first encountered Team Rocket, but Serena just let that one slip. Seeing as Team Rocket was gone now, they supposed they couldn't hide it forever. Well, this is where we first encountered Team Rocket. They were trying to steal the center's Pokémon, Ash muttered sheepishly. Oh, you too, Grace sighed as she put her hand to her forehead. You couldn't even stay out of trouble for one day. Ash and Serena couldn't help but raise their eyebrows at this. They were expecting a lot more dramatic and upset reaction from Grace, but she took it rather well. Maybe the fact that Team Rocket wasn't a threat anymore had something to do with it. Regardless, the two were thankful they didn't receive an earful. Hee hee. That's Ash for you. Always getting in trouble. Leaf giggled. Like you're one to talk, Ash told her with an eye roll. Anyway, we should go see how Nurse Joy is doing, and, Misty started but stopped as she saw Brock was already at Nurse Joy's desk. Unlike all of the last times when Brock was flirting with Nurse Joy, he was just standing there, not saying anything. His face was as red as a tomato, and he was shaking in an uncontrollable urge to take Nurse Joy's hands but was restraining himself. This was probably the most difficult thing he's ever done. Hello. May I help you? Nurse Joy asked kindly when she saw Brock wasn't doing anything. Nurse Joy, Brock said in little more than a whisper. Oh, how he wanted to sweep her off her feet and take her away. She would remark on what a charming and handsome man he was. They would give each other a passionate kiss. It would be Brock's dream come true, but Kabuto's wiggling pokeball told him different. Brock had learned quickly that if he said the wrong thing to Nurse Joy, he would be getting a claw to the backside. He could sense Kabuto's glowing red eyes watching his every move. That was much worse than Misty's ear pull. Are you okay? Was there something you needed? Nurse Joy tried again. Nurse Joy, Brock mumbled again before falling onto the ground in defeat. He couldn't do it. I'll take it from here, Nurse Joy, Misty said as she and the rest of the group came over. Misty then astutely grabbed Brock by the ear and dragged him away. But I didn't do anything, Brock muttered as she was pulling him across the floor. You're embarrassing us, Misty sighed as she dragged him along, but figured she could soften up a bit. But you did do much better for yourself that time. It's a great improvement. Nurse Joy. How have you been? Do you remember us? Ash asked brightly once that display was over. Of course I do. You are the ones that saved this Pokémon Center from those thieves a while back, Nurse Joy replied with a smile. That's right. This place sure has come a long way since we were last here. Serena commented. It has, hasn't it? Nurse Joy asked rhetorically before adding. I take you all have come a long way, too. We sure have. In fact, I'm needing my Pokémon checked out before we head to the Battle Chateau. Would you be so kind? Serena asked as she gave her Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. I'd be very happy to, Nurse Joy replied as she handed them to Chansey. She then remembered something. She looked over at Misty and called her over. Miss, I have something to tell you. Me? Misty asked in confusion as she let go of Brock and walked over to join the rest. What is it, Nurse Joy? I remember the last time you were here. You brought in a destroyed bicycle. It was yours, correct? Nurse Joy. Oh, right. It was, Misty replied as her eyes lit up. She then gave a glowering look at Ash and Serena. In truth, Misty had completely forgotten all about her bike in the time they had traveled together. She didn't even remember how she met up with Ash and Serena. The only thing that mattered to her was that they were all friends now and the circumstances didn't matter. Of course, that was until the memory was just resurfaced by Nurse Joy. Ehehehe. Come on, Misty. It's in the past. It was to save Pikachu, remember? Ash laughed nervously as he and Serena instinctively took a few steps backwards. You two still owe me a bike, you know, Misty glared as she started stomping towards them, but Nurse Joy quickly intervened. Oh, no. There's no need. You see, I've been fixing your bike in my spare time since you left. She hurriedly said once she saw the confrontation about to break out. Oh? Really? Misty asked with interest as she stopped her advance and looked at Nurse Joy. Yes. It was heavily beaten up and blackened, but a lot Polish has certainly fixed that. It shouldn't be too much longer before it's ready for you to ride again, Nurse Joy continued. Seriously? Thank you so much. Misty said jubilantly as she clasped her hands. My bike is going to be okay. Ash, Serena, and Pikachu let out a huge sigh of relief. They really dodged bullet right there. What better way to start a fight with Misty than opening an old wound like that? At least they might be able to move on now. The two noticed Grace, Brock, and Leaf sidle up to them out of the corner of their eyes with curious glances on their face. So, what's the story with Misty's bike? Brock whispered. Don't ask, Ash mumbled. Are we good now, Misty? No more need to worry about your bike, right? Serena asked hopefully. I suppose with all the stuff we've been through, we're even now. As long as my bike still gets fixed, I won't hold against you anymore, Misty decided as she looked at the two. I'll have it ready as soon as I can. Nurse Joy added as Chansey came back. Chansey. Chansey. The pink Pokemon said brightly. It appears Chansey has examined your Pokemon, and they are fighting fit, Serena, Nurse Joy said with a smile and handed them back. Great. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Serena replied as she clipped them to her belt. Well, Serena. Are you ready to become a Grand Duchess? Ash asked her. You bet. Let's do it. Serena replied enthusiastically. Take care, everyone. Nurse Joy called before addressing Misty. Make sure to check back here often for the progress of your bike. I will. Misty answered with a nod. The group was just about to turn and leave when they saw someone appear from a different area of the Pokemon Center. It was actually someone they hadn't seen in quite a few months. The jet black hair, red cap, and thin figure were unmistakable, though. The boy turned, and upon seeing the group, headed over to them, particularly Serena. I thought I might find you here, the boy stated as he crossed his arms and grinned. Callum. Serena exclaimed as she ran forward to give her friend a hug. What are you doing here? Callum welcomed the embrace and returned it warmly. Well, I might have heard that a certain someone had reached the rank of Duchess from one of the Chatelaines, and she would be coming today to challenge them, he answered. So Nita told you? I guess she caught the hint when I mentioned we were friends, Serena figured. Nita really was sticking her neck out for Serena. The honey blonde-haired girl would have to make sure to thank her. Yeah. It was her, Callum confirmed before turning to the rest of everyone. How are all of you? We're doing just fine, Callum, Brock answered before going over to shake the boy's hand. So this is Callum. Serena told you all about you. I'm her mother, Grace, Grace introduced as she went forward to give the boy a hug of her own. It's nice to meet you, Mrs. Gabina, Callum answered. Oh. And this is one of my best friends, Leaf, Serena spoke up as she practically dragged Callum over to the brown-haired girl. I see. You're quite a lovely young lady, too, Callum said to Leaf as he gently shook her hand. Het. You have really soft hands, you know, Leaf commented as she gently shook his hand back. I mean it's nice to meet you, too. Ash watched all of these exchanges with an unreadable expression. The truth was he had no reason to not like Callum. He was a nice, pleasant person who wasn't stuck up or a jerk in the least. Ash knew that Callum wasn't a rival for Serena because he and she were already a couple. Still, Ash could be a little protective of Leaf, too. Despite this, Ash knew he was being completely unfair to Callum with his past attitude and could certainly get along with him like everyone else. Callum never showed any bitter feelings to Ash, and Ash would do the same. Serena could definitely have boyfriends. Callum. How's it going? Ash spoke for the first time as walked forward with his hand out. Hey there, Ash. I'm doing great. Callum responded as he returned the handshake. Yep, Ash thought to himself. There was no hidden message in Callum's handshake. He was a genuine person. You're going to watch my battle against the Chatelaines, right? Serena asked hopefully. I sure am. That's exactly why I'm in Viridian City. Callum answered. You came all the way here for me? Serena asked, impressed. Well, there is one other reason, but it can wait. I wouldn't miss an opportunity for one of my friends to win against the Battle Chateau, Callum replied. That reminds me. We heard you conquered the chateau not too long ago, Brock remembered. Het. Yeah. I did, Callum replied as he rubbed the back of his head. That's right. That was so amazing. What did they do when you won? Serena almost demanded. Slow down, there. Callum laughed as he motioned his hands downward before replying. First, I got my picture taken. The chatelaine I beat last, who happened to be Nita, also wanted a picture with me, too. Then, Hennessy gave me a plaque, which I transferred back home in Vermilion City, and they gave me their promised prize, in short. Hey, Callum, if you don't mind me asking, what is that special prize they give you if you conquer it? Serena asked curiously. Het. It wouldn't be any fun if I spoiled the surprise, would it? Callum smirked mischievously. Fine. Be that way, Serena pouted before sticking her tongue out playfully. You'll see soon enough what it is, anyway, Serena. I know you'll win, Ash said, jumping into the conversation. MMMHMM. You're right, Ash. I can do this. Serena agreed. In that case, shall we head out, Duchess Serena, Ash said in a mock gentlemanly way as he held his arm out. It will be my pleasure, Sir Ash, Serena giggled as she took his arm. With that, the group strolled out of the Pokémon Center en route to the Battle Chateau. Ash and Serena were in the front, followed by Leaf, Brock, Misty, and Grace. Callum brought up the rear. As they were walking, Leaf hurried up next to Serena and whispered, Callum sure is the gentleman, isn't he? I know. He's a great friend, Serena giggled back. Since he's just a friend, you wouldn't mind if I talked to him? Leaf playfully asked. Do you think he's handsome, Leaf? Serena asked curiously. Well, maybe, Leaf responded with a shrug before she shook her head. No. I can't do that. If I try to impress Callum, then who would Gary have? So, you like Gary, then? Serena asked with a giggle. No. I mean, never mind, Leaf muttered and slumped her shoulders in defeat. Girls, Ash thought with a mental eye roll as Pikachu snickered at their behavior. Still, that conversation brought great comfort to him. There was nothing he had to worry about with Serena when Callum was around. They were just friends. Whatever stupid reason he had for being distant to Callum could be a thing of the past. Welcome to the Battle Chateau, beaux and dames. Hennessy greeted as usual. Thank you, Hennessy, Serena replied with curtsy. Callum bowed even though he wasn't going to be participating. It just felt right even after he already conquered it. You must be Serena. I've been informed of your possible arrival today. You are having a very special matchup between all of our chatelaines, correct? Hennessy inquired. That's right. Serena confirmed with a nod. Excellent. May I just see your ID and symbols to prove your identity? Hennessy requested. Of course. Serena answered as she handed the required items to Hennessy. After glancing over them, Hennessy nodded his head before giving the items back to Serena and bowed. We most graciously have anticipated your arrival, madam. Please follow me to the dressing room, Hennessy said as he turned to leave, the group following suit. As they walked, the group was getting several curious glances, particularly at Callum and Serena. A few people were whispering back and forth to each with things along the lines of, she's battling all 4 chatelaines today. Or isn't that the boy who beat the Battle Chateau not too long ago? It was slightly unnerving for Serena, but a quick glance at Callum showed he was rather unbothered by the huge amount of attention. Was he used to it by now or something? Did people already recognize Callum everywhere he went just because he beat the Battle Chateau? Would they do the same for Serena if she won it? Sure enough, a maid was already waiting at the end of walkway and gave a polite bow to the approaching group. Hello. Would please follow me to the changing room? The maid asked. Serena nodded and followed the maid off, leaving the others behind. She gave a quick glance behind her and saw everyone nod their heads at her. As she was going down the hallways, she realized that if she did conquer the Battle Chateau, this would be her last time of putting on these clothes. Did they let her keep them as a souvenir? Her time at this Battle Chateau couldn't be any more different from last time. It was the same chateau where she competed for the first time. Of course, she was beaten badly, but now, she was competing to be the champion. How fitting this would be her first and possibly last chateau to compete in. Wait. If she won, what does she do next? As Serena came back to the group from changing, she noticed they were all looking up at certain wall. Following their gazes, she noticed there were several pictures of different people and their Pokemon. All seemed to be taken in the Battle Chateau as everyone had formal clothing on and holding a huge plaque in their hands. It was then she realized that this was probably the wall of all the challengers who managed to conquer the Battle Chateau. Hey, everyone, Serena greeted as she approached them, drawing their attention back to her. Hey, Serena. We were just looking at Callum's photo on the wall. This has all the people who made it past the Battle Chateau, Ash replied, confirming her thoughts. Serena followed their gazes to the general vicinity they were looking at, and it didn't take her long to see Callum's photo. He was standing proudly and had his hand up with his fingers pointing in a V sign. A group of his Pokemon was all crowded around him. Besides his Dodrio, Serena saw he had an Exeggutor, a Cloyster, an Electabuzz, a Vaporeon, and a Rapidash. It was quite a diverse group of Pokemon. Serena briefly wondered if she would be able to win against Callum again should they compete now. It must feel great to have such an accomplishment under your belt, Callum, Serena said to him. Well, yeah, but now I've beaten the Battle Chateau, I'm kind of at a loss for what to do now, he answered. This caught Serena's attention as she and everyone turned to face him. Callum was going through what Serena was worried would happen. He couldn't find another suitable goal. You could always try the Pokemon League, Ash suggested. I'm sure with that awesome group of Pokemon you have, you would do very well. I've considered it, but even if I do start, I would need to wait a while before I begin again since this year is almost over. I also want to try something different since most of my friends are already competing in the Pokemon League, Callum replied. You really can't think of anything, Callum? Serena asked a little discouragingly. Well, there's one thing I've been selected for that I could do. I'd rather not say what it is, though, because it's kind of confidential, Callum said quietly. Confidential? Serena repeated. Before Callum was able to elaborate on what he meant, the group was interrupted by Hennessy giving a loud shout. He was followed by a particularly large number of other servants and maids. May I have your attention, everyone? He called out, snapping all heads in his direction. It gives me great honor to present to you all 4 of our battle chatelaines today. Please show them the courtesy they deserve. The butlers and maids then stood in 2 lines with small path to walk between in the middle. They all bent over to give the deepest bow they were humanly able to. The group thought this was a little extreme but followed their example anyway and each took a bow. Many other kids and teens in the chateau humorously seemed to snap to an attention stance like they were in the military. They probably didn't know what to do, not too unlike Serena was the last time she was meeting a chatelaine. Are all of the chatelaines extremely hard to beat? Serena whispered to Callum. They are. All 4 of them are very different in personality, but equally strong, Callum responded. Are they all equally beautiful? Brock asked hopefully, but a deadpan look from everyone else made him close his mouth. It wasn't long until the group heard the sound of clicking high heels. They had come to associate that sound with Nita the last time they were here and knew they were about to see her and her sisters at any moment. Serena spared a glance upward and saw 4 bodies going through the opening between the maids and butlers in a single file. Serena couldn't make out what they looked like because their parasols were blocking their faces from view. One of them had the expected yellow and orange outfit which Serena assumed to be Nita, and the others had similar bizarre outfits but different colors. One was clothed in blue and gray, one in red and pink, and the other in green and black. The 4 assumed chatelaine sisters continued walking to the group before stopping in front of them. Hennessy then made a motion for the group to rise from their bows and curtsies, and then signaled everyone else to do the same. The 4 parasols then snapped shut and thrust behind the chatelaines' heads, finally revealing their faces. There was Nita, of course, whom the group met previously and looked rather excited. The other next to her looked nervous and had thick blue hair that curved inward slightly before stopping at her cheeks and wore a blue hat. The one next to her had red hair with 4 huge curls of hair and a red hat. 2 stopped on both of her cheeks while the others went down a little further and stopped at her shoulders. The look on her face tended to suggest she was rather arrogant. The last one had dark green hair that turned into a massive spiral on the side of her head and ended at her shoulders with a large green hat on her head. Like the previous sister, this one looked rather arrogant, but not to the same degree. With how bizarre their hairstyles were, the group couldn't help but wonder how long the last 2 sisters spent every day trying to get their hair like that. Hours. Before anyone could get a word out, Brock spoke first. He ran forward and stopped just in front of the 4 chatelaine sisters, taking them and the others by surprise. Be still, my aching heart. Brock cried. There are so many beautiful women in front of me that I can't control myself. Please let me off. Kabuto had immediately popped out of its pokeball and stabbed Brock in the back with its claw. Brock fell to the ground where Misty took over and dragged him away by the ear. I can't control my hand from grabbing your ear, so we're even, Misty muttered as she pulled him along. Despite trying keep neutral, Brock still had a long way to go to cure himself of his flirting tendencies. He may be able to resist one Nurse Joy, but not four chatelaines. Serena stared worriedly at the chatelaines in front of her after Brock's little display. She hoped that she and her group hadn't caused a bad impression on them because of that. Nita had her eyebrows raised slightly while the blue-haired ones was looking nervously back and forth, and the last two gave a sigh and rolled their eyes. Serena was pretty embarrassed for her and Brock. Forgive that interruption, madams. That young man was not the one whom you were to face, Hennessy gently interrupted to help out. Serena flashed him a grateful smile. It sure isn't. Nita added as she smiled broadly in Serena's direction. It's that wee lass right over there. The other sister's eyes then shifted over to Serena. The honey blonde girl attempted to give them all what she hoped was a confident smile, but she found it somewhat hard. The three sisters, particularly the red-haired and green-haired one, had very piercing gazes as they scrutinized her. Finally, the green-haired one approached her and returned the smile, but the group couldn't help but think it was a little on the arrogant side. All the chatelaines were probably nice, particularly Nita, but they also seemed to harbor an air of snootiness. Maybe it was just the way they were raised or the posh atmosphere of the Battle Chateau. How do you do, young missy? My name is Morgan. I'm the eldest of all of us four chatelaine sisters. We all thank you for taking part in our cherished Battle Chateau, the green-haired woman said. It's a pleasure to meet you, as well, Serena answered with a quick curtsy, having recovered from her initial nervousness of seeing them all at once. I'm Dana. Thank you for coming. We all praise your bravery of attempting to challenge all of us in one day. The red-haired woman spoke next as she also walked up next to the eldest. You already know me, of course. I'm the youngest, Nita. It is smashingly good to be able to face you again in battle. I hope you'll put on a great show like last time. I did call all of my sisters over here, after all. Nita said eagerly. Oh. That's right. Thank you so much for doing that, Nita. It really means a lot to me. Serena answered appreciatively. Think nothing of it, pet. I always look forward to a crackin' good battle with people. Nita laughed. Now, Nita. We haven't had the lovely chance to battle the dear guest yet. Please try not to spoil the experience for us, Morgan scolded. Right. Sorry, sister, Nita replied sheepishly. What a moppet, Dana added. The group exchanged glances with each other at this. As usual, it seems there was a little bit of teasing when it came to the youngest sibling. It didn't seem too much different from Misty's situation, after all. Out of the corner of their eye, they could see Misty with somewhat of a sympathetic look in her eyes towards Nita. She would know all about that. Considering how she practically threw herself into sibling stories during her and Nita's last encounter. The group then turned to see there was one chatelaine sister that hadn't greeted them yet. It was the blue-haired one, and she appeared quite shy compared to the other ones. While Nita, Morgan, and Dana appeared to be bursting with confidence, this one was not. She was behind the other three with one hand behind her back and the other one was twirling her short blue hair. Evelyn? Don't just stand there. Come greet our dear challenger, Morgan called out to her. The young, blue-haired woman shuffled forward, avoiding eye contact with Serena and everyone else in the room. Once she was in front of Serena, she immediately looked towards the floor as if there was something interesting there. Despite this, Serena attempted a smile to her out of politeness. Maybe that would get her to say something. It's nice to meet you, Evelyn. Serena guessed the last part, judging from what Morgan had said. Welcome to the Battle Chateau. My name is Evelyn. Oh. BB, but you already knew that, didn't you? Evelyn stuttered. Evelyn. Quit twirling your hair like some nervous schoolgirl. It looks terrible. Morgan berated. Sorry. Evelyn quickly apologized and immediately took her finger out of her hair. There were clearly some family issues going on with these chatelaines. Did they act like this all the time when they were together? Is that why they were always at separate chateaus every day so they could keep away from each other? Serena was under the impression that she was going to be in double battle with two of the chatelaine sisters at a time. How were they going to work together if they couldn't even seem to get along? It's such an honor for us to be here today. My daughter Serena couldn't wait to try for her title as Grand Duchess of the Battle Chateau. Grace cut in, trying to ease the obvious tension between the sisters. Ah, yes. You're her ma. It's such a smashing good thing to meet ya. Nita exclaimed as she frantically shook Grace's hands. No, please. The pleasure's all mine. Grace laughed while the rest of the group sweat dropped. Morgan then cast a glance at Callum and smiled. Ah. You're that wee lad who gave us all a sound beating the last time we saw you. How are you, love? I've been doing very well, Ms. Morgan. It's nice to see all of you are doing okay, too, Callum replied with a bow. Are we ever going to get to the battle or just talk all day? Tijapai is getting restless with us just standing here, Ash whispered to Brock, gesturing to the squirming Pokemon in his arms. I don't care which one we do as long as I can look at those chatelaines, Brock whispered back with a goofy grin on his face. While I always enjoy talking to my guests before I battle them, I believe we should begin our battle lest we stay over time, Morgan suggested. Excuse me, Ms. Morgan. How will I be battling all of you? Serena asked politely. You will be facing two of us at a time in what's called a double battle. Are you familiar with them at all, love? Morgan inquired. Well, I know that each person uses two Pokemon, but I've never participated in one before, Serena answered as she looked upward in thought. Yes. Each party battles until both Pokemon are down. The one with a Pokemon left standing is declared the winner. Because you are facing two of us, we will all use one Pokemon each, Morgan responded. Serena looked down towards the ground. Could she really pull this off? It's true she felt confident, but she had never been in a double battle. Her Pokemon always helped each other in training, but could they really work as a team to overcome Serena's toughest battle yet? She would have to be extra careful and pay attention to both of her Pokemon in order to win. Who would work best battling beside one another? Scyther was a loner most of the time and preferred to battle by itself, so it might not be the best option for a double battle. Jigglypuff could cause some issues, too, despite greatly improving its attitude over the past few months. The Pokemon that would probably be most willing to work with others would be Hitmonlee and Charla. She would have to make sure at least one of those Pokemon was in each of her battles against the chatelaines. You'll do great, Serena. I hear double battles are really fun and exciting. Ash told her, trying to boost her mood. We're all here for you, sweetie, Grace added. I've been in a few myself. They can really help strengthen the bond between each of your Pokemon because they have to work together to win, Callum finished. Let's get on with the battle, pets. I'm getting a wee bit antsy just standing here. Nita spoke up. Patience, Nita. Our dear guest will not be battling you first, Morgan told her. No guff. Why? Nita exclaimed while throwing her hands into the air. Is your head cut, girl? Your elder sisters would like to battle the lassie, as well. It wouldn't be fair if you battled her first when you already have before, Morgan answered. Somewhat arrogantly. Nita gave a slight huff in response but said nothing else. She was right what she said about her sisters in their last encounter. They did tend to pick on her a lot, especially Morgan. Now that that's out of the way, you will be battling my dear sisters, Evelyn and Dana, to begin with. Should you defeat them, you will face Nita and me, Morgan continued. Oh. That's perfectly fine. Thank you. Serena said quickly with a curtsy. Grand. Please follow us, Morgan said with a smile before nodding to Hennessy. Of course. Right this way, madam. Hennessy responded with a quick bow before leading them away. The group briefly wondered if he ever noticed the exchanges that went on between the sisters. As the group began to follow the Chatelaines and Hennessy, they couldn't help but think how strange the sisters all were. They were all nothing alike and each had their own distinct personality, with the two youngest, Evelyn and Nita, seeming to catch the brunt of the older two's jokes. All seemed to forget their banters a split second later, as they were all laughing animatedly with each other now in a somewhat haughty manner. If anyone could relate to them, however, it would be Misty. Is that how it is with you and your sisters? Ash whispered. Yeah. You've seen it yourself, after all. My sisters and I argue a lot, but we really do love each other. If we were to ever have a double battle together, we would make quite a team. I'm sure it's the same for them, Misty answered. The group nodded their head in understanding. That's just the way sibling bonds were, it seemed. Serena wasn't going to dismiss the Chatelaines' inability to battle together just yet. They were already great trainers to begin with, if Nia was any indication, and combined, it would quite difficult to take them down. Upon finally reaching the battle room, Serena received a quick hug from Ash and Grace, followed by a thumbs up from Callum before she headed over to her side of the room. Dana and Evelyn walked to the other side while Morgan and Nita joined the rest of the group on the sidelines. Nita had her fists clenched as she leaned forward and looked upon the coming battle eagerly, while Morgan simply folded her arms and awaited the coming battle calmly. A judge stood in the center while Hennessy gave one last bow before leaving the room. Evelyn and I have a perfect combo. You can't take us on, little missy. Dana shouted from across the room. I'm not all flash like my sister Dana when it comes to talking, Evelyn mumbled quietly. Serena barely heard her. Do try to give us a flashy performance, Dana finished. Here we go, thought Serena. I can do this. I get the feeling this is going to be my last opportunity to face the Chatelaines before I'm in a bad position of choosing to stay with Ash or finish the battle chateau. Let's go, Serena. She heard Ash shout. Serena cast a look towards the left and saw all of her friends, Mother, Nita, Morgan, and finally Ash looking at her with expectant looks. They all believed she could do this. The last thing she had to do was believe in herself. She lost to the Chatelaines once, but that was the only win they would have. This is a special double battle between the Chatelaines, Evelyn, and Dana, against Serena Gabina. The Chatelaines will be using one Pokemon each while our challenger will use two Pokemon. The battle shall continue until each Pokemon of one side can't battle anymore. Please choose your Pokemon now, the judge announced. Evelyn and I will go ahead and show you our Pokemon first, Lassie. Dana called out before addressing her sister. Are you ready, Evelyn? Why yes. I am, Evelyn confirmed. Grand. Go Flareon. Dana shouted. Vaporeon. Please come out, Evelyn said. Two fox-like Pokemon came out of their Pokeballs and took on a battle stance. One of them was covered in reddish-orange fur with dark eyes and a black nose. However, its very bushy tail, fluffy collar, and tuft of fur on its head were bright yellow. It looked like it had just come out of a blazing inferno. The other one looked aquatic and resembled a mermaid and light blue in color except for its ridges on its head and back, which were dark blue. Vaporeon and Flareon, Serena mused to herself as she and Ash took out their Pokédexes to scan them. Leaf had already encountered them in the past, so she didn't need to look. them up. Vaporeon, the bubble jet Pokemon and the evolved form of Eevee when exposed to a water stone. Its cell structure is similar to water molecules. It can melt away and become invisible in water. Flareon, the flame Pokemon and the evolved form of Eevee when exposed to a fire stone. It has a flame chamber inside of its body and can have its body reach incredible levels of heat when it stores enough energy, the Pokédexes said. So these are two of the evolved forms of Eevee, Serena muttered as she looked over to the two Pokemon. She thought about her own Eevee. If it were ever to evolve, these were two of the options she had to choose from. She knew of 3 Pokemon Eevee could evolve into, Flareon, Vaporeon, and Jolteon, but there were said to be even more under special circumstances. For now, however, she was happy with the way her Eevee was, and it seemed content, too. Right now, though, she needed to figure out which Pokemon to use against them. She still reminded herself that Charla and Hitmonlee would be the best team members, but decided on Hitmonlee due to Charla's weakness against water. She also remembered hearing something about Flareon having the Flash Fire ability which would make its fire attacks useless, too. That meant the best was Hitmonlee for this battle, but what about her other Pokemon? Nidorina, Jigglypuff, Scyther, or Cubone? As previously mentioned, Jigglypuff and Scyther would have the most trouble battling with another and would probably need more training. Cubone would be strong against Flareon but weak against Vaporeon. Nidorina didn't really have an advantage over either Pokemon, so it broke even. That was probably her best option despite a rather strange matchup. Hitmonlee, Nidorina, come on out. She called as she released the 2 Pokemon. Nidorina appeared with a cry and took a battle-ready stance, too. Serena had given it a good meal before coming to the battle chateau, so it was full and ready to fight. It looked over to its partner in battle and raised an eyebrow in question when it saw the Hitmonlee calmly doing its pre-battle meditation. Nidorina. It questioned the kicking fiend. Lee, it breathed in response before opening its eyes and standing up. Those two are kind of a strange combination. Do you think they will be able to pull off a win like that? Misty questioned. I don't know. Nidorina and Hitmonlee have never really been training partners, so they don't know very much about each other's strengths and weaknesses. It may be hard to form a good combination from them, but Serena might surprise us. It was a risky move, regardless, because it's against the Chatelaines, Brock answered. Callum was thinking along the same lines as Brock as he watched the battle. Despite this, he knew Serena could overcome the odds. Her Charmeleon had defeated his Dodrio. After all, when they last saw each other. Grace, meanwhile, was really excited to see her daughter battle for the first time. She didn't quite know what to make of the matchups due to her inexperience as a trainer. She had been a Rhyhorn racer, instead, but what she did know, is that she could believe in Serena's determination. Ash had been the one to encourage her this whole time. He trained with Serena all yesterday afternoon to get her prepared for this. If there was ever a time for Serena to against all of the Chatelaines, it would be now. He gave a nod to Serena, who noticed the gesture and nodded back. There was a silent understanding between them to do their best. Are both sides ready? The judge asked as he raised his flags in the air. All 3 trainers nodded while their Pokemon crouched down, ready to attack as soon as their trainer commanded it. Here it comes. Begin. The judge shouted and waved the flags down. You dears know what to do. Let's start our match off by cloaking the battlefield in steam. Dana shouted. Why yes, Evelyn added rather lamely. The Vaporeon and Flareon nodded before shooting a water gun and flamethrower into the air, respectively. The 2 opposing attacks met halfway before a cloud of steam erupted from the center, making it hard for anyone to see. They're already starting the battle by giving us a disadvantage. I should have expected nothing less, Serena thought to herself as she squinted her eyes to try to see. She then called out, "Hitmonlee, you can sense where Vaporeon and Flareon are, right?" Lee, Hitmonlee nodded before motioning for Nidorina to come over next to it. The poison pin Pokemon scrambled over next to its partner and pricked its large ears upward to listen while Hitmonlee calmed its mind and tried to sense their opponents' presence. Flareon and Vaporeon weren't especially fast Pokemon, so they wouldn't be charging at them from inside the steam. It would be a long-ranged attack the two would need to look out for. As expected, the two heard the commands of Flamethrower and Water Gun next and prepared themselves. Hitmonlee and Nidorina crouched down and awaited for the attacks to come through the steam, but they weren't appearing. Vaporeon and Flareon must be taking their time and changing their location to fool their opponents. Hitmonlee closed its eyes and concentrated harder to try to sense where they were, but their constant moving made it difficult. Finally, it heard a cry and a rush of attacks shooting for them. Hitmonlee opened its eyes and expected the attacks to come from the same direction, making an easy dodge. It and Nidorina's eyes widened when they saw an attack coming from either side of them. The water gun came from the left and the flamethrower came from the right. Hitmonlee immediately picked up Nidorina and leaped forward just in time. The force from the explosion of the attacks combining still threw it off balance. It landed rather ungracefully on the floor before setting down Nidorina. Serena knew she couldn't just stand there all day. Her Pokemon were waiting for her to issue an attack. She was just rather odd about how in sync the Vaporeon and Flareon were. Despite the sisters' constant feuding, they really did know how to work as a team. This would actually prove to be more difficult than facing them individually. Hitmonlee, use high jump kick. Nidorina, use double kick. Serena yelled. The Pokemon obeyed and began running at their opponents. It was a little hard to see in the steam, but their excellent senses allowed them to pinpoint where their opponents were. Dana merely smirked at this while Evelyn got a somewhat confused expression. This girl thought she could win by simply ordering her Pokemon to attack. That won't work against Evelyn and I's combination, little missy, Dana declared. Flareon, fire spin. Use water pulse, Evelyn muttered. Flareon shot a large amount of fire at the Pokemon duo as they were running towards them. Hitmonlee noticed this and tried to redirect its running, but Flareon made such a large spiral that it couldn't. Soon the vortex of fire closed in around Nidorina and Hitmonlee, rendering them unable to move. Flareon then got underneath Vaporeon before boosting it high into the air off of its back. Vaporeon was flung high above the top of the vortex and looked straight down from the top. It then fired a huge ball of water directly downward. The ball shot through the flames with nowhere for Hitmonlee and Nidorina to escape to because of the fire surrounding them. The water pulse reached its marks, blasting Nidorina and Hitmonlee backwards through the flames and onto the ground. There's got to be some way to slip up those two, Serena thought desperately, noticing that she was losing. I know. Nidorina, use Ice Beam on the floor. Serena called. Nidorina obeyed and shot a large beam of ice from its mouth all across the room. Soon the carpet was made of nothing but ice, which caused quite a bit of unbalance for its opponents. Flareon and Vaporeon instantly began stumbling in order to keep on their 4 feet. Great, Nidorina. Use Poison Sting and Hitmonlee use Mega Kick. Serena shouted. Nidorina obeyed and slid forward in order to use the attack. However, the important thing that Serena forgot was the floor may have been icy for Vaporeon and Flareon, but it was also slippery for Hitmonlee. While Nidorina slid forward on its knees, Hitmonlee immediately tripped and fell flat on its face before looking up and glaring at Nidorina. The poison Pokemon gave a sheepish scratch on its head before turning around and shooting several poison needles from its mouth. The attack connected with its targets, which caused the two to grimace, but it clearly could have done more damage. What's Serena doing out there? Ash thought as he watched the battle. She isn't having the two work as a team at all. Serena berated herself on forgetting something like that. Using Ice Beam to make the floor slippery would normally be a good strategy. It had worked several times in the past. But that would only be if Nidorina was battling by itself. Serena had to think about how one attack affects everyone on the field, not just the Pokemon using it. These double battles were a lot tougher than they seemed. Flareon, melt the ice with your flamethrower, Dana called out. Flareon launched a stream of flames through its mouth which liquefied all of the ice in seconds. Now use Smog, pet. Dana ordered next. Use Aurora Beam into the smog, Vaporeon Evelyn said. Flareon opened its mouth and breathed out a noxious brown cloud from its mouth and launched it into the air. The Vaporeon then launched a cold beam that glowed many colors into the fog, causing a chain reaction. The smog and glowing beam mixed before forming a freezing, poisonous cloud which settled around Hitmonlee and Nidorina. Hitmonlee covered its nose to avoid breathing in the fumes. Its intense meditation had given it a tolerance to the cold, so it was able to withstand it. However, Nidorina wasn't so lucky and was both coughing violently and shivering, not knowing which was worse. Now use Quick Attack. Both Chatelaine sisters commanded. The two evolutions darted towards their targets at breakneck speed. Hitmonlee saw them coming through the cold smog and quickly grabbed Nidorina, who was still having a coughing fit. It then quickly rolled out of the way of Vaporeon, but Flareon was still able to hit it. Hitmonlee grunted in pain before soaring backwards onto the ground. It couldn't protect Nidorina forever. My. What a pity. Is this all you have? Dana asked Serena in a disappointed tone. Nita talked you up quite a bit, saying you had potential. I have yet to see that. You'll be catching it later from us, Nita, Morgan told her sister as she crossed her arms. This lassie is not even providing a challenge for Dana and Evelyn. Why did you call us here just to waste time with her? Ash couldn't help but glare at Morgan for putting Serena down like that. What did she know about Serena? His girlfriend was an excellent battler. She usually came up with great strategies to win, and her Pokemon were top-notch, too. They can't judge her battling skills by just one encounter with her. A double battle was something very new to Serena. She just had to adjust. Ash had no doubt he would be shaky, too, if he were competing right now. Ash then shouted out to her. Serena. You need to focus on the strengths of both Hitmonlee and Nidorina. Use them to your advantage and combine their skills like Dana and Evelyn are doing. He called. Serena heard what Ash said and knew that's what she had to do, but what did Hitmonlee and Nidorina have in common? Absolutely nothing. She should have thought these double battles through a lot more clearly before she began. What on earth could she do to have them work as a team? She was sure Hitmonlee and Nidorina were more than willing to. But she had to issue a command first. The calling of Flareon and Vaporeon's next attack snapped Serena out of her thoughts. We should just finish this with a Flare Blitz, Flareon, Dana sighed. Maybe we will have a better challenge another day. Why yeah. Use Hydro Pump, too, Vaporeon, Evelyn said. Flareon became enveloped in a huge flame and charged towards. It had such power that parts of the carpet were being stripped bare. Vaporeon took a deep breath, shot a massive jet of water from its mouth. Both Pokemon grimaced as they saw the attacks heading towards them. It was either be hit by a Flare Blitz or a Hydro Pump. Neither option seemed more appealing. Serena thought as hard as she could about situations like this. There had to be something she could do to at least stop one of the attacks. If she could do that, maybe she could stand a chance with the other. Vaporeon had a jet of water coming towards them. Nidorina had Ice Beam. Maybe that could stop it? Nidorina, Use ice beam on that hydro pump. Serena shouted. Nidorina nodded and shot a beam of ice once more from its mouth. It collided with the hydro pump as the two struggled for dominance. Due to the advantage, the ice beam started to solidify the hydro pump, and within seconds, the large jet of water had turned into a large chunk of ice and fell onto the floor with a resounding crash. That was close, Serena said to herself until she remembered Flareon still charging towards them. She then saw the ice from the hydro pump just sitting there and an idea came to her. Hitmonlee, use Mega Kick on that shard of ice. Hitmonlee looked back at Serena and gave an approving nod before leaping into the air and kicking the huge ice piece as hard as it could, making sure to aim for Flareon. The large chunk of ice shot through the air towards the very surprised fire type. Flareon's eyes widened when it saw the frozen projectile blasting towards it and tried to redirect its attack, but was unsuccessful. The massive ice piece slammed into Flareon despite its flare blitz and knocked it clean across the room where it hit a wall before falling to the ground with a dazed expression. That was great, Serena. She heard Leaf yell. That sounds more like Serena, Brock smiled and folded his arms. That's how they can work as a team. Ash smiled in triumph when he saw Morgan raise her eyebrow in interest, and Nita gave her an I told you so look. That will show her not to judge Serena so quickly. Serena really has gotten a lot better since I first faced her, Callum said to Ash. You have no idea, Ash replied with a grin. Well, this is a surprise. Maybe you have some fight, after all, Dana stated rather haughtily as Flareon got up and joined with Vaporeon once more. We'll have to make sure not to do that again, Evelyn agreed. Use Aqua Ring on both you and Flareon. The Vaporeon obeyed and seemed to concentrate before a ring of water appeared around itself and Flareon. Despite Flareon being a fire type, it still got the benefits from the move. Now its health could be gradually restored. Serena's going to have to attack them fast and hard now, Callum stated grimly as he watched. If she can't cause enough damage in a short amount of time, those two will keep regaining health and be almost impossible to knock out. So she'll need to use powerful and effective moves? Misty inquired. Right, Callum confirmed. So do Hitmonlee and Nidorina have any good moves? Ash asked, wanting to know as much about any Pokemon as possible, of course. Well, Hitmonlee has some pretty powerful attacks, being a fighting type, but it's Nidorina I'm little worried about, Callum answered. You sure know a lot about Pokemon. You wouldn't by chance be trying to fill up your Pokédex too, would you? Leaf asked with interest as she sauntered over to Callum. Ha ha ha. No, I'm not actually. I just think it's crucial to know as much about a Pokemon's moveset as I can. That way I can be prepared for anything, Callum explained. Ash could learn a thing or two from you, Callum. He only seems to know his own Pokemon's moves, Misty teased, causing Ash to glare at her. Excuse me, but who was it that just got all 8 badges of Kanto? Ash thought, but chose not to voice his opinions to avoid an argument. He wanted to focus on Serena's match. Right now. Okay. I made one good combination. What's something else I can do? Serena thought again to herself. Maybe she could try something similar to what she did previously? Use Quick Attack again. The Chatelaine sisters commanded once more. Quick, Nidorina. Use Ice Beam on the floor, but focus on one spot. Serena called out as the two fox-like Pokemon began to speed towards Nidorina and Hitmonlee. Not so quick, pet. Use Flamethrower on that Ice Beam, Flareon. Dana called. No sooner had Nidorina began to shoot Ice Beam on the floor than Flareon had already produced a Flamethrower. The two attacks met, and the Ice Beam immediately fizzled out. The two Chatelain's Pokemon collided with Serena's Pokemon, knocking them back once more. Use Fire Spin again, Dana smirked. The fire-type attack once more shot from Flareon's mouth and swirled around the two Pokemon, getting back off the floor. Not one to be outdone like that again, Hitmonlee once more grabbed Nidorina and jumped over the flames before they got too high, but that's what Dana and Evelyn wanted. As soon as Hitmonlee got out of the flames, the two saw an aurora beam heading straight for them. The attack struck Hitmonlee right in the center, where it dropped Nidorina before falling onto the floor in pain. Hitmonlee! Serena cried. Nidorina! Nidorina encouraged as it shook Hitmonlee. Lee, the kicking fiend breathed to indicate it still had fight in it. It stood back onto its feet, but it was getting pretty tired by having to save Nidorina from a lot of the attacks. That Hitmonlee is pretty tough, lassie, Dana stated. I say we try to take it out first. Do you agree, Evelyn? Why yes. We should, Evelyn answered. Use quick attack and surround Hitmonlee. The two shouted. The two evolutions began running in circles around Hitmonlee and Nidorina in an effort to confuse them. Hitmonlee tried to sense their movements with its mind, but they were too quick for it to keep up with. Use poison sting across the whole area to stop them, Nidorina! Serena cried. Nidorina opened its mouth and began shooting several glowing needles from its mouth and spun as fast as it could while launching the attack. It wasn't long before Flareon and Vaporeon ran straight into the needles, which immediately made them grimace and slow down. Serena was about to order another attack, but Evelyn and Dana beat her to it. Use flamethrower on Hitmonlee, Dana called. Use ice beam on Hitmonlee, Evelyn added. Flareon and Vaporeon got on either side of Hitmonlee and launched their respective attacks to their target. Hitmonlee's options were limited, as it certainly didn't have enough time to dodge the attacks. The attacks soared through the air and collided with Hitmonlee head-on. Hitmonlee cried in pain as it collapsed onto one knee due to the attacks. It was sweating because of how much pain it was in. It didn't think it could take any more attacks. Can you stand, Hitmonlee? Serena cried out. Nidorina stared worriedly at its partner. Hitmonlee was in so much pain because it was constantly trying to protect it. Nidorina wasn't necessarily a weak battler, but it wasn't the strongest of its trainer's Pokemon, either, and it knew so. It preferred to eat or help support on the sidelines when working together. It could definitely battle if it needed to and had quite a few victories. However, this time, it couldn't even help that much with Hitmonlee. If it could lend its strength to Hitmonlee, and still support it, they might be able to take out these two. Flareon and Vaporeon had great combinations of attacks, why couldn't they? Nidorina then felt itself glowing with energy and became enveloped in a blue. What's going on with Nidorina? Serena wondered aloud as she watched. Nidorina then directed its energy towards Hitmonlee, and the kicking fiend suddenly felt itself overflowing with strength, like it had been supercharged. Hitmonlee suddenly stood on its 2 feet and took on a fighting stance, ready to take out its opponents. What just happened? Ash asked everyone around them, hoping they at least had some idea. I think Nidorina just learned the move Helping Hand, Brock responded as he folded his arms. It's a move that's perfect for double battles because it lets one Pokemon boost the power of its partner, so its moves are more powerful, Callum elaborated. Serena's eyes lit up in excitement once she heard that. With Nidorina being able to lend its strength to Hitmonlee, they should be able to pull off some great combos. They could really work as a team, after all. Suddenly feeling confident, Serena called out her next command. Hitmonlee, use high jump kick. Nidorina, use poison sting. She yelled. Prepare to dodge it, my pet, Dana said. Why you, too, Vaporeon, Evelyn added. They were expecting Hitmonlee to run up to their 2 Pokemon and try to attack physically, giving them plenty of time to dodge. It was very surprising when Hitmonlee instead leaped into the air before swinging his leg around in a full circle. A blast of energy from the force of Hitmonlee's kick erupted from its foot and sped towards the two dumbfounded Pokemon. That must have been because of Helping Hand's power boost. The massive burst of energy landed just in front of Vaporeon and Flareon, creating an explosion and blasting them off their feet. That's when Nidorina got a clear shot with its poison sting and shot the glowing needles at the Pokemon. It finally got good aim in and was able to cause some good damage that time. The two evolutions landed on their sides with painful grunt before standing up again. What power! Quite impressive. That's more like it, Dana praised. Now try to entertain us. Use Ice Beam on the ground but concentrate it on one spot, Nidorina, and then use Brick Break, Hitmonlee, Serena commanded. Not so fast, lassie. Use Flamethrower again, Flareon. Dana shouted. Nidorina had done the attack much faster now, and was already through before Dana had even finished talking. A large block of ice now stood where the ice beam was concentrated. Hitmonlee jumped into the air and raised one of its seldom used arms before slamming it down on the block of ice, completely shattering it towards its opponents. Many shards of ice blasted through the air, completely bypassing the flamethrower and striking Flareon and Vaporeon continuously. Ice wasn't normally very effective on their typing, but the shards were so prickly and moving so fast that it actually really did sting a lot. Unfortunately, the flamethrower kept going and stuck Nidorina, engulfing it in flames. Nidorina gave a weak cry before collapsing on the ground, struggling to stay in battle. This is going on a wee bit longer than it should, Dana said. Knock those two out with Flare Blitz, my pet, Dana told Flareon while Vaporeon was still struggling to stand up. The ice shards had been slightly more effective against the water type because the other shards melted fast after hitting Flareon's hot skin. Flareon gave another cry before becoming enveloped in fire and tearing off down the battle room straight towards Hitmonlee. Use high jump kick again, Hitmonlee. Serena yelled. Use flamethrower to stop it. Dana countered. Flareon blew forth a hot flame from its mouth even though it was still charged with Flare Blitz. It must have been really trained to do two attacks at once like that. Hitmonlee's eyes widened at the coming flame and quickly spun out of the way, which caused its aim to be off and the flash of energy missed Flareon completely and it crashed into Hitmonlee. Full force. Hitmonlee brought up its foot just in time and yelled in pain at the attack before trying to push Flareon back. The two were in a huge competition for dominance. By that time, Vaporeon had gotten up and Evelyn issued her next command. Help out Flareon, Vaporeon, Evelyn muttered. Vaporeon also gave a cry before charging forward to help Flareon. Hitmonlee's eyes widened once more when it saw Vaporeon coming towards it. If those two combined their efforts, that's all that would be needed for Flareon to get the advantage and probably knock it out with Flare Blitz. Hitmonlee began struggling even harder to push Flareon back with its strong foot powered by Helping Hand, but Flareon was fairly strong, too, and powered by Flare Blitz. Watch out, Hitmonlee. You have to break free of the contact and try to get away. Serena yelled at it, knowing what was fixing to happen. The kicking fiend knew she was right and was about to break contact to give itself a chance when it saw Nidorina getting back up. The poison Pokemon quickly shook itself and noticed the danger Hitmonlee was in. Serena saw it get back up too and quickly pointed her finger in Hitmonlee's direction before giving her next command. Hurry and help Hitmonlee before Vaporeon reaches it, Serena yelled. Use Hydro Pump to stop Nidorina, Evelyn said once she heard that. While still running, the Vaporeon once more opened its mouth, and a jet of water exploded from it. The attack soared through air, but Nidorina was faster and rammed its body into Flareon, slightly hurting itself from the fire that Flareon was enveloped in, but still okay. Flareon stumbled, and Hitmonlee and Serena saw their chance. Use Mega Kick! Serena shouted. Hitmonlee immediately pushed its leg with all of its might and threw Flareon from its body, right into the path of the incoming hydro pump. Flareon gritted its teeth just before the attack struck it. The hydro pump blasted Flareon right in the center of its body. It was thrown clear across the room by the force of the super effective attack. Flareon hit floor and skidded several yards before stopping in front of Dana's feet. Vaporeon couldn't help but feel guilty as it saw its partner hit by its own attack and saw how the attack had blown Flareon clear over its head. However, that moment's distraction was all that was needed for Serena to order her next attacks. Use Double Kick, Nidorina, and use High Jump Kick, Hitmonlee, she ordered. The two Pokémon charged forward and Vaporeon was met with two pairs of feet to its face, one from Hitmonlee, and another from Nidorina. The attacks connected and Vaporeon cried out in pain before flying backwards towards Flareon. The fire type had managed to stand up again, but not for long as it saw Vaporeon heading straight for it. Try to dodge it, Dana called, but it was too late. Vaporeon crashed into its partner with the force of its full body, and the two evolutions fell into a heap, one on top of the other. They gave a weak cry and moved no more. What a crock! Dana exclaimed. Both Pokémon are unable to battle. The winner is Serena Gabina, the judge declared as he waved his flag in Serena's direction. Serena stood in shock. She had just won her first double battle, and against two Chatelaines to top it off. She actually pulled it off. I won! Serena cried as she ran forward to Hitmonlee and Nidorina to embrace them both. You two did so awesome together. Nidorina. The Poison Pin Pokémon smiled through its tired state and looked up towards Hitmonlee. Its stomach then growled, and it blushed in embarrassment. It couldn't help but want a nice meal after a hard-fought battle. Hitmonlee responded and nodded its head to Nidorina before accepting Serena's hug. It believed it might have found a new training partner in Nidorina. That is, of course, if the gluttonous Pokémon would quit stuffing its face all of the time. The two Chatelaines returned the Pokémon before smiling appreciatively at their Pokeballs. The two then walked towards Serena where they were soon joined by the other sisters and rest of the group. Serena looked up and actually saw the Chatelaines besides Nita actually smiling at her for a change. Fair play, dear trainer. Evelyn stuttered. To think you would be able to break through Evelyn's and my combination. I haven't had a trouncing that good since that lad over there. Dana said, referring to Callum. I'm impressed, as well. Maybe Nita was correct about you, after all, Morgan said as she rubbed her chin. See? See? I told you. This wee lass is pretty good. Nita exclaimed. Settle down, Nita. I say we give our dear challenger a break now, Morgan suggested thoughtfully. We should go and have a little lunch before meeting here in 2 hours. She shall face us then. Is that acceptable? Yes. Of course. Serena answered. Very well. We shall take our leave, sisters. Please rest during this time, Morgan said gently as she strode out with Dana and Evelyn following her. Nita gave a quick smile and a wink before hurrying to catch up. With that, they were gone. Eat up, you two. You definitely deserve it. Serena said cheerfully as she served Nidorina and Hitmonlee their food, courtesy of Brock's cooking. She then sat down to feed Tijapai. Before she would eat, too. The baby Pokémon couldn't have solid foods yet, but once again, thanks to Brock, a good formula was designed to feed it with until the time came. They were at a nearby cafe in Viridian City. Since Serena had 2 hours to take a break, now was as good a time as any to eat something. They had all of their Pokémon out so they could have a snack, too, with the exception of Misty's Gyarados considering how big it was. Since they were on the outside patio and not indoors, This wasn't a problem for their Pokemon. Nidorina wasted no time in digging into the meal while Hitmonlee took its time. It preferred to enjoy its meal slowly and savor the taste of the food rather than pig out. Hitmonlee found that it could still be full by taking its time and letting it settle. By eating less food, it could focus instead on strengthening its mind and still be in tip-top form. Hitmonlee then cast a glance at how Nidorina and the raven-haired boy were devouring their food and couldn't help but sigh. Nidorina noticed its glance and gave Hitmonlee a thumbs up. The kicking Pokemon quirked an eyebrow at this but slowly returned the gesture. What a foreign concept doing this thumbs up was to Hitmonlee. After doing a team battle with it, Nidorina felt closer to the fighting Pokemon. Maybe they could work together again in the future. Nidorina looked back towards its food and discovered it was gone. All it took was a quick look to the left and saw it was none other than Misty's Shellder chewing the food without the least bit of guilt on its face. The sneaky Pokemon must have used its long tongue to take the food while Nidorina wasn't looking. Upon seeing that the poison pin Pokemon was watching it, Shellder stuck its long tongue out. While some might confuse this as its natural expression, there was something taunting in the way it was doing so. Shellder. That wasn't very nice. Misty scolded after witnessing the event. Shellder turned back to Misty and blushed before hopping over and licking her leg. Misty recoiled at its slimy tongue but sighed in defeat. What was she going to do with this mischievous Pokemon? Nidorina's eyes watered like it was about to cry but soon saw Hitmonlee had pushed its food over in front of it. Nidorina looked up hopefully at Hitmonlee, and the fighting type gave a polite nod to show it was okay. Shooting a grateful smile towards it, Nidorina continued scarfing down the rest of Hitmonlee's food while Hitmonlee decided to just find a nice quiet place to meditate. That would prove rather difficult with the amount of people and Pokemon around, however. That Shellder of yours looks like it's a handful, Callum commented to Misty before taking a bite of his food. It is, Misty confirmed while she massaged her temple. The first thing it did when I caught it back on the Seafoam Islands was lick me right across the face. I liked your meeting with Seduct better, Ash cut in. It kissed you. The whole table erupted into laughter at that while Misty glared. That had been so gross when Seduct did that. Casting a glance, she noticed that the yellow duck Pokemon was completely oblivious to being mentioned. It was just chomping away contentedly at its food. Despite this, Misty couldn't help but smile. It's her lovable, clueless, duck, and she wouldn't have it any other way. Nidorina and Hitmonlee seemed to be hitting it off better now, Brock mentioned, changing the subject after he saw the display between the two Pokemon. Have you thought about which two Pokemon you are going to battle with next, dear? Grace asked Serena, drawing all eyes to said girl. Serena mumbled thoughtfully as she looked over all the Pokemon with her at the moment. Rather than eating its food normally, Scyther preferred to stab its sharp claws through the food before bringing the bits to its mouth and ripping the piece off its claw and swallowing it whole. It was pretty savage looking, to be honest. Going along with her thoughts earlier, Scyther didn't seem like it would be the best teammate at the moment. She hated to say it, but it might actually throw the other Pokemon under the bus just to save itself to keep fighting. Her eyes then moved over to Jigglypuff, who was merrily eating away. It looked so cute and happy while doing so. Serena and everyone else in the group weren't fooled, however. Underneath that adorable exterior was a fierce fighter but also a bad-tempered Pokemon. As if to emphasize the point, Misty's Shellder had just started to go after Jigglypuff's Pokemon food with its long tongue, too, but a dark and menacing look from the pink puffball immediately made it shrink back and go about its business. Though its attitude had improved significantly since she first caught it, Jigglypuff still had a tendency to be the center of attention and might not do as well in a double battle. Next was Charla, who was of course, eating next to Ash's Charizard. It was her first Pokemon and was definitely one of her strongest and only fully evolved Pokemon that required evolution. Speaking of evolution, Charla had seemingly gotten away from its trendy fashion love compared to when it was a Charmeleon or Charmander. All it seemed to like to do now was battle or spend time with its boyfriend. Despite this, Charla would undoubtedly be a powerhouse against Nita and Morgan. It did almost beat Nita's Dragonair last time. After all, it would also certainly be willing to work with other Pokemon to help Serena accomplish her goal, too. That was one Pokemon she could use. Last, but not least, was Cubone, who was sitting the closest to her. It was her most recently captured Pokemon. It was the Pokemon she had taken care just like she is to Jipai. Now, it had grown a lot during that time. If she were to use it in her Battle Chateau match, she wasn't sure if Cubone could handle such a difficult match. Not to mention, its very first battle would be a team battle. Serena knew Cubone would do anything for her and certainly be willing to attempt to work with Charla, but once again, could it handle the battle? It was such a difficult decision on who to use. She couldn't use Nidorina and Hitmonlee again because they were still tired from the last battle. Tijapai's light chirp made Serena snap out of her thoughts as she looked back down towards the baby Pokemon. In her preoccupation, she had unknowingly stopped feeding Tijapai. The little Pokemon was reaching up towards the bottle, still eager to have more. "Oh. I'm sorry, Tijapai," Serena said apologetically as she resumed feeding it. "Prieeth." It cried happily before taking the bottle once again. Serena looked back up at her mother and friends and saw they were still anticipating an answer from her. She slowly inhaled and exhaled before giving her answer. "I don't know," she finally said as she looked back down at Tijapai to avoid eye contact with everyone. "I just wonder how many of my Pokemon are actually suited for double battling with no prior experience. Charla would probably be fine, and I know Cubone would want to work together, but all my others. You could swap a few out from Professor Oak's lab," Leaf suggested. Serena shook her head. "It wouldn't make much of a difference. Eevee is too playful right now to try to work together with another. Slowpoke probably doesn't know how to battle at all, and like Cubone, Omenet doesn't have a lot of battle experience. I guess I really didn't think this through when I agreed to do a double battle with the Chatelaines." "It was the only way you could do it, Serena," Ash tried. "Nita's sisters weren't willing to stay at the same battle Chatelaine for more than a day. I went ahead and agreed without really asking you. I know you did it to help me, Ash, and I know you're right," Serena replied with a smile. "It's just I don't know how I'm going to win this. I know my Pokemon are strong enough to win, but it's because of my lack of training them in double battles that I'm worried." Charla and Cubone happened to hear the conversation and frowned. They didn't think Serena was at fault for this. She was worried that they wouldn't be able to work as a team because she had never trained them. Well, they were certainly prepared to try. The two Pokemon nodded to each other before abandoning their food, and in Charla's case its boyfriend, to go and address Serena. Shelder didn't waste any time in using its long tongue to slurp up their remaining Pokemon food. The two Pokemon glared at it but just shook their heads to face Serena again. "Hey. What is it, you two?" Serena asked once she noticed Charla and Cubone looking at her. Charla gave a light roar while Cubone began twirling its bone like a baton, trying to show off all of its tricks. Charla then picked up Cubone and held it high in the air like a trophy. Cubone struck a pose and flexed its tiny arms as a show of its strength. "I think those two are saying they want to participate in the next double battle, Serena," Brock explained. "You really don't mind?" Serena asked hopefully to them. Both Pokemon shook their heads in response. They were going to win. They're going to do great, Serena. They do have a great trainer, after all. Ash said with a smile, causing Serena to blush and smile sweetly back at him. Pika Pika. Pikachu said as it went over to pat Cubone on the back. It was proud of its little brother for trying something new despite not battling before. Cubone, Serena started as she sat down to Jipai and took its tiny hands in hers. This is going to be a very difficult battle to win, and you've never had a real Pokemon battle before. I know you've been training with Pikachu and my other Pokemon, but I'm just worried for you. I don't want you to bite off more than you can chew. Cubone bone. Cubone responded as it shook its head vigorously. Serena had been very good to it, and it wanted to repay the favor. It wasn't going to let her down like that. Cubone actually might be right, Serena, Brock spoke as he rubbed his chin. Even though Cubone's never battled before, it has seen several battles and trained really hard. It isn't a starter Pokemon like your Charla was when you first tried the Battle Chateau. That at least has to count as some experience. Serena turned back to Cubone and saw the hard determination in its eyes. They showed no fear or reluctance or hesitation. It truly believed it had what it took to win this for Serena. Besides, it would have Charla there to help it out, and Charla has had experience fighting the Chatelaine, so it would know what to expect. How could Serena say no to that face? Okay, Cubone. If you really are sure of this, it's good enough for me. Let's do it, Serena said with a nod. Upon hearing this, Cubone put a big smile on under its skull helmet and leaped into Serena's arms for a hug. Serena returned it before looking up at Charla, too. I know last time wasn't the best experience with the Battle Chateau, but we've got this now. We'll show them just how much stronger we are, Charla. Charla roared in approval before blowing a stream of fire into the air as a show of its strength. It seemed to have adopted that trait from Ash's Charizard. Speaking of the other fire lizard, it came over and growled lightly at Charla before blushing, which Charla returned to it. Despite being more used to it by now, the group still thought it was rather funny seeing two fire-breathing dragons being affectionate to each other. With that, Charla grabbed Cubone from Serena and headed a short distance away with Ash's Charizard in tow. Where are you going? Serena called after them. I imagine they're just going to get some training in so they can learn each other's strengths and weaknesses. You might want to go with them, Callum suggested. Of course. Serena cried hurriedly as she stood up from her half-finished lunch. Ash, finish feeding to Jipai. I've got to get ready. With that, she took off after her two Pokemon, eager to not let her rematch against Nita and her sister a repeat of last time. She was going to win this. Sure, Ash muttered as he reached over for Tajipai. Come here, Tajipai. Would you like some more of Brock's formula? Prien. It chirped at being held by its daddy. There we go. Ready for the choo-choo trainer to go in. Ash smiled as he took the bottle and put it to Tajipai's mouth for it drink from. Ash, who would have thought you could sound so motherly, Leaf laughed at him, emphasizing the last word. Pika ha ha ha, Pikachu laughed openly at its trainer trying to act like a parent. Ash then noticed that all of his other Pokemon were either laughing or snickering, too. He blushed in embarrassment. Maybe he was overdoing it a little bit. He still had a lot to learn. Here Serena was. It was her battle against Nita, the chatelaine she had lost to before, and Morgan, the oldest sister and probably the most experienced at battling. It could possibly be her final fight in the Battle Chateau depending on how she did. It would be difficult but not impossible. She didn't make the same mistake as with Hitmonlee and Nidorina by sending them into battle without getting to know each other more. No. In the brief time she had, Serena let Charla and Cubone try different combinations with each other and learn about others' strengths and weaknesses beforehand. She could do this. Yeah, mind yourself since I battled yet. Nita asked from across the battle room. I have. I'm going to give you a show you'll never forget. Serena called back. Kraken. Nita replied with a smile. Serena had all of her friends and mother still supporting her. They were currently off to the side of the battle room along with Dana and Evelyn. The two chatelaines had their arms crossed as they watched. Ash was almost just as eager for this battle as Serena. He, Pikachu, and Tajapai were at the very edge of the line where guests could watch with his eyes wide and fists clenched. If he was any further up, he would need to be called to stand back. Now, Nita. Try not to act as though you know what the outcome of the battle will be. We haven't even started the match yet, Morgan scolded. Sorry, sis, Nita muttered. This will be an official match between two of our chatelaine sisters, Morgan and Nita, and the challenger, Serena Gabina for her title of Grand Duchess. It will be a double battle. And the team that has at least one Pokémon standing will be declared the winner. May the battlers please choose their Pokémon. The judge yelled. Go, Charla and Cubone. Serena shouted as she released the two prepared Pokémon. Charla and Cubone appeared with a roar and a cry, respectively. They were ready to win this match for their trainer. It was up to them, and they weren't going to let her down. In turn, they knew she wouldn't let them down, either. They were prepared for whatever Pokémon Nita and Morgan decided to send out. Serena herself was actually curious which Pokémon they had, too. She wasn't quite sure if Nita would use a Pokémon that previously battled with Serena or if she would use something new altogether. Judging by the Pokémon Dana and Evelyn had, Morgan might have an evolution of Eevee, too, but there were only 3 that she knew of, right? Would Nita possibly have a duplicate of one of her sisters or a new Pokémon? Her question was soon answered when Nita and Morgan sent out their Pokémon. Come out please, Jolteon, Morgan said calmly as she released the Pokémon. Jolteon was a fox-like Pokémon covered in yellow, needle-like fur with long pointed ears and a white ruff around its neck. It seemed to radiate with electricity around its body. It was the other evolution of Eevee that Serena was expecting. So that's Jolteon, Serena mumbled as she and Ash took out their Pokédexes to scan it. Jolteon, the lightning Pokémon and the evolved form of Eevee when exposed to a thunderstone. This Pokémon can easily become sad or angry. Every time its mood changes, it stores electrical power, said the mechanical machines. As Serena looked up from her Pokédex, she noticed Nita hadn't sent out her Pokémon yet. She was merely staring at her Pokeball with a huge smile on her face. Nita, dear. Go ahead and send out your Pokémon, Morgan told her. I'm just super excited for this smashing battle with my newly evolved Pokémon. I can hardly contain myself. This will be its first battle in its new form. Nita said excitedly. How nice, Morgan said dully. Please do hurry up. We haven't got all day to stand here. Yep. Go, Umbreon. Nita yelled as she released another Pokémon the group wasn't aware of yet. The new Pokémon appeared with a cry and gave long stretch before getting into a battle-ready stance. Umbreon was a sleek Pokémon with fur as black as night and crimson eyes. It had a bushy tail and long ears with a yellow band around each of them. Everyone besides the chatelaines in the room tilted their heads at this. This Pokémon certainly looked somewhat like an Eevee, but not one they had heard of before. Was there another one they weren't aware of? Ash, Serena, and even Leaf opened up their Pokédexes to scan the new Pokémon to see what it had to say about it. Umbreon, the moonlight Pokémon and the evolved form of Eevee when exposed to high friendship at nighttime. The rings on its body glow eerily in the dark, and it can spray poisonous sweat from its body, the Pokédexes said. High friendship? What does that mean? Ash asked to no one in particular. I think we've seen it before, Brock answered. Remember how Koga had a Crobat when you first faced him? A Golbat was said to have evolved into Crobat through high friendship, too. This must carry the same idea. After knowing what he was saying, Brock looked back towards Golbat's Pokeball and smiled. He wondered if he would ever be close enough to Golbat. They had bonded quite well over the past several months, but would it ever be enough to be considered for evolution? Was that even how it works? As a Pokemon breeder, it was part of his job to find out. Serena once more thought of her own Eevee. She wasn't planning on having it evolve anytime soon, but if it did, which would it become? There were so many choices. It wasn't called the evolution Pokemon for nothing. Alright. The match starts now. Begin. The judge declared. Use quick attack, Jolteon, Morgan said as the lightning Pokemon dashed forward. Yeah, think your Nidorina is the only one who can use helping hand, pet? Nita immediately asked. Morgan and I will prove you wrong with our unbreakable combination. Use helping hand, Umbreon. Umbreon knows helping hand, too. Serena thought. Now why didn't we think of that? Dana suddenly exclaimed from the side. Nita's Umbreon began to glow with a white aura which suddenly shot forward into Jolteon, giving power to its attack. The Jolteon then became even faster and was across the large room to its opponents in seconds. Its target seemed to be Cubone. Quick Charla! Protect Cubone and brace yourself! Serena yelled out. Charla immediately flew in front of Cubone the second Jolteon reached it. Charla reached out with its arms and caught Jolteon, halting the lightning Pokemon in its tracks. Despite this, Charla skidded back several yards and grimaced in pain due to the impact. That helping hand really did help power up normally weak attacks. Discharge, Jolteon, Morgan smiled. Before Charla could recover from the quick attack and release Jolteon, it unleashed a bunch of electricity from its body. The bolts went everywhere but struck Charla the most. The fire dragon roared in pain before hurling Jolteon away from it. Use Bone Meringue on Jolteon, Cubone. Serena called. Cubone nodded and got a running start before skillfully throwing its bone at Jolteon. The electric type narrowed its eyes as it saw the bone was about to hit it in midair. Morgan was prepared, however. Please use double kick to knock that troublesome bone away, Jolteon, Morgan told it. Jolteon then landed on the ground from Charla's throw and reared its hind legs back before kicking the bone twice back to its recipient. The bone reciprocated back to Cubone, who caught it and glared at the Jolteon, who glared back. Charla shook itself from the electricity and joined Cubone by its side once more. They seem to take our attacks pretty well, Umbreon. I say we fix that. Use Screech. Nita shouted. Umbreon then opened its mouth and released an ear-splitting noise across the room, forcing Charla and Cubone to cover their ears and grimace. Even Serena, Ash, and the others had to cover their ears. The only ones who appeared unaffected were Nita, Morgan, Jolteon, and Umbreon. Use Pin Missile. Morgan shouted for once. Jolteon opened its mouth and sprayed a barrage of needles at its opponents. Charla and Cubone grimaced in pain from the continuous attack. Pin Missile normally wouldn't be very effective against a Charizard or Cubone, but Screech had drastically reduced their defense. Use Flamethrower to burn away that Pin Missile, Charla! Serena yelled. Despite the pain, Charla opened its mouth to reveal the hot flames. The Flamethrower completely scorched the Pin Missile and kept going. Jolteon and Umbreon had to leap out of the way to avoid it. Now use Focus Energy, Cubone. Serena said next. Cubone took a deep breath and closed its eyes. It felt like it was able to focus better now and land its attacks at its opponent's weak points more easily now. It was pumped up. That should make things a little easier for Cubone, Callum said and folded his arms. It probably doesn't have a lot of power now, but now the fact that it'll get critical hits more easily should make up the difference. Is it permanent? Ash asked him. It is, Callum answered and then added as an afterthought. I'd like to battle Serena again at some time soon myself to see how much better she's gotten since I last saw her. Charla, use smoke screen. Cubone, use bone rush. Serena yelled. Cubone took off running while Charla unleashed a black smoke from its mouth which covered the battlefield. Even though the Jolteon and Umbreon couldn't see, they weren't particularly worried. They would still be able to sense where their opponents were. Nice try, pet, but our Pokemon will be able to know where your Pokemon are at before they can attack. We've already trained them for tricks like this, Nita smiled. That's why I had Cubone use Bone Rush. Serena called back. Morgan and Nita raised their eyebrows in question and were surprised when they already found Cubone descending on their Pokemon. That was a lot faster than they thought. Jump out of the way, Jolteon, Morgan said. You too, Umbreon. Nita shouted. Jolteon was quick enough to evade Cubone, but Umbreon wasn't so lucky. The lonely Pokemon was upon Umbreon a second later and began smacking it with its bone continuously. The Moonlight Pokemon gritted its teeth as it was hit. Cubone then clubbed it one last time and Umbreon gave an especially big cry of pain on that one. It must have hit a weak spot. Kraken. This ain't good. Use Assurance, Umbreon. Nita called. Umbreon gave a dark look to Cubone and rammed into it quite hard. The attack was extra powerful because Umbreon had just taken recent damage. Cubone was sailing backwards and threatened to hit a wall, but Charla flew into the air and caught it before gently setting it back on the ground. Nice catch, Charla. Serena praised. Charla gave a nod to Serena before smiling down at its smaller partner. Cubone gave it a thumbs up in return. The two then looked to see where Jolteon had gone but discovered it wasn't there anymore. Use Thunderbolt, my dear Jolteon, they heard Morgan say. The two frantically looked around before finally glancing upward and saw Jolteon in the air descending upon them. It was almost unreal how fast Jolteon was and how high it could jump. Its body crackled with electricity before shooting a bolt of lightning downward to Charla. Protect Charla, Cubone. Serena yelled. The lonely Pokemon dove into the way of the attack and began twirling its bone like a baton. The electricity bounced harmlessly off the bone, completely negating the attack. Jolteon wasn't so easily stopped, however. Use Quick Attack, Morgan said. The Jolteon shot forward with the speed of a bullet and rammed into Cubone, sending it spiraling backwards and landing a short distance away from Serena. It slowly got off the ground and shook itself. That screech and helping hand really made the quick attack hurt more than it should. Try to use Flamethrower on Jolteon, Charla. Serena yelled. Charla once again blew forth the raging hot flames from its mouth. Jolteon easily evaded the attack and darted forth once more and used Quick Attack. It struck Charla hard in the stomach, sending it skidding back and grimacing in pain. That Jolteon is fast. Every time I order my Pokemon to attack it, it just easily moves out of the way. Ash had this problem when he faced Koga's Crobat, but Charla and Cubone don't know any moves that never miss like Haunter did, Serena thought. She wasn't able to think long, though. Nita's Umbreon had recovered from the series of attacks that Cubone made with Bone Rush and was ready for more. It got running start before Nita commanded her next attack. Use Confuse Ray. Nita yelled. Use Thunderbolt, Morgan said with a smile. Umbreon's eyes glowed blue as it continued to run towards Charla. The Fire Dragon turned to look away from the attack but was immediately met with Jolteon to its side. The Lightning Pokemon was just seconds from zapping Charla. Try to fly away, Charla. Go help it, Cubone, Serena yelled. Cubone ran forward towards Charla as fast it could while the fire dragon tried to take flight in an effort to get away from the two evolutions. Jolteon launched the attack upward, which struck the fire dragon causing it to roar in pain from the super effective attack. It was then Umbreon was able to leap right in front of its eyes and used the Confuse Ray. Charla wanted to look away but was unable to in time. Its eyes glowed blue as well for a moment before a dazed look entered its eyes. Charla! Serena called out worriedly. Charla didn't appear to hear Serena, however. It began to randomly fly in erratic patterns around the room. It didn't even seem to know what it was doing. It crashed into walls several times, but despite this, it kept resuming the same thing. It had definitely become confused. Smashing. Now that Charizard is taken care of, we can take out that Cubone and then finish the other off with a bang. Nita smiled. The evolutions then sprinted into action and surrounded Cubone. The lonely Pokémon immediately stopped running and stared fearfully at the two bigger Pokémon in front of it. It hopefully looked at its partner for help, but Charla was too busy flying around crazy-like to know what's going on. There has got to be some way to snap Charla out of its confusion. Serena thought desperately. She had to think. What were all the other ways she or her friends' Pokémon got out of situations like this? Calling out to it probably wouldn't work. Ash wanted to call out to Serena in order to help her out but was worried that it was against the rules. In the past, he knew a large impact to the head would usually have Pokémon regain its senses if it was confused or not paying attention. Cubone's bone would be perfect for something like this. He then looked over at the slightly panicking Serena, silently hoping she would look in his direction and understand what he was trying to tell her. Use Pin Missile, Jolteon. Morgan called. Jolteon's fur seemed prick up once more as it shot several more needles in Cubone's direction. Cubone shielded itself as much as it could with its bone, but it was having little success. Use Bone Rush on Jolteon, Cubone. Serena yelled. She didn't like the fact that she could only attack one Pokémon at a time, but Cubone knew no wide coverage attacks. Cubone dashed up as fast it could to Jolteon. Once more, the lightning Pokémon easily leaped out of the way, but Serena and Cubone knew it wasn't going to do that. Cubone then threw its bone in the direction Jolteon had jumped, but the lightning Pokémon dodged that, too. Cubone then felt a blow to its backside which sent back onto the ground in pain. It turned out the culprit had been Umbreon, who had sneaked up behind Cubone for a feint attack. Serena knew the situation wasn't looking good. Charla was flying around senseless, not even paying attention to what was going on around it. Cubone just didn't seem to have the power to take on Jolteon and Umbreon by itself, which is what she was worried about all along. She gritted her teeth as thoughts of the worst-case scenario began to flood her mind. What if she lost this match? She doubted the Chatelaine sisters would give her this opportunity again. If that was the case, how was she supposed to continue having time to do the chateau and still be with Ash? She would be right back to square one. As Serena remembered Ash, she got the feeling that he was looking right at her. A quick glance of her head confirmed it to be true. Ash was staring right into eyes as if trying to tell her something. It had to be something obvious or helpful that she was simply forgetting in her panic. They didn't have the connection with aura or psychic right now, so there was no way she could read his mind to find out. She shouldn't really need it in this situation, though, right? She and Ash were a couple now. Their bond could be stronger than that. They should be able to finish each other's sentences and read minds. He must be wanting her to remember something about the battle, since that was the situation at hand. Did it have anything to do with releasing Charla from its confusion? Despite Ash being a good distance away, she could still see his dark brown irises, and they held so much meaning inside of them despite Ash not saying anything. She saw him glance in the direction of Cubone ever so briefly and understood what he meant. Ha 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 ha. Cubone's bone has enough force to bring anyone back to reality. Ash laughed. Cubone bone. Cubone agreed. That was it. Serena could use Cubone to snap Charla out of its confusion. All it would need is a good smack. It worked so many times in the past with similar situations, such as Serena's oversleeping. It had to work now. She then smiled at Ash to show she understood what he was trying to say. With that, she focused once more on the battle. The moment seemed to last an eternity, but it had only been a few seconds in reality. Cubone. Take careful aim on Charla and use bone meringue. Serena yelled. Cubone briefly glanced at Serena in confusion before its eyes lit up in understanding. It then began to focus on Charla's wild movements and tried to predict where it would go. It wouldn't get too many shots at this with two evolved Pokemon surrounding it. Speaking of, not today, pet. Use quick attack, Umbreon. Nita shouted. You too, Jolteon, Morgan added. Cubone's eyes widened as it saw the two Pokemon coming towards it very quickly. If it didn't throw it now, it would get another chance for a while. Taking a leap of faith, Cubone threw the bone in what it hoped was going to be Charla's destination. The two evolutions slammed into it a second later. Cubone went soaring backwards and landed on the ground once again. It almost had the wind knocked out of it from the double whammy. It wasn't used to battling like this and didn't think it could hold out much longer. Cubone's bone, however, continued to soar through the air towards Charla. The fire dragon was still zigzagging and crashing into the walls. The bone still looked like it was on track through. Serena and Cubone watched hopefully as the bone continued to soar straight for Charla's head. Closer and closer it got. It was almost there. She might still have a chance if Charla recovered from its confusion. And then it missed. Serena's heart sank as she saw the bone just miss Charla and continued sailing past it. Poor Cubone just didn't have enough time to properly aim. Not to mention that Charla's movements were too unpredictable. Now that Cubone didn't have its bone, it would be utterly defenseless against the Chatelain's Pokemon. To top it, Charla was still confused. And would probably knock itself out before long. Serena then looked down towards Cubone and saw it was actually smiling despite the situation. She looked towards the bone and saw it changing direction. Of course, Cubone wasn't just throwing its bone normally to hit Charla. It threw a bone meringue in case it missed so it would get a second chance. How could she have not remembered that? Was it just her general nervousness of the situation? The bone arced completely and once more was flying towards Charla, but Nita and Morgan didn't seem to notice. They were too busy focused on Cubone, thinking the chance to literally knock Charla out of its confusion had come to pass. The bone continued to sail through the air. It was almost at Charla again. Serena held her breath, and it connected. The bone clonked off Charla's head and fell to the ground. The fire dragon immediately held the spot where it hit in pain and rubbed it. It then shook its head as its eyes lost the blue tint. It worked. The bone actually brought Charla back to its senses. It didn't waste any time in flying straight towards Cubone, making sure to pick up its bone from the floor. As it flew by. Good job, Serena, Ash said to himself. If I'm not mistaken, I bet you had something to do with giving Serena that idea, Callum said from beside Ash before adding, you two must have a great bond. Yeah. We both just tend to know what the other is thinking, Ash replied with a smile. What a crock that was. Use Confuse Ray again, Umbreon. Nita said, now noticing Charizard wasn't confused anymore. Use Thunderbolt, Jolteon, Morgan said. Use Flamethrower, Charla. Serena yelled. The Chatelain's Pokémon launched their respective attacks at each other. Charla immediately looked away from Umbreon's eyes and flew out of the way of Jolteon's Thunderbolt. In order to dodge it, it then looked like it was preparing a flamethrower to Jolteon, which of course, the lightning Pokémon was ready to dodge. Just as Jolteon prepared to jump out of the way, Charla switched targets to Umbreon. It then let loose the hot stream of fire. Where Jolteon would have been fast enough to dodge, Umbreon wasn't. It was completely engulfed in the fire and stood there stunned when the attack finished, but Charla didn't stop there. It flew to Umbreon and grabbed it before lifting it high into the air. Charla then swooped over to Cubone and tossed it its bone. It then signaled for Cubone to get on its back, which it happily obliged. This ain't good. Use Confuse Ray now that the Charizard is close to you. Nita shouted. Umbreon attempted to use Confuse Ray again, but Charla immediately roared right in Umbreon's face with a look that could kill, causing it to shrink back. Charla was really getting tired of that attack. It would be darned if this Pokémon confused it again. Serena and the rest of the group sweat dropped. They couldn't tell if Charla was actually using Scary Face the move or just making a scary face in general. Morgan twisted her face as if deciding what to do. She didn't want to have Jolteon use any electrical attacks or pin missile because it would hit Umbreon, too. Even with the use of Helping Hand earlier, Umbreon was still struggling to break free. She and Nita could do nothing but watch. Morgan could have Jolteon use an electrical attack on all three Pokémon, but that would be rather heartless because of Umbreon even though it was the best strategy right now. Use Feint Attack. Nita cried desperately. Use Bone Club, Cubone. Serena countered. Cubone leaned over Charla's shoulder and clubbed Umbreon as hard as it could, effectively halting the attack. Umbreon got a dazed look on its face and Serena decided to go in for the finisher. Use Seismic Toss, Charla. She yelled. Cubone hopped off of Charla so it wouldn't get caught up in the attack. Charla began flying as high as it could and began going in circles to build momentum. Nita, you little waster. Do something. Morgan yelled. Nita seemed to think for a second before an idea came to her head. She then smiled. Use Sucker Punch, Umbreon. She called. Umbreon shook itself from the disorientation Bone Club gave it. It then pushed through the dizziness that it was getting from Charla spinning and reared one of its paws back, before striking Charla hard across the face. The fire dragon roared in pain and let go of Umbreon. As Umbreon fell to land gracefully on the ground, Charla roared in aggravation that its finisher was cancelled out like last time when it faced Nita. Serena, however, had learned from her mistakes last time and was prepared. Charla had Cubone to help it now. As soon as Umbreon did the Sucker Punch, Serena had Cubone spring into action. As the Moonlight Pokémon fell, its eyes widened in surprise as it saw Cubone leaping right at it, higher than one would expect for such a small Pokémon. Predicting what would happen, Morgan ordered her next attack now that Umbreon was free of Charla. Use Thunderbolt, Jolteon. You know what to do, Cubone. Serena yelled. Cubone nodded its head as it concentrated. It would need perfect aim in order to pull this off. All that training it had with its bone would be tested. It took a brief look at Jolteon and saw the electricity fly from its body. It saw Umbreon falling towards it and saw its eyes beginning to glow blue. It was going to try a Confuse Ray, but Cubone would make sure it didn't do it in time. It grabbed its bone with both of its hands and wound around like a baseball bat. It swung with all of its might and Umbreon was knocked back into the air. Like Flareon and Vaporeon before it, Umbreon was knocked right in the way of Jolteon's Thunderbolt. The attack struck Umbreon instead of Charla, and the Moonlight Pokémon cried out in pain from the attack. Charla then took its chance and grabbed Umbreon again now that it was stunned. It wasn't going to miss this time. That was great, Cubone. Serena praised. Now use Bone Rush to distract Jolteon. Cubone obeyed and immediately rushed towards the lightning Pokemon. Jolteon easily avoided the attack, but Cubone went after it again. Both it and Serena knew the intention wasn't to actually hit Jolteon. It was to keep Jolteon busy while Charla finished off Umbreon. The Fire Dragon went in for another seismic toss now that Umbreon was back in its grasp. The Moonlight Pokemon was still crackling from electricity after being hit by its teammate's Thunderbolt and didn't have the strength to do Sucker Punch right now. It began to get dizzy as Charla began to fly around in circles again. Once it was satisfied, it heard Serena's command. Use Seismic Toss, Charla. She yelled. Kraken. Use Sucker Punch again, Umbreon. Nita yelled, but it still was unable to. Charla immediately dove for the floor. Once it picked up enough speed, it threw Umbreon with all of its might downward. Umbreon sailed through the air, and for good measure. Serena called out another command. Use Flamethrower, Charla. Serena yelled. Charla once more released the flames from its mouth. As Umbreon was heading for the floor, it saw the flames coming closer and gritted its teeth. Umbreon was engulfed in flames just before hitting the ground, creating a huge booming noise. The flames from the flamethrower erupted in all different directions upon hitting the ground with Umbreon, but not far enough to harm anyone else in the room. When the smoke cleared, Umbreon was on the ground, clearly knocked out. All right, Serena. Ash yelled. What a trouncing. I can't believe this. Nita exclaimed. Lovely, Nita. Now I need to take care of the guest myself, Morgan sighed. Knowing that Umbreon was taken care, Charla roared in victory before going to pick up Cubone. It spotted the lonely Pokemon still at it with Bone Rush despite the threat of not particularly needing to anymore. Charla swooped in and scooped the Cubone up in its arms before placing it on its back. With that, they went after the Jolteon. How troublesome, Morgan said in a slightly annoyed tone. Jolteon, use the fastest Thunderbolt you can. Make sure that Charla can't dodge it. Jolt. Jolt. Jolteon cried before stopping and blasting a massive amount of electricity at the Pokemon duo. Block it, Cubone. Serena shouted. Just because Charla couldn't dodge it didn't mean Cubone was too slow to throw it Bone in the way. The Bone spiraled through the air into the path of the Thunderbolt, effectively negating the attack. Jolteon and Morgan growled in frustration upon seeing this. Pin Missile. Morgan tried again. As Jolteon shot another stream of needles from its mouth, it was clear it was getting tired as its movements were more sluggish. It hadn't really taken a lot of damage, but it had dodged an insane amount of times which was starting to take its toll. Both Charla and Cubone had taken heavy damage and were about at the end of their ropes, but they still had each other, which really put them in a better mindset than Jolteon. Flamethrower, Charla. Serena yelled. Charla instantly shot forth another flamethrower, completely incinerating the pin missile and causing any that remained to fall to the ground. Morgan finally cast a worried look as she saw her Pokemon's main two attacking moves could be countered so easily. It was with that in mind that Serena decided to go on the offense now as a surge of confidence went through her. Use Ember, Charla. Serena called. Despite not using the move in quite a while, Charla still knew Serena's strategy. Ember was still its quickest attack. Charla instantly blew forth the small bits of fire like a machine gun. They sped through the air and struck the Jolteon, which was too slow to dodge for a change. It howled in pain and stepped back out of reflex before glaring at its adversaries. Use Quick Attack, my pet. Morgan shouted desperately. With the two of its main attacks out of the question, Jolteon had no choice but to rush at the two in hopes to hit them. It couldn't dodge forever. Unless that Charizard used Ember. Again, it should still be fast enough to dodge any attacks. It then leaped up at its two adversaries with the intent to crash into them. If it could stun them long enough, maybe it could get a few attacks in. Boomerang, Cubone! Serena yelled. As Cubone threw the bone straight at Jolteon, it almost smiled. Despite getting a little tired, it could easily dodge that bone even in midair. It could feel its trainer's smirk behind it. Yes. I could do this. That was until Serena called her next attack. Use flamethrower on Cubone's bone, Charla. Then flap your wings on the fire. Serena yelled. She didn't know what compelled her to say something crazy like that. It just felt right. Nevertheless, Charla obeyed and blew forth the hot flames onto the spinning bone. What surprised everyone in the room was when the flames started to surround the bone, turning it from just a normal bone to a fiery projectile of doom. When the wind from Charla's wings hit it, not only did the bone speed up, but it also fanned the flames, making them larger, and by that time it was only a second away from hitting Jolteon. The lightning Pokémon's eyes widened as it saw the flaming object come closer to it. There was no way it could dodge with how large those flames were. Cubone's bone collided with it head-on, causing an explosion. Jolteon was sent sailing back towards the ground, but Cubone jumped off Charla's back and chased it down, catching its bone as it went. Use your wings to give Cubone speed, Charla. Serena called again. As the fire lizard began flapping its wings, Cubone was reaching an amazing speed as it zipped through the air after Jolteon. It had a look of pure determination in its eyes as it saw the helplessness on Jolteon's face as it saw its opponent gaining on it. Do it, Cubone! Bone Club! Serena shouted. Do something, Jolteon! Morgan cried out. That last command was lost, however. Cubone brought its arm down in an arc forward and bashed its bone against Jolteon harder than it ever had before. Jolteon cried in pain as the impact only increased its speed to the floor. Less than a second later, Jolteon hit the floor where a resounding crash was heard. Cubone landed on the floor on both feet while Charla flew in next to it and landed. Both Pokémon and trainers waited to see if Jolteon would get back up. Jolteon, Morgan asked quietly. You're old, it muttered weakly. It couldn't fight anymore. The judge raised his flag in the air. Both of the Chatelain's Pokémon are unable to battle. That means the victory goes to Serena Gabina of Pallet Town. Serena stood there, completely dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it. She actually pulled it off. She actually won. This was probably her most amazing victory ever. She just conquered the battle chateau. She did. She believed in the strength of her Pokémon for a double battle, they came through for her. She had the best Pokémon a girl could ask for. She wasn't broken out of her trance until Cubone collided into her chest for a hug, followed by Charla. The fire dragon tackled her on the ground and began licking her face with its long tongue. It was a very sweet, albeit slightly gross, gesture. Charla. That tickles. Serena laughed, now that she's recovered from the shock. She then turned and saw her friends coming towards her with Grace in the lead. Charla allowed Serena up so she could greet her mother. She stood up and welcomed the warm embrace her mother gave her, followed by Leaf, Callum, Pikachu, and last but not least, Misty and Brock. Serena, that was amazing. You beat the Chatelains. Leaf exclaimed. I'm so proud of you, sweetie. You did incredible. Grace told her daughter through tears of joy. That was well done, Serena. It's great to have a friend that's going on the battle chateau wall with me, Callum said. Pikachu. Pikachu added. Serena looked up from the embrace of her friends and saw Ash standing there with a huge smile on his face. He was standing there expectantly but still wanted her to have a moment with her friends and mother. Upon seeing Ash, everyone stood back and allowed her to go to him. Serena walked forward with a smile just as big. Ash began to close the distance, and within seconds, they were in a huge embrace with Serena resting her head blissfully on Ash's shoulders. "I'm so happy for you, Serena. You were incredible," Ash said while they continued to hug. "Thank you, Ash. I couldn't have done this without you," Serena replied. "Het. Don't say that. You had it in you the entire time," Ash smiled. "No. I mean it," Serena said as she lifted her head to look him straight in the eyes. "It was you who encouraged me to never give up until the end. It was you who told me I would find a goal to do. It was you who told me everything would turn out okay, and it did. It was all because of you, Ash. This was both of our victories." Ash stared at Serena in surprise. He knew he had thrown in a few encouraging words but didn't know he made that much of impact on her. That was probably one of the nicest things anyone has ever said to him. It was made all the better that it came from Serena. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and turned red. "Ehehe. Thanks, Serena. You know I'll always be here for you with anything," Ash finally spoke. "I know. I'll be here for you, too," Serena answered before she leaned her head back on Ash's shoulders. "Ahem," a voice said from beside them. The two turned to find the four Chatelaine sisters standing there with very broad smiles on their faces. In perfect sync, the four then curtsied to Serena. "On behalf of the Battle Chateau, we concede defeat to you, Serena. You have given us all a good trouncing. You have officially conquered the Battle Chateau. What a magnificent performance," Morgan said with a smile. "You're really special," Dana added. Why yes. Great performance," Evelyn said. "Astoundingly smashing battle, lassie. Wouldn't have expected any less from Yat," Nita exclaimed. Serena, for once, rubbed the back of her neck in an embarrassed manner at all of this attention. Normally, it would have been Ash who would do something like this, but Serena apparently picked up that gesture from him. They were clearly rubbing off on each other. Despite her embarrassment, she did enjoy the praise she was receiving. "May I ask something of you, dear?" Morgan began, addressing Serena. "Oh, certainly," replied Serena. "Would you consider working here?" Morgan requested, jumping straight into the point. "We would be famous in a day if we had someone like you working here. Oh, what a profit we would make. We would even make you a special outfit so you would match us Chatelaines." "You want me to be a Chateau Chatelaine?" Serena asked in an amazed tone. "Absolutely, pet," Nita chimed in eagerly. "Of course, there would be a few contractual obligations. For one, you would have to live at one of our battle chateaus the rest of your life. You wouldn't have very many days off either." Morgan continued to list the cons. Ash briefly thought about what Serena would be like as a battle chatelaine. He honestly couldn't imagine her wearing a bizarre outfit like that or talking in that heavy accent they all shared. It would be extremely weird. He almost shuddered at the thought but didn't show it because it would be a little rude. Most importantly, however, if Serena were to be a battle chatelaine, they wouldn't get to travel together again and rarely see each other on top of that. He, as well as everyone else, looked over to see what Serena thought, but it seemed like the honey blonde-haired girl knew her answer before the request was even finished. "I appreciate the offer very much, but I'll have to pass on it," Serena answered as politely as she could. "Oh? If you don't mind me asking, any particular reason why?" Morgan inquired, clearly surprised. "Well, it would be fun to be one of the leaders of a battle chateau and challenge new trainers every day and look flashy while doing it, but I enjoy traveling too much to do it. I don't think I would be satisfied staying in one place right now. I want to continue traveling with my friends and doing new things with them every day. Most importantly, there's. Serena trailed, giving Ash a knowing look, which he smiled back. Ah, young love. If only I had time for such a thing. Nita commented, getting the gist from the way Ash and Serena looked at each other, causing the two to blush. Now, Nita. Don't get them all flustered like. It's none of our business, Morgan scolded lightly before looking back at Serena. Well, if you are sure, we will honor your decision. Just know, the offer will always be open should you change your mind. Of course. Thank you very much, Serena replied. Callum, meanwhile, regarded Serena with a curious look. He wondered what Serena was going to do now that she conquered the battle chateau. It would be extremely unlikely that she could do what he is going to start doing. So what were her plans now? Surely she had to have some other sort of goal in mind. He briefly remembered her saying she likes to dress up in different outfits and always look her best. As he thought, an idea suddenly hit him. It was only something he himself recently found out about. I wonder if Serena has ever heard of Pokemon performing, Callum thought to himself about the idea. Okay, everyone. I would like for you all to give a big smile for the camera. Hennessy said as he prepared to snap a picture from a camera perched on a tripod. Currently, Serena had all of her Pokemon out as they all crowded around each other with Serena in the center. She was holding a large trophy in her hands. It was golden and in the image of the battle chateau itself. Underneath the trophy was a stand that spelled Grand Duchess Serena Gabina in cursive on it. This would most likely be the photograph that would go on the wall in the battle chateau, so they needed to make it a good one. After that, she was allowed to take pictures with her family, friends, or a combination of the two. Those, of course, would be transferred to her home. Grace had already said these pictures and symbols would go great next to her Rehorn Racing Awards. Serena beamed upon learning that. Upon seeing Hennessy was getting ready, Serena gave the biggest smile she could while her Pokemon did the same. Afterward, Serena wanted to take a picture with just Ash alone before the others. The chatelaines almost insisted Ash comb his hair before standing next to Serena to avoid the contrast in outfits, but Serena intervened saying she preferred Ash just the way he was. As he stood next to her, ready to take the picture, Ash gave a sideways glance at Serena and couldn't help but think how beautiful she looked right now. Her hair was absent of being down and in the small ponytail towards the end. Instead, she had a giant pink ribbon in her head, holding it in a large ponytail that reached her shoulders. Combined with the elegant pink dress she was wearing, Ash thought she looked like a real princess. He unknowingly had a blush creeping upon his face when he heard Hennessy snap the picture. Alarmed, Ash turned to the camera, this time blushing in embarrassment rather than the way Serena looked. As the photo slid out of the slot, Hennessy looked over it to make sure there were no smudges or blurs before chuckling to himself. He then handed the picture to Serena, who looked over it with Ash, and Ash looked away sheepishly. In the photo, Serena had a lovely smile on her face and looked as happy as could be. Ash, on the other hand, was looking sideways at Serena and blushing like mad. Pikachu had run up Ash's shoulder to get a good look at the picture before snickering. The others soon joined in before smiling to themselves at the funny look on Ash's face, even Tijapai. He could be so awkward sometimes. He. Sorry, Serena, Ash mumbled lamely. No. That's okay, Ash, Serena replied as she stared at the picture herself before giggling. She was extremely happy. Ash thought she looked pretty enough to blush in the picture. Rather than taking another one, Serena preferred to keep it. Call it a little egotistical, but Serena was always overjoyed when Ash would compliment her on the way she looked. Blushing was just as good as words in her opinion. After Serena had taken all of the pictures she wanted, the chatelaines and Hennessy approached her with her final symbol and plaque commemorating her achievement. As Serena took the items from Hennessy's hands, she looked at items closely. The Battle Chateau was something she had started almost a year ago, and now she finally completed it. She was a Grand Duchess and would go down in Battle Chateau history. It was quite overwhelming for her. Well, my dear. I assume you are wanting to know what your prize is for conquering the Battle Chateau. Morgan said with a smile. Serena looked back up at Morgan in a surprised manner. Truth be told, she had actually completely forgotten about that in her excitement. Everyone else stared curiously at Morgan, wondering the same thing, too. Well, normally the prize is we would offer Grand Dukes and Duchesses to become one of our honorary chatelaines, or at least give them honorary visits every time they come. Which is a good prize in itself. Seeing as you already declined that, however, there is an alternative, Morgan continued as she brought into view something for all to see. It was a Pokemon egg. A Pokemon egg? Serena questioned as she looked at the chatelaines confusedly. Not just any Pokemon egg, pet, Nita said. There is a very special Pokemon in here that isn't native to the Kanto region. I was a real pickle getting this egg, I say. Cool. What Pokemon is inside of it? Ash asked eagerly, jumping into the conversation. Now, why would we want to spoil that for Yat? Nita asked with a wink. You'll see in due time. Wow. Another Pokemon egg, Serena muttered as she took it and examined it. It honestly didn't look anything too special. It was rather plain looking and olive green in color. Past experience has shown Serena not to judge a book by its cover, though. Regardless of whatever Pokemon was inside of it, Serena would still love it just like any other Pokemon she owned. Keep in mind, that egg is rather fresh and will take quite a while to hatch. You mind yourself until that time comes, yeah here? Nita asked. Of course, Serena answered before turning to Ash and giggling. Hee. This is already the second Pokemon egg received on our journey so far. Yeah. I know you'll be a great trainer to whatever Pokemon is inside there, Ash said. Pika. Pikachu added. Cubone looked on with a smile to itself. It looked there would be another Pokemon it could be a big brother to. While starting off as one of the youngest Pokemon, it was quickly becoming one of the oldest along with Pikachu. It was quite a change. Thank you very much, Serena said with a smile as she looked back once more at the chatelaines. No problem, pet. Make sure to go far with all you endeavors. We'll be rootin' for Yat. Nita replied with a wink. Endeavors, Serena thought again. That's right. What was she going to do now that she conquered the Battle Chateau? She was going to cheer Ash on, of course, at the Pokemon League, but what about after that? The group was now standing on the outskirts of Viridian City. They all just had a great feast in celebration of Serena's victory at one of Viridian City's fanciest restaurants. It was well into the evening now and would definitely be dark by the time the group returned to Pallet Town. It was time to say goodbye to a friend, however. You're leaving again already? Serena asked Callum sadly. Yeah, Callum replied. I need to stay the night here as I'm meeting with a certain someone early tomorrow morning. It's pretty important, and I can't miss it. That's actually the main reason I was in Viridian City in the first place. I see, but we'll see each other again, right? Serena asked hopefully. She couldn't help but wonder if it had anything to do with that something Callum mentioned he might be doing. As much as she wanted to ask him, She didn't want to appear nosy and believed Callum would tell her if he could. Who knows? There might be a time when our paths will cross again. You have my poke gear number, right? Callum asked. I sure do. Serena nodded. Just call me if you ever want to talk, Callum continued. Hey, Callum. Can I? Leaf began. Can you? Callum responded. Nothing, Leaf replied as Callum shrugged his shoulders. It was nice to meet you. You, too, Leaf, Callum said with a smile and nod. So, Serena. I can't help but ask, Callum spoke up, drawing attention to him. Have you thought about what you are going to do now that you conquered the battle chateau? Well, Serena started as she thought. Not too recently, she had been extremely worried about not being able to complete the battle chateau, or how it would take her a while to do it. Now that she had conquered it, she didn't know what she could do. She wasn't as worried as she was when she first began her journey. It was part of the fun of discovering the different options she had. Despite this, it was always nice to have something to consider. I'm not really sure, she said at last. Well, I was looking through this magazine at the Pokemon Center in Viridian City before I met up with you and happened upon this article, Callum said as he handed the magazine to Serena. Really? Serena asked as she took a quick look at the headline and raised an eyebrow. Pokemon performing? She inquired and looked up at Callum. Well, yeah. I know you like fashion and coming up with any creative ideas, so I thought it might interest you. Just read the article when you get a chance, and mull things over, Callum replied. Serena mused as she looked over the article. There was certainly nothing wrong with checking it out in her free time. While no one else in the group had heard about it before, Grace had. It was actually something quite common back in her home region of Kalos. Many trainers competed in what was called Pokevision and competed in various performances with their Pokemon, ranging from tricks to fashion designing. Being as young as she was when they moved, Serena wouldn't remember anything like that. It would make sense that Callum would know about it considering he's a Kalos native, too. She remembered thinking Serena would make a great fashion designer at the start of her journey. Maybe this wasn't too different. Well, with that, I better head off, Callum said as he tipped his red hat at everyone. Goodbye, Callum, and thanks for cheering me on, Serena said as she gave him a hug. No problem, Callum replied as he returned it. I think it's so great Serena has met you, Grace spoke. The Kalos region is so far away, and I know it's nice Serena has someone to relate to with her hometown. Of course. Callum nodded before turning around. I'll see you guys later. Bye, Callum. Serena waved as he started off. The rest of the group began waving, too, while Leaf waved the most frantically out of all of them, and Tajipai merely laughed playfully. As Callum became further away, Serena eventually put down her hand and watched with a smile. She didn't know how, but Callum might prove to be a big influence on her life. It wouldn't be as much as Ash, of course, but still a big one. He just presented her something that he thought would be interesting to her. He was such a nice boy to do that. It was with that in mind that she knew she would see Callum again. It was now time to think about other things again. Now that she had completed her goal of becoming a Grand Duchess, she now needed to be there for Ash as he finished his goal, winning the Pokemon League. Speaking of, well, Ash. Now that Serena has become a Grand Duchess, maybe you should follow her example and finally get some training in. The Pokemon League is less than 2 weeks away. Misty told him. I know. Ash hurriedly said as they started on the road back to Pallet Town. It will be here before you know it, Brock added. Don't worry. I'll be sure to train. We're going to win, right buddy? Ash asked Pikachu. Pikachu. It responded and pumped his fist into the air. In fact, I think I'll start tonight. Last one to Pallet Town is the rotten egg. Ash shouted as he took off running. Wait, Ash. You know I hate it when you get head starts like that. Leaf called after him as she gave chase, followed by Serena, Brock, Misty, and finally Grace. You know I can't run like I used to. Grace tried yelling as she took up the rear. It was true. Serena had finally achieved her goal of conquering the battle chateau. Now that it was over, it was Ash's turn. He knew there would be some seriously tough trainers. He would be battling at the Pokemon League. Well, they would have to be good if they got all 8 badges, namely Gary and Paul. Ash was going to make sure he put everything he had into these last 2 weeks. He was Ash Ketchum, and he was going to be the best, like no one ever was.